There is a house in New Orleans they call the Rising Sun, where thousands of young to salvation have gone. Oh God, she knows I'm one.
Don't let them get inside, compare. They're not the good kind.
Derceto isn't cursed or blessed. It's a battleground.
Maybe the Dark Man just likes it when you suffer.
Have you ever talked to a doctor about your condition?
This is madness!
Are you crazy? Fall on your knees, wear the mask, praise his name.
Welcome to the Madhouse, Detective.
Legends hold great power. They are the dreams we weave into our shared story. Some legends tell of peace and the beauty of simplicity. Some tell of danger and the end of all things. But the legends we hold dearest are legends of hope, of creativity, and of bravery. And friendships that change the world forever. This is the legend of a united overworld. United by you.
Now, onto our next block, pun intended of course. Minecraft Legends is the action strategy take on the franchise you never knew you needed. I'm here with Dennis Rees from Mojang Studios, who has just released the world premiere trailer of Minecraft Legends. Dennis, welcome to the show.
Thanks for having me, Malik.
So happy to have you. I mean, this is a really exciting time for the team. Let's talk Minecraft as a whole, though. That game, I have nothing to back this up, but I feel like everyone on the planet's played Minecraft at this point. But that wasn't enough for you all. You all went and made Minecraft Dungeons, and now we're moving on to the recently revealed Minecraft Legends. So one, tell me a little bit about what it means for the team to actually be able to reveal the game, and then two, just let us know what Minecraft Legends is.
Well, we are so excited to finally be able to talk about this game with the world. We've been working on this game for some time now. Minecraft Legends is an action strategy game. Is set in the Minecraft universe. And in order to build this, we really wanted to partner with a great company that understands strategy games. And so that's when we reached out with Blackbird Interactive. And in doing so, we were able to create an experience that is welcoming for people who may have not played Minecraft, but also people who have. And I mean, you've seen the trailer. It's about going and traveling through these beautiful biomes, exploring this world that is familiar yet still mysterious. And so as you explore these lush biomes, you collect resources, and then you use those resources to build defenses from these dangerous but very cute piglins. And in those offensive, you're able to fight them back and send them back to where they come from. And you know what? You're going to probably want to build some alliances with some unexpected friends because they're going to help you actually defeat the piglins and send them back to where they come from.
Oh, I'm looking forward to it, and I love what you said about trying to make a game that's both for fans of Minecraft that exist and new fans coming in. Minecraft can go in so many different directions, I feel like, with a new game. What made you choose action strategy?
Well, really, it was many years ago, as a group of folks at Mojang sitting around talking about what game genres they really enjoy. And action and strategy were the most popular ones that came up. And so we started to think about who we could partner with to build that experience. And that's where we came into Blackbird Interactive. And that was back in 2018. And, the project was codenamed Badger. And an interesting little fact for many of those people that might follow Minecraft, if you go back to Minecon 2018 and you look at the shirt that Jens Berenstain was wearing, you'll see a graphic on there. And it's in the shape of a badger head. And really, that was meant to be an Easter egg for years forward, which here we are now.
I gotta say, I love a good Easter egg. Now, where would you say that Minecraft Legends fits in the overall Minecraft universe?
Well, the Minecraft universe is just always growing and expanding. And if it's not from our partner communities, then it's from Mojang specifically. Like you mentioned, Minecraft Dungeons. That's a great example where Mojang went out and we built this dungeon crawler experience in the Minecraft universe, and players love it. It's wonderful. And with Minecraft Legends, we're trying to do something similar, really. And here we're going to be introducing a narratively driven campaign with a whole bunch of new characters and a lot of other things that I'm not ready to share right now.
Dennis, I thought we were friends. You can share it with me and everyone watching. No? Okay, I won't pry anymore. But tell us when the game is coming out and where we can keep up to date.
It's coming out in 2023 on PC and console on Xbox Game Pass. And if you want to know more, just follow us Twitter or jump on Minecraft.net.
Dennis, I'm so excited to jump into Minecraft Legends. Thank you so much for stopping by and giving us the lowdown.
Thanks for having me.
I can do this. I can do this.
Remember your training. Keep her straight. Keep her level.
It's working! Let's see the other side! We're doing it, Diggs! We're doing it!
You sure? And just keep that mind blank, little brother.
Damn it! Mama gave me this glove for a reason. As long as she's on the other side of this wall...
We'll find her, little brother. We'll find her.
When you go looking for strength, it's not like a game. This journey doesn't have a real ending. Okay then, hope you're ready to begin. If you want to start off on the right foot in this city, hit the streets.
Yeah, hey, dare I do this. Never fear losing. And when I get up in the game, y'all be improved. A real problem, but I solve them all face proof. And if you think I'm going forward, then you talking fool. Yeah, y'all wanna win, let me spin, boy. Or dunks aside, I'm super fly like I'm hanging off the rim, boy. I've been winning for my kinfolk, and I put on for my city from the intro. Fight!
Let me have some fun.
Ready? Then show me.
This will be a good fight.
This is our destiny.
My secret art! Shoryuken! Street Fighter 6.
PlayStation.
IGN first for August is Gotham Knights, and we're kicking it off with the first minutes of gameplay. This section follows the prologue, which WB Montreal is still keeping secret, and will be the first time you take control of a character. After picking which knights you want to play as, this section serves to tutorialise some of the game's basic traversal and combat mechanics, as well as introduce you to the wider mystery taking place in Gotham following the death of Batman. Enjoy!
You want to break into the GCPD headquarters for a what if? Be my guest.
I decrypted the case Batman sent with his message. We should focus on that.
I looked it over, but did I get everything? It doesn't look complete. He says this has implications that could shake Gotham to its core.
Ominous, but not exactly helpful. I saw a few places we should poke around. Construction sites, a quarry.
He also mentioned a Dr. Langstrom. Anyone know him?
He's a zoologist at Gotham University. Not sure what his connection is, though.
Let's divide up the work. We can meet at the Belfry when we're done. Get it up and running.
Who gets to talk to Langstrom?
Arrived at Gotham U. What do we know so far about this professor?
Kirk Langstrom. Judging by the half-finished file with the code black, Batman was digging into him hardcore.
Then I'll pick up where Batman left off.
We got a positive ID on this faculty dude, Kirk Langstrom.
Right. I'll call it in on the way to the morgue.
Damn it. Langstrom's dead. Do we know where his office is?
Seriously? Crap. Well, our notes had his office on the 3rd floor of Molson Hall.
Got it. Third floor balcony's open. Don't mind if I do. Body cam recording. Here's his office. Hardly any police work here. Langstrom must have been killed somewhere else. Those marks look fresh.
You find anything, Batgirl? So far, nothing here.
Our professor is very dead. I'll let you know when I find the crime scene.
Good. Well, not good exactly, but at least a lead.
The real challenge will be getting out of here without the cops finding me.
Good luck.
That's a lot of damage. This must be where Langstrom died. The cops cleared out of here way too fast. Langstrom must have been working when he was attacked. Significant blood loss here. Evidence of a struggle, then the attacker pinned him to the wall. They were merciless. Langstrom was dying, but he tried to get to that cabinet instead of the door. What was so important? A hidden door. What secrets were you keeping, Dr. Langstrom? A thermostat would be a clever place to hide a keypad. A microwave. I hope Langstrom wasn't combining burritos with genetic specimens. Langstrom made sure to remember those dates. I should too. A phone number, but that's not a Gotham area code. Could be useful. Perfect. Time to see what Langstrom was so desperate to hide. Langstrom, what on earth were you up to? Batman's dead professor had some serious skeletons in his closet. Langstrom's workstation. I should take a closer look. Well, hello there. A hard drive. I need to get this back to Belfry. Then I can figure out your secrets, Langstrom. Hey, on my way back. The cops overlooked a ton of evidence. weird marks on the walls, and apparently Langstrom had a secret lab. Hopefully this hard drive I found will have more answers.
Great! Can't wait to get my hands on it.
Great.
What's she doing here?
The freaks are here?
With Batman missing, gangs had become more aggressive. It was only a matter of time before the freaks showed up.
Gotham needs to see that someone still cares. I'll take care of this.
I can't focus on torching this place with all that racket! Turn off the damn fire alarm up there! What?
I need to handle these guys before this gets any worse.
Fire alarm! Die! Die! Die!
You deserve a break. Quietly.
The average temperature something lights on fire is between 424 and 475 Fahrenheit.
Hey, look up here! I'm a professor of setting stuff on fire!
I can probably stay out of sight here.
Are the fumes getting to you, buddy?
Smashy, smashy, smash, smash! Smashy!
Sweet dreams.
You burn now, grass. No one will mow you ever again. Oh.
What are they even doing here?
Enjoying the fireworks. Burn, you boat!
Now that's just embarrassing. This is terrible. It could bring the whole building down. Hostages. I need to hurry.
Can anyone hear me? Help! They won't let us go!
Do you
You knew how this was gonna end. Rude, baddie. Slow it down. Freaks, you gotta give more than this. Get it together, freaks. Come at me. I ain't scared.
Freeze! Don't move! Steve, move!
Broken. Let's see if you'll break too.
Get to safety. Go.
You're gonna lose those pretty teeth.
Firefighters and paramedics are on the way. Are you hurt?
I'm good. Looking forward to kicking back and decrypting this hard drive. Be there soon.
Rated mature.
Hello, my name is Eleanor and I'm the lead artist at Dimfrost Studio. Today we want to show you Apart from Bramble the Mountain King, a grim adventure set in the world of dark Nordic fables. You play as Olle, a boy who's trying to find his missing sister in this foreign land. Today we want to show you a small portion of our game and the world that we created. It's inspired by the stories and legends on which we grew up with ourselves. So, sit back and enjoy the ride. As you might have noticed, the world of Bramble isn't exactly like ours. It's a magical land filled with wondrous beings, a place that holds many secrets to discover. Some creatures that you'll meet on your journey are friendly. They will help you on your quest to find your sister. However, not all creatures have good intentions. As you can see, there are many creatures in this forest. We saw gnomes and their hedgehog chariot. Here, we're introduced to the rumpetossar, rather innocent creatures of the forest. These particular ones have dandelions growing from their heads. And it seems like we have a rather big creature ahead of us too, snoozing in peace. It seems like we can't wake up this creature that easily. We call him Lemus, and he's known as a heavy sleeper. Let's see if we can wake him up in some way. Looks like someone needs our help. Let's see if we can reunite the baby gnome with his dad. Alright, it seems like that melody puts us into some sort of trance. Are we being lured, perhaps? Let's get out of this cave. It's a bit cold and creepy in here anyways. I wonder if these drawings mean anything. Looks like we were lured by the sweet melodies of Nekken. In his past life, this creature used to be a musician, but he was bullied without remorse by people in his village. And one day, he snapped, and his anger made him play a melody that got the whole village dancing until their feet and legs were worn down to bones. He killed those people that tormented him, as well as the love of his life. Now he lives all by himself in the lake, luring people with his tunes. Looks like you might be his next target. Whew. Looks like we got away. For now. Okay, we need to get out of here as quickly as we can. Thank you so much for watching our playthrough of Bramble the Mountain King. We hope you liked the scenes that we showed you. You will be able to play the game yourself sometime in 2023. It will be on PC, PlayStation 5, and Xbox Series S and X. Until that time, we will be showing you more of our adventure. And if you like what you saw, add us to your Steam wishlist. Thanks for watching, and remember, do not go into the forest by yourself.
Breaking news here in Sledgehammer County. After a sharp increase of car racing activity in recent days, authorities now report a staggering amount of items and racetracks popping up out of nowhere. Jan, what do you make of it?
Well, Bill, it's like you say. Random bits and pieces of racetracks, along with all different kinds of items, have been emerging all over the county. And, wait, I'm just getting word that these pieces now seem to be rising into the air, forming an ever-expanding aerial racetrack and eclipsing the sky above Sledgehammer. Bill, I've never seen anything like this. You have to wonder, who is behind this and where does it end?
Shadows in the sky, footsteps in the night, behind me, targets in their sight, running out of light to save me. Red moon on the rise, you say your last good night, while I begin.
Custodian. In the wasteland, only one thing matters. pure genetic material. Take all you can and build anything to protect it.
Dead by Daylight developers Behavior Interactive gave us an extended look at what they're cooking up next, and it couldn't be any more different. Meet Your Maker is set in a sort of rust-punk post-apocalypse, where the last survivors of the human race shoot and slice each other to get their hands on the most precious resource imaginable, pure genetic material. The setting is maybe the most mundane thing about this game though. Design-wise, it hopes to blend two seemingly incongruent genres to make a truly unique online experience. Meet Your Maker is really two sub-games in one, a base builder and a speedy dungeon shooter. In the first bit, you build your outpost full of winding paths and traps like bomb ejectors and spiked walls to keep the genetic material prize safe from incoming player raiders. From the footage, it's tough to see how big these things can get, but they appear to be massive. There are also several different materials you can build with, but we can't say for sure what the benefit of one would be over the other. When you're done creating your death fortress, you can populate it with AI guards that handle various forms of gun slinging and blade swinging to stop oncoming raiders in their tracks. You can even set the paths they patrol on. All very cool and creative stuff. This seems like a lot to learn though. It feels like so much trial and error is involved in getting something like this right that without a great tutorialization at the beginning, I can see lots of people skipping this feature completely to just shoot up the more diligent and determined players who didn't. Similar to how Dreams has more people playing Dreams creations than doing the creating themselves. That said, there are a lot of other features only lightly exposed and hinted at here, like being able to quickly test your traps as a raider on the spot. So user-friendliness seems to be a large priority here. The other half of the game involves raiding other people's outposts yourself. Running through an enemy outpost requires being extra prepared for anything, being able to adjust your plan on the fly, and having the speed and reflexes to react to sudden problems. Besides your own wits, you have an arsenal of weapons like a gnarly-looking bowgun and a punchy shotgun. A sword appears to be an option for close encounters, and can be used defensively to deflect incoming projectiles. The grappling hook allows you to move across rooms quickly, as well as pull yourself to faraway enemies and close the distance. Put together, the combat looks extremely enticing for people who loved first-person shooters like Doom. Bringing genetic material back to your sanctuary for its chimera, a biological experiment tied to the possible future of humanity, is the main goal. Raids hold a trove of other loot though, like weapon upgrades and new building materials that you can tweak your own outposts with. You can repeat failed raids multiple times, so progress through tough outposts can happen on your time. You can also recruit a friend to raid with you in co-op. Tackling a challenge with another set of eyes, ears, and guns could make the difference. There's still plenty to be learned about Meet Your Maker. Behavior Interactive slated the official launch sometime in 2023, but interested parties can sign up for the closed playtest, which will take place in the coming weeks. Until then, come check out our latest IGN First exclusive piece on Gotham Knights. And for all other things video games and entertainment, stick with IGN.
Ever since you took that damned scepter, you haven't been yourself. You brought us here, then abandoned the fight, abandoned your men, and even abandoned your vows! For what?
So you're alive, brother. So you're alive, brother.
My lord!
The honor is ours, brother.
There's no turning back, no rest, no doubt. Advancing.
Whoa! What manner of beast? These be fools!
Ventus Nemando, peace, peace.
I see you have brought friends.
God's name. Back off! In God's name.
What happened to you, brother?
Back off, knaves! By your command!
Fate is curious, don't you think? After all I had to suffer and sacrifice,
It puts you in my righteous path.
you. Don't make me do this, Theo.
Ich und mein Glummer sind heute Tag 2 der Gamescom hier in Halle 5, aber ich habe noch jemand anderes, der das natürlich mit mir macht. Leo, komm, aufwach jetzt. Hat hier geschlafen, um mir Bisasam abzuholen. Hast du es bekommen?
Ich habe das größte Bisasam der ganzen Messe geholt. Das ist meins.
Okay, Leo hat sozusagen ihr Highlight für heute schon hinter sich. Aber wir haben ganz andere Highlights. First Smoke, wir haben Street Fighter 6, wo wir uns ein bisschen auf die Klappe hauen. Wir haben Flight Simulator und wir haben Destroy All Humans. Auf was bist du am meisten gehypt?
Ich freue mich auf den Booth von Destroy All Humans heute und natürlich dich im Street Fighter kaputt zu klatschen.
Das werden wir sehen. Bleibt auf jeden Fall dran. Schaut hier in Halle 5 bei Merch vorbei. Wir sehen uns später.
Herzlich willkommen im Gamescom-Studio hier live von der Gamescom am Donnerstag, am zweiten Tag für uns zumindest. Schön, dass ihr wieder mit dabei seid. Wir freuen uns auf diesen Tag und wollen aber auch gleichzeitig so ein bisschen zurückschauen. Was haben wir denn eigentlich gestern so alles erlebt? Bei mir ist der gute Manu.
Hallo.
Damit ich nicht alles vergesse, denn der hat gestern auch einiges erlebt, hoffe ich. Und ja, wir starten erstmal mit so einer kleinen Recap. Was lief denn bei uns gestern? Vor allem am schönsten fand ich, dass wir alle 4 hier saßen.
Ja,
das war
die Morning
toll.
Show, genau.
Die Morning Show, genau. Wo wir ein bisschen über die ONL gesprochen haben. Ich finde das immer schön, wenn viele Leute da sind und man sich ein bisschen unterhalten kann.
Ja.
Das sollten wir definitiv öfter machen.
Wir hatten es versucht, also eigentlich hätte ich jetzt am liebsten hier auch alle 4 hier, um über den ersten Tag zu reden, aber die sind natürlich jetzt auch schon wieder draußen, schauen sich an, wie die Halle gerade eröffnet wird, drehen schon die ersten Berichte. Also es ist immer nicht so einfach, alle 4 hier an einem Ort zu kriegen. Das war gestern ein bisschen einfacher, weil es ja der erste Pressetag war.
Ganz genau.
Dafür, dass es ein Pressetag war, fand ich es ehrlich gesagt erstaunlich voll.
Ja, das lief aber auch so kontinuierlich steigend, so langsam an. Ich bin dann erst nachmittags quasi so ein bisschen mal durch die Hallen. Und die Leute, also es waren wirklich viele Leute. Wir haben ja, die Gamescom ist ja riesengroß. Wenn ihr schon mal da wart, dann werdet ihr das wissen. Die haben ja wirklich viel Platz hier. Und überall waren Menschen. Und ich dachte, wie soll das denn erst am Wochenende werden, wenn hier alles aus den Nähten platzt? Also ich habe nicht damit gerechnet, dass auf einmal so viele Leute schon am Mittwoch da sein werden. Deswegen...
Die Leute waren ausgehungert. Man hat richtig das Gefühl, die Leute haben Bock wieder auf die Gamescom. Vor allem aber auch aufs Leute-Treffen. Also natürlich kommt man auch her, um Spiele zu spielen und neue Sachen kennenzulernen, aber vor allem auch diese Atmosphäre ist einfach einzigartig. Also es ist schon nochmal anders, an einem Stand zu sein, wo ein bisschen Aufbauten sind. Ihr wart ja gestern auch bei SpongeBob und dann immer, man hört die Leute auch, die dann vorbeilaufen, guck dir mal diese Statue an oder da ist dein Lieblingsspiel und da ist das andere und das sind irgendwie coole Sachen dabei. Also es ist schon eine einzigartige Atmosphäre hier auf der Gamescom zu sein. Das kann man nicht anders sagen. Ich habe es echt vermisst.
Definitiv. Hattest du denn ein Highlight gestern in unserem Programm?
Naja, also ehrlich gesagt, es klingt immer so blöd, aber ich war halt hauptsächlich hier an unserem Stand.
Okay.
Aber es hat mir sehr viel Spaß gemacht. Die Sachen, die ich hier im Interview hatte, da wäre ich auch so hingegangen. Also Park Beyond zum Beispiel war gestern bei uns im Interview. Das neue Spiel von Limbic Entertainment und ist einfach genau mein Spiel. Also so Aufbausimulation, wo ich einen Parksimulator spiele und meinen Lieblingsfreizeitpark aufbauen kann. Gleichzeitig kann ich mir die Achterbahn meiner Träume erstellen, ja? Kann irgendwie Schanzen einbauen. Also sie haben ja wirklich gesagt, sie machen dann auch so übertriebene Fahrgeschäfte, dass man die Leute schanzen lassen kann und dann kannst du einstellen, wie weit der Abstand ist und du siehst dann, du musst mindestens 120 km/h mit deinem Waggon erreichen, dass die Leute
Du willst schon, dass sie auch überleben, deine
Ja, ich will schon den Nervenkitzel haben. Ja. Gleichzeitig hast du aber auch eben dann diese Manager-Atmosphäre drin, dass du einstellen kannst, welche Süßigkeiten du verkaufen willst, welches Thema dein Park haben soll. Also wenn ich jetzt nicht hier arbeiten müsste,
dann
würde ich, glaube ich,
den ganzen Tag bei Park Beyond
spielen.
Ja, es geht mir ähnlich. Ich würde gerne rüberlaufen zu Pentinent. Die hatten wir gestern auch im Studio und erstens sind die super nett. Zweitens ist das Spiel wirklich wunderschön und sie haben mir sehr viel erzählt über diesen kreativen Prozess, wo sie sich die Anregungen hergeholt haben, warum die holzschnittartige Grafik so aussieht, wie sie aussieht. Super sympathisch. Ich mag Obsidian sowieso sehr gerne. Alles, was sie machen, habe ich zumindest das Gefühl, wird zu Gold. Deswegen, ich war super nervös auch, mit denen sprechen zu dürfen und dass sie dann direkt hier als erstes für mich dann hier sitzen.
Das können wir ja ein bisschen rausplaudern. Es gab intern auch einen kleinen Streit, wer bei Obsidian sitzen darf, du oder ich. Also da freue ich mich auch wirklich sehr drauf. Ich finde es auch fantastisch, dass die diesen Mut haben, nachdem sie ja sonst immer so große Rollenspiele wie Fallout und so gemacht haben. Auch dann einfach so nein, wir haben jetzt richtig Bock drauf. Irgendeiner aus dem Team hat richtig Lust, diese 2D-Welt zu machen, die auf diesen mittelalterlichen Grafiken aufbaut. Und das spielt ja in Bayern. Das finde ich das Faszinierendste daran. Ja.
Es spielt in Bayern, aber alles ist doch fiktiv. Also die Orte und Kloster und Kirchen und so, das gibt es natürlich alles nicht. Aber Bayern ist halt der Ort des Geschehens, was total lustig und absurd ist. Also schön, dass die da waren. Jetzt mal so einen kleinen Ausblick wagen auf heute. Worauf freuen wir uns? Ich freue mich auf jeden Fall, dass ich hier noch weitere Entwickler interviewen darf. Heute zum Beispiel die Jungs und Mädels von Planet of Lana. Ein wunderschönes...
Zweiter Streitpunkt.
Ja, genau. Wir streiten immer über diese atemberaubend schönen Spiele. Wir wollen was fürs Auge. Und dann, mein persönliches Ziel für heute ist auf jeden Fall nochmal zur Goat Simulator Booth zu gehen. Das werde ich mir heute als Ziel stecken. Manu, worauf freust du dich heute?
Auf mehr Spiele.
Mehr Spiele? Oh, okay.
Ich freue mich heute auch einfach nochmal weitere Interviews hier zu haben. Ich würde auch gerne einfach nochmal über die Messe gehen und einfach diese Atmosphäre einsaugen, was wir heute so haben. Ein Spiel, was ich mir anschauen werde, ist High on Life. Das ist dieses Spiel, was wir auf der ONL gesehen haben mit den sprechenden Waffen. Von den Rick and Morty Machern, die dann auch die Stimme sprechen. Das ist ein Spiel, was man nicht synchronisiert spielen können wird, weil das einfach so viel Text ist. Du hast zwei Waffen, die miteinander kommunizieren, die mit dir reden. Das ist einfach so eine schön absurde Idee, in einen bunten Comic-Shooter verpackt. Da freue ich mich sehr drauf, das einfach in Ruhe mal anspielen zu können. Ich habe eine halbe Stunde, dann kann ich mich voll auf dieses Spiel einlassen und das ist ein Spiel, was man mit Kopfhörern genießen muss, glaube ich, wegen diesen Dialogen.
Ja, es wird, glaube ich, absurd.
Werde ich dir von erzählen, ja.
Absurd lustig, genau. Dann freue ich mich auf deinen Bericht zu diesem Thema. Tja, ansonsten hoffen wir einfach, dass es für alle eine sehr angenehme und sehr, sehr ruhige Messe wird. Wir werden ja sehen, wie viel Andrang heute ist, als wir heute ankamen, um eine sehr unchristliche Uhrzeit, möchte ich sagen, standen die Massen schon draußen vor der Tür und ich dachte, oh Gott, wann sind die aufgestanden?
Ich dachte, wir stehen früh auf.
Genau, ihr seid wirklich verrückt, ihr lieben Leute. Was aber auch gleichzeitig bedeutet, kommt her, wenn ihr die Möglichkeit habt, kommt zur Gamescom. Es ist wirklich ein einmaliges Erlebnis, vor allem für uns auch nach 2 Jahren, die wir ja alle nicht da sein konnten, aus gewissen Gründen, die wir alle kennen.
3 Jahre.
3 Jahre sind es sogar auch, ist es wirklich toll und eine schöne Atmosphäre, wieder hier zu sein. Deswegen, wenn ihr die Möglichkeit habt, schaut vorbei, schaut auch bei uns hier in Halle 8 vorbei, da würden wir uns sehr drüber freuen. Und jetzt im weiteren Programm zeigen wir euch frisches, neues Gameplay zu Forspoken, die 10-Minuten-Version. Viel Spaß dabei.
Und wir reden dann drüber. Bleibt dran.
Frey Holland, daydreamer, cat lover, New Yorker. On a fateful evening, her life changed drastically when she was mysteriously transported to the beautiful, treacherous land of Athia.
Whoa.
Frey arrives with a magical, sentient bracelet inexplicably wrapped around her arm.
Oh, hello, yes.
Then discovers she can cast powerful spells and use magic to swiftly traverse the sprawling landscapes. The last remnants of Athia's populace soon look to Frey as their only hope for confronting the Countess, once benevolent matriarchs who now rule as mad and evil sorceresses. Reluctant to help, but desperate to find a way back home, Frey sets off on a journey through this strange and dangerous land. The only safe haven in Athia is Sepal, where refugees have gathered to escape the mysterious, corrupting force of the Break. Some of Athia's inhabitants will have quests to give or information to share. Others are willing to trade for valuable goods. And Frey may even find a small friend to act as a guide. At this point in Frey's journey, she has returned to Sepal from the wilds after finding a rare piece of Advaha ore. In the right hands, this ore may prove to be most useful.
Advaha ore, right?
You've seen this stuff before?
I've made armor out of it. For Tanta Sila, no less.
Whoa, you made that armor? Does that mean you can do something cool with this stuff?
I could, but I'd need the right tools.
And where can I find those?
In Prenost.
Huh? What, aren't there any in town?
I'll draw you a map and give you the key. You'll have to do the rest yourself. If you can bring them back, and that's a big if, I'll make you something with that ore of yours.
Outside the safety of Sepal, the only life Frey will encounter are corrupted enemies looking to rip her limb from limb. Frey's combat spells make quick work of low-level enemies. And her magic-enhanced parkour abilities turn this inhospitable land into her personal playground. Treasure chests dot the landscapes and contain items used for crafting or trading with vendors back in Sepal. Mana is earned by leveling up, but it can also be found in glowing pools around Athia. Collecting enough mana allows Frey to unlock new spells. With the help of her golden companion Cuff, Frey can scan belfries to reveal nearby points of interest before continuing her journey.
This is the place on Johidi's map, isn't it? Are you planning on retrieving her smithing gear?
Might as well while we're here. Besides, I want to know more about Sila, and Johidi knew her.
Well, as ever, it seems we have a few things to attend to first.
Yeah, looks that way. Let's break some heads. Looks like this is the place.
Well, in we go.
Damn, this stuff is heavy.
The reassuring heft of Odvaha.
There is much to find in Athia, so exploring new locations before completing a quest is always worthwhile. A variety of rewards are waiting to be discovered or unlocked, including experience points, stat increases, bits of Athian lore, and new gear.
This thing just screams prop.
Why not try it on?
While Frey is mysteriously immune to the corrupting influence of the break, nothing else in Athia can escape its grasp. Humans are turned into savage zombies, and worse, while animals are mutated into dangerous beasts. Pilgrims' refuges are hideaways located in every part of Athia, and it's always a good idea to seek them out. Here, Frey can craft healing drafts, upgrade gear, and get some much-needed rest. Fully recharged and ready for the next step of her journey, Frey travels onward into the depths of corruption in Avoilette. The effects of the break are even more unmistakable here. And while Frey may be resistant to those effects, she will undoubtedly be pushed to her limits.
This place is insane.
Frey will encounter numerous points of interest in her travels. Many of these landmarks and locations have been corrupted or overrun with corrupted enemies, but they're always worth seeking out.
Well, this doesn't look good.
Yes, something seems to have drawn the break here. But I expect you can clear it away with your powers. Give it a try.
That's enough exploring for now. It's about time for Frey to head back to Sepal and deliver the smithing tools to Johidi.
All done?
What the hell is this?
What did you expect? A full suit of armor? You'd have needed a damn sight more ore for that.
No, It's cool, I just...
Like you to lump it. That's the last bit of smithing I'll be doing for a while.
Frey's journey will take her to the ends of this beautiful, cruel land. And in her search for a way home, she discovers something worth fighting for.
Whoa. Is that a cat?
Willkommen zurück im Gamescom Studio. Ja, das waren 10 Minuten Extended Gameplay von Forspoken. Und bevor wir euch jetzt damit überrollen, wollen wir natürlich mal ganz kurz erklären, was ist denn eigentlich Forspoken, lieber Manu?
Ja, wir haben Redebedarf, oder?
Ja, ein bisschen.
10 Minuten Extended Gameplay hier bei IGN, exklusiv natürlich. Ein bisschen länger als das, was wir auf der ONL gesehen haben. Und es hat mir noch mehr Appetit gemacht. Ein wunderschönes, großes Open-World-Abenteuer bei Square Enix. Und ja, also sieht super faszinierend aus. Die Welt sieht super schön aus. Wir sehen irgendwie wilde Kreaturen und eine fantastische Hauptdarstellerin.
Ganz genau. Es geht nämlich um Frey Holland. Die wurde aus den USA, aus New York, plötzlich in diese Welt Athia.
Ja, shit happens.
Ja, teleportiert, shit happens. Was mit dem Kater Homer, den wir hier sehen, passiert, wissen wir übrigens nicht.
Ich hoffe, er wurde mitteleportiert.
Ich hoffe, er wurde mitteleportiert, denn für ihn wird das wahrscheinlich auch ein ganz großes Abenteuer werden.
Anne, ich habe da eine Theorie. Ich glaube, der Kater wird der Endgegner.
Der Kater wird er.
Der mutiert wahrscheinlich dann.
Ja, auf jeden Fall. Evil Cat am Ende. Sie erhält, wie man hier sieht, ein sprechendes Armband, das sie so ein bisschen durch die Unwissenheit leitet. Sie weiß ja auch überhaupt gar nicht, was da eigentlich los ist und warum sie jetzt dort in diese Welt teleportiert wurde. Sie wird auf jeden Fall damit konfrontiert, dass ihr viele Leute nichts Gutes wollen und sie natürlich dann aus dieser Welt vertreiben wollen. Da gibt es so ein Phänomen, das nennt sich The Break. Das funktioniert eigentlich wie so ein Hordesystem. Also auf einmal taucht ein mysteriöser Nebel auf und Gegnerhorden greifen an, die dann in einen Endboss enden quasi. Und sie ist die Einzige, die nicht von diesem Nebel erfasst wird. Also sie bleibt bei klarem Verstand und ihr macht das überhaupt nichts aus. Und das ist in Athia das große Rätsel. Warum ist sie sozusagen die Auserwählte? Und in diesem Gameplay haben wir jetzt zum ersten Mal auch wirklich so länger mal so eine Kampfsequenz gesehen. Ja. Was sagst du dazu?
Ich wollte noch einen Punkt einhaken, was ich super sympathisch finde, auch an dem Spiel, dass sie durch dieses Armband nicht auch ihr Bewusstsein verliert. Wir haben so viele Videospiele, in der Charaktere wie Link zum Beispiel in einer neuen Welt aufwachen und wir als Spieler und Spielerinnen wissen ja auch nicht, was da passiert und müssen uns dann in diese Rolle einfügen. Aber sie hat ja das Wissen einer modernen Frau, die aus New York rauskommt und hat dann aber auch noch diesen Humor und reagiert auf diese Dark Fantasy Welt auch mit sarkastischen Kommentaren. Also das finde ich schon mal erstmal super sympathisch. Und ja, den Kampfmodus, es sieht nach einem sehr bunten und sehr wilden Spektakel aus. Dieses Armband verleiht ihr so eine Art, ich würde sagen, magische Kräfte. So eine Art Magiesystem haben wir gesehen, auch in dem B-Roll und in dem Extended Gameplay. Sie kann wie so eine Art Gleitschirm oder weiß nicht, Blitze unter ihren Füßen erzeugen, um über die Landschaft zu flitzen, kann sich wie so eine Art Lasso schwingen. Also man wird, glaube ich, auch sehr in der Vertikalität auf diesen Türmen und in dieser Landschaft rumturnen und das wahrscheinlich auch sehr effizient im Kampf einsetzen können.
Ja, mir ist auf jeden Fall aufgefallen, dass es super agil ist, das Ganze, dass man super schnell unterwegs sein kann. Und wenn man dann in den Kämpfen selber drin ist, mit dem magischen Aspekt, dann wird es aber auch so ein bisschen bunt und chaotisch, habe ich so das Gefühl. Also man weiß dann vielleicht auch unter Umständen gar nicht, wo oben und unten ist. Das bereitet mir so ein bisschen Sorgen, dass man da schnell überfordert wird, gerade was das Auge auch angeht. Aber sonst sehe ich da eigentlich sehr viel Spaß und sehr viel Potenzial, weil ich es total gut finde eigentlich, wenn Charaktere so agil sind und so mobil sind und man schnelle Kombos machen kann zum Beispiel. Ja. Und da bin ich sehr gespannt, wie sich das am Ende dann anfühlen
Mich erinnert es sehr, also von der Welt her hat es so ein bisschen so Horizon-Atmosphäre, so diese Fantasy mit diesen großen Kreaturen und so diese Weite. Hier sieht man es auch sehr schön.
Oh, da sehen wir es, genau.
Was mir aber da auch gut gefällt, mich erinnert es auch so ein bisschen an Infamous, wo man eben auch sehr schnell und sehr agil durch die Welt flitzen konnte. Und immer wieder wird man abgelenkt. Also wir haben hier auch gesehen, überall sammelt man Erfahrungspunkte, man kann kleine Rätsel lösen. Hier sieht man so ein Ding, an dem sie sich hochziehen kann, Zeitlupenmodus und zack, hier oben hat man dann eine Schatztruhe. Also für Leute, die gerne Dinge einsammeln in dieser Welt, nebenher ein bisschen kämpfen, nebenher aber auch sehr storybasiert mit den Leuten reden und die Welt erkunden. Also ja, wir haben sehr viele Open-World-Spiele, aber ich finde schon, dass Forspoken hier Dinge zeigt, durch die man auch wieder Lust hat, diese Welt zu erkunden.
Definitiv. Und was wir noch gesehen haben in dem Gameplay, sind so verschiedene Städte, die so ein bisschen Flüchtlinge aufnehmen, weil die Tantas das ist die böse Herrscherfamilie in dieser Welt, die Leute auch vertrieben hat. Und dann sammeln die sich also an verschiedenen Punkten, wo eigentlich mal das Leben blühte, herrscht jetzt quasi bittere Armut. Das ist auch ein sehr großer Aspekt des Spiels. Und ich bin einfach sehr gespannt, wie diese Welt so zusammenkommt, was das für so eine Synergie und Chemie ergibt und wie sympathisch das auch ist. Du hast den Humor schon angesprochen. Also es soll sehr viel Sarkasmus sein. Wir hatten vor kurzem eine Social-Media-Werbekampagne, die ja so ein bisschen nach hinten losgegangen ist, leider.
War so ein bisschen forciert, hat man es.
Genau, das war so ein bisschen forciert, aber ich glaube, die sind da auf einem guten Weg. Also je mehr Gameplay ich von Forspoken sehe, desto besser gefällt es mir, weil ich halt auch diese Action-Adventure, Rollenspiele, Singleplayer-Erlebnisse total gerne spiele einfach.
Ja, ich will das sofort spielen. Also es lädt wirklich dazu ein, ich will mehr wissen. Vor allem will ich auch wissen, wer redet dann da? Also mit wem redet sie denn? Wir hatten das bei Aloy, bei Horizon ja auch, dass sie immer so für sich selber redet, was dann manchmal ein bisschen awkward wirkt. Wenn sie aber dann mit diesem Kopf-Headset mit jemandem verbunden ist, dann wirkt es wieder sehr viel natürlicher. Und ich glaube, das wird die Rolle des Armbands auch vielleicht so ein bisschen zu werden, dass das irgendwie mit ihr kommuniziert, dass da auch ein bisschen so Banter, wie man das auf Englisch immer nennt, also dieser Schlagabtausch, ja, dass die sich gegenseitig so ein bisschen foppen und darüber Spaß haben, ja.
Ganz genau. So, dann freuen wir uns alle zusammen auf Forspoken. Ich hoffe, ihr habt jetzt auch ein bisschen Lust bekommen. Und ja, wir machen weiter. Wir gucken uns jetzt mal das Hallen-Opening an, wie die Leute hier so schön in die Gamescom reinströmen an diesem wunderschönen Donnerstag. Bis später.
Und es geht los, die Gamescom 2022 ist eröffnet. Ihr seht hinter mir, dass die Massen jetzt so langsam reingelassen werden, reinströmen. Wir sind hier am Messeeingang Nord. Es gibt auch noch den Messeeingang Süd, wo auch gleichzeitig die Leute reinkommen. Es wird also sozusagen am ersten offiziellen Messetag jetzt am Donnerstag proppevoll. Wir haben das gestern schon gemerkt. Es ist nicht ganz so leer gewesen, wie ich gedacht habe, nach 3 Jahren Pause. Es wird also ein Highlight, hoffentlich. Und wir werden jetzt einfach mal ein paar Leute fragen, warum sie eigentlich hier sind. Let's go. Wir müssen ganz leise sein, weil wir wollen das Excitement hören. Neben mir steht Christian, der ist schon drin. Wie bist du eigentlich schon reingekommen, Chris?
Ich bin Aussteller.
Er ist Aussteller, das ist natürlich geschickt. Aber du siehst jetzt nicht unbedingt aus wie jemand, der so casual einfach zur Gamescom fährt. Was hast du an?
Also gestern war ich tatsächlich casual hier. Und jetzt habe ich halt eine eigene Kreation. Es ist ein Großwildjäger aus 2 Spielen kombiniert, Hunt Showdown und Fallout.
Wie lange dauert es im Grunde genommen, so ein Kostüm ready zu bekommen für eine Gamescom?
Gute Frage. Also es ist immer so ein langsamer, schleichender Prozess. Also ich habe jetzt hier dran, glaube ich, wenn man die komplette Zeit berücksichtigt, so 3 Monate gearbeitet dran.
Und kann man sagen, wie viel Geld du da investierst?
Circa 300 €. Also ist noch günstig.
Ist noch günstig, 300 €, ja. Ist das ein einziges Kostüm oder hast du eine ganze Range an verschiedenen Kostümen, verschiedene Charaktere?
Also eigentlich bin ich ja Fotograf. Ich habe noch 2 weitere Kostüme. Eins ziehe ich noch Samstag, Sonntag an. Ja. Und noch ein Cyberpunk-Outfit. Das ist aber noch nicht ganz fertig.
Okay. Also es wird schon angeteased, ja. Wir sind gespannt. Warum wartest du jetzt hier, bevor die Leute hinter uns im Grunde genommen reingelassen werden?
Aus Fame-Geilheit. Ich möchte natürlich gesehen werden mit dem Kostüm, ne? Klar, ich habe so viele Stunden reingesteckt und dann sollen die Leute mich natürlich auch bewundern und Fotos machen natürlich.
Oder aufnehmen im Livestream. Ganz genau. Ja, du, ich danke dir vielmals. Lass dich ablichten, lass dich feiern. Ich meine, ein 300 € Kostüm für die erste Gamescom in 3 Jahren, ich glaube, das ist es auch wert. Und ich bin gespannt, wie es jetzt hier gleich weitergeht. Die Leute sind heiß auf die Gamescom, wir auch. Ab geht's. Und hier stehen sie, die Fans und die ganze Community der Gamescom versammelt nach 3 Jahren zum allerersten Mal wieder live vor Ort. Und es geht gleich los. Wir haben gar nicht so viel Zeit, bevor hier die Leute reinströmen. Wie heißt du?
Hi, ich bin der Chris.
Der Chris ist auch hier. Hast du ein Highlight?
Pokémon geht mir sehr ab, aber ansonsten bin ich sehr gespannt, noch Sonic Frontier auszuprobieren.
Okay. Bei Sega sozusagen. Das ist gar nicht so weit weg. Da musst du gar nicht so viel rennen gleich.
8:30, glaube ich.
Genau, korrekt. Sag mal schnell, wo kommst du her? Weil es klingt nach Österreich.
Innsbruck, ja, Tirol.
Okay. Wann bist du angereist?
Von vorgestern auf gestern mit dem Nachtzug her. Also gestern in der Früh schon hier gewesen, gestern schon mit Wildcard drinnen gewesen. Also man hat schon was gesehen, ja?
Mit der Wildcard am Pressetag. Ich verstehe. Okay, was ist deine Hoffnung nach 3 Jahren Pause, wo keine Messe stattgefunden hat? Gibt es irgendwas, auf was du hoffst?
Ich habe gesehen, in Halle 6 ist ein großer Eventbereich. Da hoffe ich, dass viele Shows sind, da wieder mehr zu sehen. Dadurch, dass wir alle Tage hier sind, haben wir sehr viel Zeit dafür. Also, ja, viele Fans, gutes Feeling.
Ich würde sogar fast sagen, achte doch mal heute Abend auf das Heavy-Metal-Konzert. Ja, Heavy-Metal-Konzert ist heute Abend, ja, um euch gebührend willkommen zu heißen. Und ich würde sagen, danke dir, danke euch. Ich wünsche euch ganz viel Spaß am allerersten Tag der Messe. Für alle Besucher geht's jetzt gleich rein und wir verabschieden euch. Wir zeigen euch jetzt gleich noch, was ihr wo findet. Ich würde sagen, los geht's. Und obwohl das ich habe schon vergessen, die wievielte Gamescom eigentlich ist, frage ich mich jedes Mal, wo finde ich was? Damit es euch nicht genauso geht, lasst uns mal einen kurzen Abriss machen oder geben viel besser, wo ihr was findet. Das sind natürlich wieder unzählbare, unfassbar viele Messehallen, die ihr ablaufen könnt und ihr könnt euch wundlaufen, ihr könnt stundenlang warten oder ihr hört jetzt genau zu. Ihr habt natürlich in Halle 8 und das sollte eure erste Station sein, wenn ihr über den Messeeingang Nord kommt, findet ihr den Xbox-Stand. Ihr findet IGN, ihr findet THQ unter anderem mit Destroy All Humans. Dann könnt ihr natürlich direkt rüberlaufen in meine, ich will fast sagen, Lieblingshalle 7, weil da findet ihr den Farming Simulator mit einem supergeilen Tracker in Originalgröße, auf den ihr steigen könnt, in den ihr euch setzen könnt. Ihr könnt leider nicht damit rumfahren, aber was soll's. Ihr findet auch Skull and Bones direkt hinter mir, schon angeteased. Im Grunde genommen das lang verschollene Spiel von Ubisoft, dem ihr euch endlich widmen könnt. Und dann drehen wir uns nochmal um 180 Grad, schon in die andere Richtung. Hinten in Halle 6, die ist noch zu. Ja, da hat auch die ONL stattgefunden mit der riesigen Bühne. Da findet heute ein Heavy-Metal-Konzert statt. Und ihr seht das schon, riesengroß angeteased. Solltet ihr unbedingt vorbeikommen und live dabei sein. Das lohnt sich auf jeden Fall. Sowas hat es noch nie gegeben auf der Gamescom. Und dann geht es direkt schon weiter. Ihr könnt laufen. Im Moment ist es noch relativ ruhig, weil die Messe noch nicht ganz offen ist. Aber hinten in Halle 9 findet ihr unter anderem Callisto Protocol. So ein bisschen mein Lieblingsspiel, kommt am 2. Dezember raus. Ist so typisches Weihnachtsfeeling. Nicht wirklich, aber was soll's. Aber daneben auch noch Gotham Knights. Kommt endlich raus, findet ihr da, könnt ihr da spielen. Saints Row, Lies of P und. Und natürlich für alle Leute, die Cosplay lieben, findet ihr in Halle 10 das Cosplay Village. Ihr findet die Indie Arena. Ihr findet die Merch Area in Halle 5. Und jetzt, glaube ich, hole ich erstmal Luft, gehe mir was zu trinken holen und ihr habt hoffentlich viel Spaß. Bis später.
Ja, danke ihr Lieben. Wir sind hier gerade angekommen am Destroy All Humans 2 Booth. Ich bin direkt mit meinem schönen Fahrrad hierher geballert und habe gedacht, wir gucken uns das Ganze mal an. Hier gibt es Gameplay, hier gibt es ein fantastisch aussehendes rosa Häuschen und natürlich unser Freund Krypto ist auch dabei. Wir haben sie doch noch gefunden, die letzten Humans, die nicht destroyed werden. Developer und Publisher vom Spiel Destroy All Humans 2. Hallihallo. Hallo.
Hallo.
Ich habe ein paar Fragen mitgebracht für euch. Also die erste ist natürlich Destroy All Humans 2, das heißt, es hat ja beim ersten Mal doch noch nicht ganz geklappt. Wie seid ihr bisher mit diesem Verlust umgegangen, dass doch noch nicht alle Humans destroyed sind?
Also ich denke, wir halten uns ganz gut. Es kann noch was werden. Wir arbeiten dran.
Allerdings, es gibt ja mal einen zweiten Teil. Mal sehen, was dabei rauskommt.
So sind sie, die Humans. Immer wenn man nicht damit rechnet, kommen sie doch noch irgendwo her. Ihr wart auch auf der letzten Gamescom schon dabei. Das Spiel kam auch da schon sehr gut an. Meine Frage hier, den zweiten Teil zu machen, was hat sich verändert im Vergleich zum ersten?
Also wir haben es definitiv schöner gemacht. Also das neue Game hat ein Facelifting bekommen. Mit den paar Jahren Erfahrung, die wir gesammelt haben, wurde alles hübscher. Crypto hat neue Waffen, neue Fähigkeiten bekommen. Und dieses Mal haben wir über 70 Kampagnen-Quests mitgebracht.
Über 70, das sind dann ja mindestens auch, schon so wesentlich mehr Spielstunden als vorher, oder? So um die 70?
Um die 40.
Naja, wenn man wie ich Tutorials spielt, dann um die 70, keine Sorge. Warum dieses wunderschöne rosa Haus? Weil es schon im ersten Trailer war oder weil ihr da das Meme gesehen habt von diesem, wo das ganz schwarze Haus direkt daneben steht?
Ich kenne das Meme, beides. Beides ist gut.
Und wenn man reingeht, dann gibt es auch Gameplay zu sehen, richtig?
Oh ja, allerdings. Der Consumer Booth kann Leute auch direkt spielen. Die erste Mission und wenn ihr ganz schnell spielt, auch die zweite schon.
Alles klar, das heißt, es geht ja dann schon los. Nächste Woche könnt ihr euch das Spiel also holen auf allen Plattformen, richtig?
Korrekt, PC, Playstation und Xbox.
Xbox Series X.
Oh. Und die sagenumwobene PS5. Wir freuen uns drauf und damit erstmal zurück ins Studio.
From the creators of Plant Turismo, League of Legends and Minecraft. Released in 2020, Expansion Pack 2021, launch soon. Gamescom Forest. Not a game, but a game-changing project. Thousands of trees were donated by the best community in the world because we need oxygen even more than a good Wi-Fi signal. Save a bee, plant a tree. Let's grow. The Gamescom Forest.
Herzlich willkommen zurück, live auf der Gamescom mit IGN. Es geht gleich los. Ich werde gleich einen Arschtritt kriegen, und zwar bei Street Fighter 6. Matthew Edwards ist hier, Brand Manager EMEA und UK. Wie war es hier für dich?
Ja, bisher echt super. Die Leute spielen schon Street Fighter 6, scheint ihnen Spaß zu machen. Ryu und Jamie werden echt oft gespielt. Es scheinen bisher die beliebtesten Charaktere zu sein. Also läuft richtig gut und wir sind ja noch bis zum Sonntag hier. Und die Leute posten auch schon online über das Spiel und es ist einfach schön zu sehen, wie viel Spaß sie haben.
Einfach nur, um klarzustellen, dass alle wissen, wie unfair das ist. Wie viele Stunden hast du gezockt?
Nicht so viel, wie man vielleicht denken würde, aber sicher 20 Stunden im Büro. Und natürlich habe ich mit Street Fighter auch eine Geschichte. Was ist deine Street Fighter-Geschichte?
Also, ich würde sagen, meine Geschichte in Stunden einstellig, insgesamt 50.
Okay. But that's like, you know, it's more about losing, not playing the game.
Aber es geht mehr ums Verlieren. Oder spielen. Got it. Oder dabei zu sein.
20 hours in Street Fighter.
Also 20 Stunden Street Fighter 6 sind 20 Stunden mehr als ich habe. Also das steht schon mal fest. Ne? Also lass uns einfach mal loslegen. Ich kann gar nicht abwarten zu verlieren.
Wir demonstrieren einfach die Mechanik. Wir machen ganz langsam. Schön die das zeigen.
Okay, dann lass uns mal loslegen.
Ist Jamie ein neuer Charakter, der hier Street Fighter 6 dabei ist? Er ist so ein bisschen betrappt, aber auch Breakdancing, so eine Mischung, also spannender Charakter. Wir haben so genau. Ich habe es nicht bieten, daher habe ich mir ihn ausgesucht und zu den Kollegen und Kolleginnen habe ich schon während Corona immer gesagt, alle haben entweder Kinder bekommen oder sich die Haare wachsen lassen. Und das haben einige bei uns im Capcom-Büro so gemacht, sich die langen Haare wachsen lassen.
Ich habe nur meinen Bart ein bisschen wachsen lassen, das ist das Einzige. So, nehmen wir Classic oder Modern? Ja, Ryu ist ein klassischer Charakter, das stimmt. Das wäre der, den man nehmen könnte. Ja, aber Luke, du sagtest, Luke ist ziemlich berühmt.
Ja, Luke ist ein Charakter, der seit Street Fighter 4 dabei ist, also beziehungsweise 5,5 Jahre etwa. Aber bei Street Fighter 6 spielt er auch eine große Rolle, von daher gute Wahl. Chun-Li ist die technisch anspruchsvollste Figur auf jeden Fall. Du kannst auch die moderne Steuerung nehmen, wenn du nicht dran gewöhnt bist an diese Halbmondbewegung. Da hast du auch Special Moves mit einem Button statt immer diese Halbkreisbewegungen, wenn du magst. Das ist vielleicht ein bisschen einfacher dann.
Ja, das mache ich. Das ist, glaube ich, wirklich einfacher für mich.
I'm so ready for this.
Okay.
I'm so ready for this. You have no
Was,
idea, guys.
ich bin sowas von bereit. Ihr könnt euch das gar nicht vorstellen.
backwards to block. That can be important. Yeah,
Thank you, yeah.
And if you move the D-pad around now, you can see all the different facial
Mit dem D-Pad kannst du auch die ganzen Gesichtsausdrücke sehen hier am Anfang, genau.
There's something I actually wanted to talk about in detail.
Da wollte ich auch noch mal drauf eingehen.
I'm not entirely sure, like,
Ich weiß nicht, wer sich das ausgedacht hat bei diesem Loading Screen. Ich glaube in der Entwicklung irgendwo. Nakayama war das irgendwie. Wir haben eine neue Mechanik hier im Spiel. Oben im Bildschirm sieht man die Drive Gate. Und das ist eine von diesen großen Mechaniken, die für jeden Charakter gelten. Wenn man beide Heavies hier hat. Das war der Strike gerade.
Okay. Let's see.
So, wenn du jetzt angreifst, dann habe ich hier die Armor und kann einfach direkt wieder reingehen.
Und hier sehen wir auch diese Splashes, da kann ich mich gar nicht dran erinnern, dass das früher schon da war.
Genau, da haben wir ein bisschen mitgespielt, ein bisschen Kalligrafieartig von der Kunst her, so wie Pinselstriche bei diesen Angriffen. Und hier ist es deutlich farbenfroher. So, das war gerade der Drive Parry, da hältst es gedrückt. Und jetzt mache ich den Punishing Move, denn genau. Das passt eigentlich für fast alles.
Okay, gut, man sieht eindeutig, ich weiß, was ich hier tue. Oh.
Yes. Looking good. Well, you know. So Jamie has a system where he drinks,
Jamie hat so ein System, er trinkt immer aus der Flasche. Das geht bis zu 4 Mal und jedes Mal kriegst du neue Moves freigeschaltet dadurch. Der erste ist der Dive Kick, das mache ich jetzt gerade mal. Das ist mein Dive Kick, den kann ich jetzt nutzen. Level 2, cooler Spin Kick. Okay, jetzt. Ja.
Okay, K.O., da war eine Schildkröte. Ich bin noch echt irgendwie leicht abzulenken. Deswegen sind diese Spiele für mich irgendwie. Ich bin echt abgelenkt vom Hintergrund.
Genau, man sieht auch im Hintergrund die Blütenblätter und so weiter. Wir machen jetzt den Hadouken und da bewegen sich im Hintergrund auch die Blütenblätter, das kann man sehen.
At least I hit you.
You did?
Immerhin habe ich jetzt auch mal getroffen. Vielleicht sollten alle auch wissen... Ah, danke schön, danke. Ich wollte eigentlich gerade sagen, dass ich irgendwie sehr leicht die Fassung verliere, aber das ist auch nicht mein PS5-Controller. Also ich kann mich nicht ganz entfalten. Ja, und das ist ja auch ein Livestream, ne? Also ist alles live.
Okay, ich werde hier echt hart verprügelt. Kombos jetzt hin.
Yeah, I showed a little one there a second ago.
Eben hast du eine echt gute Combo gemacht hier beim Level 2, wo er dann trinkt und dann auf Level 4 direkt hochsteigt und dann sind die ganzen coolen Moves freigeschaltet. Ich schau mal, dass ich bis Level 4 komme, ohne dass du mich umbringst. Nein, danke. Gnadenlos. Okay, die Haare, das wirst du gleich sehen, das wird richtig cool. So, jetzt. Jetzt sind wir bei Level 3. Schaffe ich es zu Level 4? Nein. Okay. Jetzt sind die Haare nämlich offen. So.
Yeah, well.
I'm a little bit jealous of
so.
that.
Bist neidisch, ne? Ja.
Do it. Do whatever you need to do, because I'm distracted by the game.
Okay, ich meine, ich bin jetzt so abgelenkt vom Haar. Mach einfach, was du machst. Alles cool.
Nice, that was the
sehr schön, das war der Overdrive, der Reversal.
I didn't finish it.
Nee, hat nicht ganz fertig geklappt.
But what's happening now? Yeah, okay.
So, was wir jetzt sehen, das war noch schön zum Schluss, so ein bisschen Breakdancen. Jamie hat's richtig drauf mit den Moves hier.
There we go to here. Yeah,
so, und die Haare, ne?
What to do with Luke. So Luke
gib mir mal mehr Tipps für Luke. Also es gibt ja ganz gute Combos.
Genau, und am Ende den Dragon Punch, das ist dann die Combo.
Okay, dann lass uns einfach neue Charaktere nehmen. Ich will einfach auch mal die anderen ausprobieren. Wahrscheinlich werde ich gleich nicht besser, aber es ist bestimmt unterhaltsam.
Wir können uns auch eine andere Stage nehmen. Gehen wir zu den Stages und dann suchen wir uns mal eine andere raus. Eben waren wir im Tempel, jetzt gehen wir in Metro City Downtown. Das nehmen wir uns mal. Das ist aus Final Fight übrigens der Name, also das kennst du vielleicht. Späte 80er, Anfang 90er.
Ich nehme mir mal den Klassiker Rio. Ja, wir machen mal die Klassiker. 1991, Street Fighter 2. Da war ich noch in der Grundschule. Da war ich 6.
Let's hit it.
Okay, los.
So Chun-Li
ist immer noch ein Angreifscharakter. Also erst rückwärts, dann vorwärts, der Fireball. Und sie hat den Spinning Blow Kick. So, jetzt sieht man die Gesichter, musste die Richtungstasten drücken. Das kann ich 5 Minuten lang machen, das macht so Spaß.
Ja, das ist alles super schnell hier.
Ja, das lädt total schnell. Die moderne Technologie hat echt einiges drauf. So, das war der Parry.
Das war
der Drive Rush eben. Kann man auch canceln.
Ja, auch ich gucke mir hier mal wieder den Hintergrund an, der Balkon, das Auto da hinten.
Jetzt musst du den Wurf machen. Weiß nicht, wie das mit dem modernen System funktioniert. Vielleicht mit den Schultertasten? Nein. In dem Classic-Modus. Das ist nur modern. Okay, Punish Counter. Mehr Schaden als sonst. Das war die Zweifach-Kombo gerade. Schick, ja. Sieht doch gut aus.
Ach. Classic Shinku Hadoken. Oh well. The bread and butter.
But, nice stage.
Okay, das war eine gute Stage. Okay, zweite Runde. Das ist für Chun-Li die neue Luftattacke mit dem Kick, genau.
No, come on.
Ich höre sehr viel Button-Bashing bei dir. Okay, der Throw. Ja, machst du es? Ja, du hast es gefunden. Nochmal, okay.
I try.
Ja, ich versuch's. Ich will ja, dass du es versuchst. Wenn dann das Spiel nächstes Jahr rauskommt, dann sollst du ja auch Spaß dran haben und in den Training Mode gehen und dann lernst du das auch alles.
Ja, absolut. Training Mode, da bin ich voll dabei nächstes Jahr. Ich muss ganz ehrlich sagen, ich spiele eigentlich eher Xbox, um ehrlich zu sein. Das ist nicht so mein Controller hier.
And then when you come back, bang! Nice damage on that.
Ja, schön Schaden gemacht gerade.
Okay, nice.
I feel very bad at the moment.
Im Moment läuft es bei mir nicht so gut.
I'm distracted, you know. I'm distracted. Like if it was a clean background.
Naja, wenn das ein klarer Hintergrund wäre, könnte ich mich einfach viel besser konzentrieren.
Es gibt 1 bis 8 von der Schwierigkeit und du bist aktuell bei 2. Es könnte schlimmer sein. Du hast schon auch Blocks geschafft. 2 ist nicht so super schlecht. Also kann man drauf aufbauen. Sollen wir noch eine Runde machen?
Ja, absolut. Noch eine letzte Runde, bitte.
Okay, so you just
okay, eine kurze Runde.
Well, I played some of your colleagues yesterday as well, and like I had to play on control pad, so it was a bit of a handicap. But yeah, like I could tell they had played a bit Street Fighter as well.
I mean, it's not very. Oh, sorry.
If you just press X and you jump straight in back in, and then we pick different characters. Right, I will try a bit of Chun-Li. So we've shown everyone now, so you can completely open. You can go Jamie, the new character, the new blood.
Yeah, I want to try it.
I'm going to change her color as well. What do you think of Chun-Li's new design?
It's nice.
Both Ryu and Chun-Li.
I'm always interested in the changes that are made from, like, and sometimes they're very minor.
Okay.
Very delicate. Okay.
A little pout there. You're going to be able to psych...
Seriously, it's like I will be busy doing that all the time.
Oh yeah, definitely. People are going to try and psych each other out when they play this, like at the beginning. Get that kind of like early advantage. Oh, that was the DP. Okay. Good throw.
There you go.
Yeah. some damage on the board, is what I like to see.
I'm gonna try and
good jump.
There you go.
Avoided the Hazonshu there. Oh, goes to the air.
I thought he was about to join the guy with the yellow hair in the background.
That is a guy from Final Fight. If I remember correctly, he's one of the first bosses. I think you deserve a round.
Go.
Yep.
And
if you keep doing that, you get a wall splat. I want to see what you can do. I'm not even going to fight. But this is free training mode right now for you. This is practice. Yep, you got the records down. That's what I like to see. Oh yeah, that was the down kicks with Jaden's launcher.
And wait, let me see.
How are you going to finish Chun-Li? So that's the parry. I'm not doing anything, so that's completely useless. Oh, the super!
Yeah, let's do it!
That might actually kill. Not quite. Decent damage on it though. And then finishing with the records.
Goodbye. Yeah.
You can officially tell your bosses that you put a round on the board.
You see, I won one round. Thank you very much for letting me win.
My pleasure.
That's basically it. We're running out of time.
Okay.
And I have to cut it here because I won. This will be the final message. I won this, and it was totally fair.
You're only as good as your last round, and you won it.
Exactly. Thank you very much for having.
Thank you very much. Yeah.
Thank you very much for having me win. And guys, let's send you over to Lies of P with Anne in the field. Let's see what she's coming up with. Stay tuned. Bye bye.
Ich bin hier in Halle 9 bei Lies of P. Das konnte ich gerade exklusiv anspielen. Ungefähr 20 Minuten lang war ich in einer sehr, wie sagen wir es, heruntergekommenen Stadt gefangen und musste mich dort zahlreichen Gegnern stellen. Lies of P ist ein Souls-like, das aus Korea stammt und auf der Geschichte von Pinocchio basiert. Das habt ihr vielleicht in der ONL schon mal kurz gesehen in dem Trailer. Sehr bizarres Thema, aber tatsächlich ein sehr spaßiges Spiel. Es basiert, wie gesagt, auf Pinocchio, der gar nicht so aussieht wie Pinocchio. Also auf jeden Fall ist er nicht so aus Holz wie der echte Pinocchio. Es geht trotzdem aber darum, dass man sehr viel lügen muss, in dem Fall, um voranzukommen. Ansonsten, die Game-Mechaniken sind sehr Souls-like, also da haben sie sich schon sehr inspirieren lassen von so Titeln wie gerade, ich würde sagen, Bloodborne ist wohl noch immer am nächsten dran, von der Optik auch, obwohl es mich auch so ein bisschen an das erste und zweite Dishonored erinnert, von dem Style her, von dem Steampunk, den Farbgebungen, und die meisten Gegner sind natürlich auch dann mechatronisch, also es sind auch sehr verstörend aussehende Kreaturen, mechanische Hunde laufen da rum, alles greift dich natürlich an und will dich töten. Aber ich kam ganz gut klar. Was ich so ein bisschen bemängele an der Stelle, ist die Steuerung. Die ist nämlich leider sehr behäbig. Das bedeutet, man kann nicht so agil sein, obwohl ihr zum Anfang der Demo aus 3 verschiedenen Spielstilen auswählen könnt. Ich habe mich für Agilität entschieden. Davon war leider nicht so viel zu merken. Die Buttonbelegung war auch gewöhnungsbedürftig. Also ich habe gewisse Movements nicht da wiedergefunden, wo sie eigentlich sonst immer sind. Das war ein bisschen schade und natürlich noch ein bisschen hinderlich zum Reinkommen. Aber ich würde sagen, so alles in allem ist es echt ein sehr charmantes Ding. Und gerade, dass es so von so einem kleinen Team aus Korea kommt, haben sie sich wirklich sehr, sehr, sehr viel vorgenommen mit diesem Spiel. Ich wünsche denen auf jeden Fall nur das Beste. Im Geheimen haben sie uns dann noch verraten, dass sie den Sommer 2023 als Release-Zeitraum einplanen. Also könnt ihr euch das schon mal im Kalender eintragen. Was ihr euch auch gerne im Kalender eintragen könnt, ist unsere Gamescom Studio Show. Und da gebe ich jetzt auch wieder zurück hin.
Und es geht weiter mit einem ganz besonderen Spiel hier im Gamescom Studio mit IGN. Ein Spiel, das ich sag mal so, weniger erfolgreich gespielt habe, nachdem ich katastrophal abgestürzt bin auf der Ruderregatta-Strecke in München. Natürlich nicht in echt, sondern digital mit dem Flight Simulator. Und darüber sprechen wir jetzt mit Jörg Neumann, Head of Microsoft Flight Simulator, und mit Sebastian Vloch, CEO Asobo Studios. Und ich bin super happy, dass ihr hier seid, weil Flight Simulator und jetzt mache ich den Witz, hat ja abgehoben wie nix in den letzten 2 Jahren. Wie habt ihr das erwartet?
Wir hatten das so ein bisschen erwartet. Wir wussten, dass es da eine große Audienz gibt oder viele Leute gibt, die das auf dem PC spielen. Und dann haben wir das rausgebracht 2020. Und dann, wo das wirklich interessant wurde, im August oder Juli 2021 kam es bei der Xbox raus. Das ist das erste Mal. Es gibt mittlerweile 40 Jahre schon Flight Simulator, das gab es noch nie auf einer Konsole. Und das hat ganz andere Leute reingebracht in das Ökosystem. Und dann im März dieses Jahres haben wir auf Xbox Everywhere gelauncht. Das heißt, auf allen Telefonen, alle möglichen alte Computer und so. Das hat auch nochmal ganz neue Leute reingebracht. Jetzt haben wir, ich glaube, 4-mal so viele Leute, wie wir bei Launch hatten. Das ist schon toll.
Und Sebastian, jetzt ist natürlich nicht gegeben, dass man einfach 2 Jahre lang erfolgreich ist. Aber ich würde behaupten, das liegt an den Updates. Gibst du mir da recht?
Ja, es gab, ich würde sagen, jeden Monat was Neues. Da sind viele Updates zu der Welt, World Updates. Haben auch Sim-Updates, wo die Simulator besser gemacht wird. Und ja, da war immer was Neues zu finden in dem Simulator.
Jetzt habt ihr beide schon gesagt, okay, das kam so ein bisschen aus dem Nichts, das wurde immer größer, die Community hat sich erweitert. Jetzt hast du gerade schon gesagt, selbst auf dem Handy, auf irgendwelchen alten Rechnern kann man spielen über Streaming und so weiter. Aber was hat das mit den Plänen für die nächsten 2 Jahre gemacht? Ist es zwangsweise bigger and better oder einfach nur mehr? Oder wie orientiert ihr euch jetzt?
Ich glaube, so ist es ein bisschen breiter. Also als wir angefangen haben, waren es hauptsächlich PC-Spieler, Core Simmers nennen wir die Leute. Ja. Und dann haben wir aber dann zum Beispiel was gemacht kürzlich mit Top Gun Maverick. Ich weiß nicht, ob du das gespielt hast. Hat sehr viel Spaß gemacht, war aber viel kürzer, so ganz schnelle Missionen. Und das hat den Gamers gut gefallen. Insofern machen wir jetzt mehr in dieser Richtung auch. Und das heißt einfach, wir machen mehr diversifizierte Sachen so über die nächsten Jahre hinweg.
Und jetzt müssen wir natürlich über 22 sprechen, beziehungsweise über die ganz neuen ich sage jetzt mal, Zusätze, die da jetzt kommen. Wir haben im September Kanada, was hinzugefügt wird. Wir haben auch ganz viel Game mitgebracht. Ich würde einfach sagen, wir schauen rein, was wir so neu Material haben. Aber wenn wir jetzt Kanada sprechen, müssen wir auch da sprechen, warum Kanada?
Ja, wir hören immer zu unseren Kanada-Wagen so auf top. Das ist der Apple-Update. Wir machen das alle 2-3 Monate, machen wir eins. Und die Kanadier haben immer gesagt, hey, du hast die USA schon 2-mal. Was macht ihr da? Hey, wir sind auch da. Und dann,
also es gibt sozusagen regionale ich sag jetzt mal, Competition,
ein bisschen.
Gegenseitig dann
ein bisschen.
Den
Rand die Brasilianer sind zurzeit ziemlich motiviert und sagen, hey, wo ist Brasilien?
Okay.
Insofern hören wir genau zu und dann das dauert ungefähr 1 Jahr, sowas zu machen, weil wir müssen die Städte im Prinzip in 3D produzieren. Das dauert ziemlich lang.
Ja.
Im Kanada-Update haben wir 12. Das heißt, wir fliegen mit Flugzeugen über die Städte drüber. Muss das so vorstellen, die machen ein Bild einmal pro Sekunde. Und dann kann man dann aus dieser Point Cloud kann man dann im Prinzip die 3D-Städte konstruieren. Das dauert lange. Und dann machen wir noch Flughäfen und die Flughäfen werden immer so situiert, dass man das ganze Land sieht. Also wir haben eins ganz im Norden, ganz im Osten, ganz im Süden. Und dann gibt es noch Missionen, einfach den Leuten, die dann von nicht herkommen aus dieser Gegend, das Land ein bisschen näher zu bringen.
Was sehen wir denn jetzt hier? Jetzt haben wir hier natürlich, ich würde jetzt behaupten, Historical Flights. Das ist jetzt nicht unbedingt das modernste Flugzeug. Erzähl uns mal ein bisschen darüber.
Das kommt im November. Also der erste Microsoft Flight Simulator kam im Jahr 1982 raus. Jetzt haben wir 2022, also feiern wir unseren 40. Geburtstag, das 40. Jubiläum und wir machen eine 40th Anniversary Edition dazu. Das ist ein freies, kostenloses Update für alle Leute, die Game Pass haben oder die schon den Flugsimulator haben. Und da wollen wir einfach zeigen, die Diversität des Fliegens. Und wir fangen an so 1903 mit dem Wright Flyer. Und dann das Flugzeug, was wir hier sehen, das ist die Spirit of St. Louis. Das ist das Flugzeug, mit dem Lindbergh über den Atlantik geflogen ist. Mhm. Und wir haben im Prinzip da 8 Flugzeuge ausgesucht, so die Geschichte des Flugwesens im Prinzip gut wiedergeben.
Ja.
Und das sind so die siehst du jetzt. Und die kommen halt alle damit dazu.
Also man könnte auch sagen, eventuell kommen wir dann auch irgendwann mal in die Region Emilia Earhart. Ja. Das sind so die Gegebenheiten, von denen wir sprechen.
Ich habe so eine Beziehung aufgebaut mit dem Smithsonian Museum in Washington. Das heißt Little Red Bus, heißt das Flugzeug, mit dem sie über den Atlantik geflogen ist. Das kommt dann auch irgendwann mal. Und wir hatten das sogar in Betracht gezogen dafür. Aber wie gesagt, wir wollten anfangen 1903, wir haben aufgehört so 1947. Ich weiß nicht, ob du da irgendwelche Flugzeuge siehst, um einfach nur die Bandbreite darzustellen.
Ja,
es geht darum, jetzt feiern wir nicht nur den 40. Geburtstag des Flugsimulators, auch den 120. Geburtstag des Fliegens überhaupt.
Es ist schon verrückt. Ich meine, jetzt sehen wir hier, wo sind wir jetzt?
Das ist San Francisco, das ist die DC3, Douglas DC3. Das war das Das hat knapp 70 Stunden gedauert und unsere Mission hat 70 Stunden gedauert.
In Echtzeit, das sind dann die alten LAN-Partys, von denen man gesprochen hat, wo man dann einfach 70 Stunden am Stück irgendwas spielt. Also das kennt man noch. Was sehen wir denn jetzt hier? Das ist jetzt wieder was ganz anderes, anderes.
Das sind Segelflieger, ja. Und Segelflieger kommen dann auch im November und hier mit ganz Liste auf neuen Sachen. Ja. Zum Abheben braucht der Segelflieger gezogen zu werden und kann man hier von einem anderen Flugzeug gezogen worden. Das ist, was wir hier sehen und muss dahinterher fliegen bis, würde ich sagen, 5000, normalerweise 5000 Füße über den Fußboden. Dann, wenn man den links-gelben Schalter zieht, dann geht das Kabel ab. Kann auch Winch heißt das nehmen und zum Abheben, wird man so gezogen von der Maschine. Hier kann man sehen, andere Neuigkeit ist, dass Segelfliegen muss ja mit dem Wind nach oben gehen. Und das ist alles richtig echt simuliert, aber wenn man Beginner ist, weiß man nicht, wo das passiert. Und dann haben wir jetzt so einen Knopf zu drücken im Wetter, und dann siehst du, wo die Luft hochgeht. Ja, du siehst hier, wo die Luft hochströmt. Kann passieren, wenn der Berg, der Wind nach oben bläst oder die Hitze macht ein Feld heiß, das geht nach oben. Das kann man hier alles optionell visualisieren und sehen, wo das nach oben geht. Und dann wenn du sowas findest, der Segelflieger geht dann ja richtig hoch.
Aber sowas hat es noch nie gegeben. Gell? Also wir haben, das Spiel ist sowieso weltweit, gell? Also die ganze Welt. Und wir müssen wissen, wo die Sonneneinstrahlung ist, wie viel es geregnet hat, was die Farbe des Untergrundes ist. Das hat was damit zu tun, wie viel von der Sonne absorbiert wird. Über einer Stadt zum Beispiel kriegst du wahnsinnig viel Auftrieb und über dem Wald ganz wenig, weil der Wald im Prinzip das Ganze aufnimmt.
In dem Moment merke ich, dass ich in der 10. Klasse Physik abgewählt habe. Aber hier kommen wir jetzt zu einem Punkt und das ist tatsächlich einer der wichtigsten Punkte überhaupt heute. Helikopter. Wie denkt ihr, wird das Hinzufügen von Helikoptern in dem Kontext das Spielerlebnis für Spieler verändern?
Das wird es ganz sehr stark verändern, weil Helikopter fliegen sehr langsam und sehr niedrig normalerweise. Das heißt, die Leute können sich jetzt im Prinzip, du kannst hier, wo sind wir hier? Sydney. Das heißt, man kann sich jetzt im Prinzip, kann man da bei der Oper landen, man kann da durch die Oper so ganz langsam drumherum fliegen und sich das alles genau anschauen. Das heißt, so der Blickwinkel auf die Welt verändert sich ein bisschen. Und das wissen wir, dann werden wir uns noch weitere Sachen entwickeln, um das wieder wirklich super aussehen, dass das alles super aussieht.
Also du hast es gerade schon angedeutet, können diese Helikopter in dem Moment auch auf Gebäuden landen? Also wir haben ja gerade gesehen, okay, er ist gestartet, sah jetzt aus wie Los Angeles, aber es ist ja Sydney. Ja. Kannst du wahlweise irgendwo landen oder gibt es vorgefertigte Areale dafür?
Nee, das ist eine offene Welt. Du kannst überall landen, kannst dir alles Mögliche anschauen. Und es gibt natürlich Helikopterflughafen oder Heliports heißen die. Da wird der Hubschrauber dann gewartet. Die brauchen auch ein bisschen Benzin und solche Sachen. Aber ansonsten kann man überall hingehen. Das ist das Schöne an der Welt. Man kann im Prinzip die Welt aus dieser Perspektive sehen. Wenn man sich das genau angucken will, kann man im Prinzip überall landen jetzt.
Sebastian, musstet ihr im Studio bzw. direkt an der Engine irgendwas verändern, damit das Fliegen mit Helikoptern, weil wir haben ja gerade schon darüber gesprochen, die Mechanik ist ja schon eine andere, musstet ihr groß Änderungen vornehmen an der Engine?
Ja, es ist das große, ich würde sagen, zugebaut haben wir, dass die Luft jetzt richtig simuliert wird um den Helikopter, weil das ja um den Helikopter durch die ganzen Propeller da durchfliegt. Und beim Helikopter ist das sehr, sehr wichtig. Helikopter hängt ja in der Luft. Wenn der da so vertikal fliegt und nicht vorwärts fliegt, hängt ja in der Luft und die Luft wird nach unten geblasen und du musst schneller die Luft nach oben gehen. Und das verändert sich, wenn man jetzt nah vom Boden ist, weil die Luft gegen den Boden kämpft und dann kann der Helikopter einfacher fliegen. Einer der Helikopter, der im November kommt, ist der Gimbal Capri. Ich habe mit dem geflogen in Juli und das war sehr heiß und da waren 2 Piloten und da war nicht genug Power, um vertikal nach oben zu gehen, nur nah vom Boden. Aber wenn du dann höher gehst, hast du nicht mehr genug Power, musst dann nach vorne gehen, um dann oben zu fliegen.
Also es klingt schon sehr aufwendig. Es klingt schon nach einem zweiten Versuch, nochmal über München erfolgreich diesmal zu machen. Ja, was mich natürlich als jemand, der sehr viel im Entertainment unterwegs ist, interessiert, du hast vorhin schon angesprochen, diese Überschneidung in der Pop-Culture. Top Gun Maverick hatten wir jetzt zuletzt. Kann die Community da noch mehr erwarten? Ich meine, die Möglichkeiten scheinen ja jetzt endlos zu sein.
Sind endlos. Wir müssen aufpassen, weil unsere Core-Community sind also Hardcore-Flight Simulators, die haben sind so fast Puritaner, was das betrifft. Die Welt muss genau richtig sein. Wir haben zum Beispiel einen Flieger gemacht aus Halo, ich weiß nicht, ob du das kennst, das heißt Pelican. Und dann haben Millionen Leute sind in Pelican rumgeflogen. Dann flog sie dann über New York, dann waren überall Pelicans. Und die ganzen Flight Simulators haben gesagt, okay.
Aber ich verstehe das Problem in dem Moment gar nicht.
Nochmal?
Ich verstehe das Problem in dem Moment gar nicht.
Ja, ich weiß auch.
Also.
Ja, nein, aber es kommt schon viel. Wir haben sehr viel Unterhaltung. Aber es muss sich auch richtig anfühlen. Wir wollen ja im Prinzip eine Simulation sein, weil es ist kein Spiel in dem normalen Sinne. Und da muss man ein bisschen aufpassen, dass man da nicht zu weit abdriftet und so ganz spielerische. Arcade werden wir nie machen, das ist einfach nicht, was wir machen.
Okay.
Aber zum Beispiel Top Gun ist nicht so. Das ist schon richtig, physikalisch richtig alles. Und das macht aber trotzdem Spaß. Aber wir werden experimentieren.
Aber hat die Community in dem Kontext auch irgendwas mit dem Spiel gemacht oder mit den Mechaniken oder generell, so wie du es ja schon gerade gesagt hast, dann fliegen halt in New York City die Pelicans durch die Gegend, aber hat generell jetzt auf die letzten 2 Jahre geschaut, die Community im Spiel gemacht, was sie jetzt nicht unbedingt vorausgesehen hat?
Oh, es gibt viele Sachen. Also angefangen hat das mit dem S-Wing, ich gleich runterladen, alles super. Ja. Und dann hast du einen Godzilla, der ist in San Francisco gelaufen, und da haben die Leute einen Safari gemacht, auch interessant, sei noch ganz und der rein, die ganzen Elefanten eingebracht. Also die Leute haben Spaß, es kommen viele Boote, Motorboote, okay, warum nicht?
Okay.
Ich meine, es ist unsere Welt.
Ja.
Das ist unsere Welt und das ist unser Spielplatz und da kann man unglaublich viel drauf machen.
Ja.
Insofern der Kreativität, wir haben eine SDK, das heißt, die Leute können im Prinzip ihre eigenen Sachen machen. Da sind da keine Grenzen gesetzt eigentlich.
Also sozusagen für die nächsten 2 Jahre, was würdet ihr sagen, wie sieht die Zukunft vom Flight Simulator aus?
Super. Also wir machen viel, wir haben gesagt, dass wir machen nicht monatliche Updates, das war zu viel Stress auf dem Team, ehrlich gesagt. Aber wir machen neue Flugzeuge, darum machen wir diese Welt-Updates auch, das ist ein ganz anderes Team im Prinzip. Das werden wir machen. Und dann haben wir ein paar größere Pläne, da reden wir noch nicht drüber. Aber es wird toll. Ich glaube, wir sind gerade erst am Anfang. Wir haben wirklich, also schau mal, die Serie gibt es seit 40 Jahren.
Ja.
Und es gab noch nie so viel Energie in einem Flugsimulator wie jetzt. Wir haben mehr Spieler, als es jemals gab vorher. Und damit kommen alle möglichen Möglichkeiten. Und wir haben ein riesiges Team eigentlich jetzt auch. Gell? Das heißt, wir können auch viele Sachen machen.
Es ist sozusagen die perfekte Zeit, um in Flight Simulator einzusteigen, würde ich behaupten.
Ja, und vor allem im November. Als das ursprünglich rauskam, gab es 20 Flugzeuge und jetzt kriegt man nochmal 12 Kosten drauf. Und damit Segel. Andere, unsere Hardcore-Community wollte immer das heißt True to Life Airliner. Das heißt, dass jeder Knopf wirklich funktioniert wie im richtigen Airliner. Wir machen das jetzt auch mit dem A310, also ein Airbus. Und wir haben da ein anderes Team. Es gibt so eine Community, es gibt ganz viele Leute, die machen Sachen und die machen für uns jetzt einen True-to-Life Airliner. Das ist das erste Mal überhaupt. Das heißt, die Leute können da tief reinsteigen.
Also da gibt es genug Ansätze und Material für die nächste Zeit.
Oh ja.
Sebastian, Jörg, ich danke euch vielmals. Ich bin gespannt auf meine nächsten Flugerlebnisse und Erfahrungen mit dem Flight Simulator. Jetzt bleibt ihr auf jeden Fall dran. Es geht gleich weiter hier im Gamescom Studio mit IGN. Bis später. Danke euch. Ciao. Danke.
Hallo zusammen, wir sind zurück in den IGN Gamescom Studios. Und ja, endlich kann ich über was sprechen, was voll mein Ding ist. Ein Co-op First-Person-Shooter mit einer lebendigen Knarre. Wir haben Goran, den Creative Director hier. Er ist von Pet Project Games, weil du ein Pet dabei hast. Das ist das Spiel, aber auch die lebende Knarre im Spiel. Wie geht das?
Ja, im Spiel ist das Biotechnologie, die sich selbstständig gemacht hat. Wir haben also eine Biotech-Waffe und da sind lebende Kreaturen, die da rauskommen. Die Petgun, die begleitet einen, die lebt mit einem und die kann auch interagieren und kann auch andere Monster töten.
Da gibt es wirklich, zumindest für mich, ganz neue Gameplay-Elemente. Aber wo wir schon gerade bei Neuerungen sind, wie war denn die Gamescom für dich? Ich meine, 3 Jahre lang haben wir niemanden gesehen, mehr oder weniger. Wie ist es jetzt?
Ja, wir haben sogar remote ein Spiel entwickelt, alles von zu Hause aus. Es ist jetzt nicht komplett neu, aber wir sitzen wieder im Sattel und es ist echt schön. Man verlernt es ja nicht. Schön wieder hier zu sein, auf jeden Fall.
Ja, ich stimme dir da ganz zu. Es ist so großartig, wieder mit allen im Publikum zu sein. Und wie du schon sagtest, es ist wie Fahrradfahren, man verlernt das nicht. Und die Energie ist hier richtig groß. Zurück zur Energie. Dein Spiel Rip Out wurde letztes Jahr angekündigt, kommt 2022 raus, ja?
Ja, offiziell kommt es im Februar 2023 raus.
Okay, sprechen wir nochmal über die Petgun. Warum eine lebendige Waffe?
Okay, also zuerst wollten wir mal, dass man einen persönlichen Bezug zu seiner Waffe aufbaut. Wir sind große Shooter-Fans, gerade in den 90ern. Und das Coolste an den Shootern war ja herauszufinden, was für neue Waffen man kriegen kann. Und da haben wir immer rumgespielt mit verschiedenen Waffentypen. Und jedes Spiel hatte so seine eigenen Besonderheiten bei den Waffen. Über die Jahre ist es ein bisschen auseinandergegangen. Man hat einfach die klassischen Gewehre. Und wir wollten da wieder zu diesem Gefühl kommen, dass man diese besondere Bindung zu seiner Waffe hat. Es ist eine Waffe, aber es ist auch wie ein Haustier. Man kann sie auch streicheln. Und sie tötet auch für dich. Sie kann Sachen für dich holen. Und wichtig ist auch, dass man die Waffe verändern kann und sie trainieren kann. Man kann zum Beispiel hacken, sie kann springen, sie kann anders zubeißen und das wird eine ganz neue Art von Waffe als Haustier.
Das ist auf jeden Fall was ich noch nicht so oft gehört habe. Also, dass man wie so eine Art Beziehung hat, dass man die Petgun füttert, streichelt, dass man da so eine Liebesbeziehung hat wie mit einem Haustier. Wir gucken uns gleich noch ein bisschen Gameplay an, aber kurz vorher noch das Creative Team. Wie war da eure Recherche für das Spiel? Also, ihr habt gesagt, es ist so ein bisschen wie ein Haustier, aber gleichzeitig ist es eine Waffe, eine lebendige Waffe.
Also ursprünglich war die Idee, wie gesagt, wir finden Biotechnologie super, 80er Jahre, Horror, The Fly und solche Filme. Das ist die eine Sache und die andere Sache ist, dass wir diese Idee cool fanden, einfach das Unbekannte zu erforschen, verfallene Raumschiffe und das ist so die Kombination mit dieser Technologie. Und es geht in beide Richtungen, also die Monster setzen sich neu zusammen und auch die Petgun ist eine Biotech-Waffe. Das heißt, es ist praktisch ein Kreislauf. Man kann das Haustier nutzen, um die Monster zu zerstören. Die Monster können wiederum die kleinen Wesen sich auch selber wieder einpflanzen, um neue Fähigkeiten zu erlangen. Und es wird alles prozedural generiert in diesem Schiff. Das heißt, alles verbindet sich miteinander und kombiniert sich zu neuen Elementen. Das ist eine ganz einzigartige Erfahrung. Jedes Mal, wenn man spielt, für jeden Spieler, für jeden Companion. Man hat seine ganz eigene Waffe. Die Armor, die Rüstung ist ganz eigen und auch die Monster.
Also die Monster, die sieht man ja hier, die setzen sich diese kleinen Wesen einfach drauf. Der hat sich gerade jetzt ein Schild geholt zum Beispiel oder eine neue Klaue zum Angreifen oder hat mehr Reichweite. Genau, teleportieren kann man auch. Das geht auch, also man hat Kreaturen, die sich teleportieren können. Das heißt, bei jeder Mission ist es anders, das Layout ist immer anders, die Monster sind anders, haben unterschiedliche Kreaturen an sich dran, neue Kombinationen und dann hat man zusätzlich auch noch die eigenen Kombinationen. Manche Kreaturen verliert man aber auch nach jeder Mission wieder.
Okay, also du hast gesagt, man kann eine Mission mehrfach spielen, aber das Environment sieht dann anders aus. Wie läuft das, wenn ein zweiter Spieler mitmacht?
Das Spiel passt sich von der Schwierigkeit her an und außerdem hat man dann ja 2 Padguns. Manche Gegner macht man damit direkt platt, wenn man mit 2 Waffen reingeht, mit 2 Padguns. Und das ist ja maximal 2 Spieler Koop. Und wenn man auf die großen Gegner die Padguns loslässt, das ist super befriedigend.
Was sehen wir denn dann hier genau? Also ich habe das Gefühl, ja genau, ich habe einfach das Pad gekrault.
Genau, hier sieht das Monster aus wie die Tür. Die Monster sind eine Kombination aus Mutanten und aber auch Fleisch, also Körper. Die bauen sich selber neu zusammen mit Teilen aus dem Schiff auch, mit Computern, mit Waffen, die du vielleicht gebaut hast. Das heißt, es ist so eine Mischung aus all dem zusammen. Man weiß nie, woher sie kommen, aus welcher Richtung, da sind so richtig fleischige Teile dran oder sie verstecken sich auch teilweise. Man ist also nie sicher, weiß nie, wo die jetzt rausspringen. Als wir es im Team auch gespielt haben, das Spiel, wussten wir nie, wo die Monster genau sind oder welche Monsterkombinationen unterwegs waren. Und wir waren total überrascht. Es ist total zufällig, aber es unterliegt natürlich ein paar Regeln. Aber es ist nie das gleiche Erlebnis, wenn eine Mission scheitert, die wird man in der Form dann nie wieder so erleben. Es ist jedes Mal unterschiedlich, andere Layouts, andere Monster, also großer Wiederspielwert. Da kann man mit Freunden spielen, in ganz unterschiedliche Situationen reingehen. Und es ist einfach nie das Gleiche, man weiß nie, was passiert.
Aber wenn das alles so ein bisschen zufällig ist und sich die Umgebung ständig verändert, wie wahrscheinlich ist es, dass wir eine lineare oder eine sinnvolle Geschichte haben?
Die Geschichte ändert sich von Schiff zu Schiff, wenn man springt von Schiff zu Schiff. Und wir haben keine Cutscenes oder keine NPCs oder so, die irgendwie Dialog bringen. Aber wir wollten einfach durch die Umgebung die Geschichte erzählen. Man hat die Logs und so weiter als Indizien und man baut sich dann selber zusammen, was passiert ist. Und es gibt auch ein Ziel. Man will der Erde entkommen, weil die ja befallen ist von diesen Monstern. Wir sind also, wir gehören zu einer Flotte aus Geflüchteten und da finden wir raus, wie können wir uns in Sicherheit bringen. Das ist das Ziel. Das ist so die Storyline, die wir mit der Zeit auch entdecken. Und auch wer steckt hinter dieser Verschwörung, das ist auch die Frage. Aber es gibt auch Zufallselemente und Zufallsmissionen, die immer individuell sind bei jeder Mission. Wir haben also ein Ziel, aber man kann auch immer am Ende nochmal von vorne anfangen, mit einer unterschiedlichen Schwierigkeitsstufe spielen und dann kriegt man auch andere Missionen, sieht ganz neue Sachen, neuen Loot. Also das ist auf jeden Fall immer spannend, einfach nochmal zu spielen und das war auch der Reiz für uns.
Ja, also der sieht jetzt aus wie so eine Art Mini-Boss. Ich habe gesehen, wie er sich entwickelt hat und Sachen rumwirft und wenn du jetzt sagst, diese Monster, dass sie sich anschrauben an Sachen, dass das so Biomechanik ist. Gibt es so eine Art Liste aller Monster, die vorkommen, oder wie läuft das?
Ja, wir haben 6 verschiedene Monsterarten und dann gibt es aber endlose Kombinationen. Wir haben 8 kleinere oder sogar mehr kleinen Wesen, die sie an sich dran der Schulter sitzen. Und wir können das genau machen wie auch die Monster. Also wir können selber auch kombinieren und es ist auch jedes Mal unterschiedlich. Wir können uns entscheiden, wollen wir das aufnehmen, wollen wir schießen, wollen wir das wegschießen.
Wir haben über die Petgun gesprochen. Ist da irgendwie auch eine Hintergrundgeschichte oder steckt da noch mehr dahinter?
Ja, auf jeden Fall, da steckt noch was dahinter. Man kann Upgrades machen und wir finden dann auch noch mehr raus, wie diese Waffe entstanden ist und auf welcher Technologie sie beruht und warum sie sich selbstständig gemacht hat. Warum sie mit dir kämpft, statt gegen dich, wie die anderen Monster. Da gibt es dann auch noch Indizien und das hilft uns dann auch dabei, hier die Monster zu bekämpfen und dieses Rätsel zu lösen. Die Petgun kriegt auf jeden Fall eine Hintergrundgeschichte.
Okay. Ich kann schon sagen, von dem, was ich gesehen habe, dass es viele unterschiedliche Monster gibt, dass es viele unterschiedliche Orte gibt, wo wir spielen. Aber wenn wir über das ganze Spiel sprechen, wenn die Karten variieren, dann ist das irgendwie endlos, oder? Also wie groß ist das Spieluniversum?
Ja, wir haben 4 Sektoren, da haben wir uns für entschieden und in jedem Sektor muss man mindestens 4 Schiffe fertig schaffen. Heißt mindestens 16 Schiffe, insgesamt 16 Missionen. Das ist das Minimum, was man machen muss. Und danach kann man in jedem Sektor auch noch weitere Schiffe besuchen, diese verfallenen Schiffe und die Auskundschaften. Und bei der Zahl 16, da kommt es auch darauf an, welche Größe man sich nimmt. Wir haben eine Übersichtskarte der Sterne und man kann sich auch unterschiedliche Schiffgrößen aussuchen. Wenn man zum Beispiel wir haben auf jeden Fall noch viel mehr Ideen für Loot, für Waffen, unterschiedliche Pads, vielleicht später noch. Und da werden wir auf jeden Fall Spaß mit haben, mit den Animationen für die Pads und den Fähigkeiten von denen und wie sie die Gegner töten. Dass sie zum Beispiel auch von Monster zu Monster springen können in der Zukunft. Und wenn man das dann sammelt, diese Fähigkeiten, dann kann man die einfach in einen Raum reinschicken und die springen dann von Monster zu Monster und machen den Raum einfach fertig.
Ja, das kann man richtig sehen. Also du hast ja gesagt, ihr habt euch von Horrorfilmen inspirieren lassen und ich kann die auch immer wieder gucken. Ich kann da gar nicht wegschauen. Ich muss mir das immer anschauen und das sieht echt vertraut aus. Ich liebe das Design.
Genau, das war auch unser Ziel. Das ist eben unsere Inspiration. Wir lieben das The Thing und Biotechnologie ist generell einfach auch was wir lieben und halt auch dieser 80er-Jahre-Vibe. Diese Technologie ist ja alt, die man sieht. Das ist alles total klobig, alte Computer, diese Tische in diesen Raumschiffen. Das soll einfach an die 80er-Jahre Filme erinnern.
Goran, danke, dass du da warst. Es war mir eine große Freude und ich freue mich sehr auf den Februar 2023. Leute, bleibt dran. Wir haben noch so viel mehr für euch im Gamescom-Studio von IGN.
I'm Leonie from IGN, and yeah, lovely to be here. And we're gonna have a little talk about a game that is very anticipated, actually King of Fighters X5, which means 15, it's Roman. And we are here with the legend and a game developer of the game. Hello. Would you mind just for a second introduce yourself to our viewers? And since we're going to be talking about King of Fighters, just yeah, go deeper into your role.
So my name is Oda Yasuyuki. He's a chief producer on KOF 15. It's been about 5 or 6 years since KOF 14 came out. And so it's been very well received by the community and fans in general. And we're just looking forward to adding more content and updates as we go along.
Right, awesome. So what we know so far is something that I'm very excited about, which is that what we heard, correct me if I'm wrong though, that it will be cross-platform.
So yes, we announced at EVO that we will be adding crossplay for all platforms later next year with the Season 2 update.
And what were the challenges in designing a crossplay, or was it just another update that could be fixed?
On the technical side, it's not actually that difficult once you get different platform players connected up and fighting each other. There's not that many technical limitations. It really comes down to the various guidelines and contracts and various rules between the various platform holders, and making sure that we clear all of those and make sure that everything works right.
Okay, that's interesting. So it's not actually like a technical difficulty, more of like a licensing kind of problem. What have been some inspirations for the game designs for the moves that you have had while designing?
Yeah, I mean, it comes from a lot of different things. It's really the creators, their own experiences, what kind of content they've also consumed recently, and how they kind of put that together in the game is where it comes from.
In your opinion, what does a fighting game that is new and fresh, like on the market, need to compete with all the other fighting games out there?
The fighting game genre is a very special genre. As long as you're not really releasing on the same day or anything, he doesn't think there's that much of a minus from the various. And for example, with EVO, you have a lot of different communities coming together and playing together and talking together, and they're all on very good terms usually. So.
Yeah, I mean, and more of a good thing is like always just more of a good thing. Ice 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 more that you thought was cool in the old one, but had like a challenge that just didn't was on your horizon.
Yeah, there's obviously a lot of trouble with that kind of thing, especially when you have such a long series. It's hard to think of like a very specific example, but he would say in general, when you have a move that has a lot of large movement in it, like jumping across the screen, it tends to, without a lot of work, lack impact in 3D if you don't do a lot of specific balancing and changing.
Okay, interesting. Yeah, like when you're like jumping like really far, but it's just like me. Yeah, for my last question, what can we expect from you in the future?
Yeah, so at EVO, we did announce that we're doing a Season 2 next year, so we're going to add even more characters. We announced 2 of them already, but we've also got a few more secrets and plans, so just look forward to even more and more cool characters getting added to the game.
All right, I can't wait. And yeah, if you want to see that, we're going to show you some footage now. And yeah, if you want to fight me in a fighting game, let me know.
Shatter all expectations.
やっぱり都会はすごいね。
お前もおもり頑張れよ。
ヘッドフォン野郎を倒せるってなんだっていいんだ。
キングオブファイターズの開催が発表されました。
いきなりなんだよお前。
チャンネルはそのままで。
いいか、私はな。 ダーは私だかんな。
KOF 15! Fighters get in the ring! Are you ready? Okay, come on! Characters that define the series. Fan favorites return from the grave. Characters key to the unfolded best. And here from all the KOF sagas return for KOF 15!
準備できたぜ。
オッケー、しんちゃん。
Round 1, ready, go! 3-on-3 team battle system returns! This visual gameplay system built for blue of speed and excitement! Defend against counter enemy attacks! Mode unleashes your offensive potential! Max mode quick, cancel attacks, and extends your combo! Execute rush combos with simple button presses! Thrilling special moves raise the fight to even higher levels of hype! The most comprehensive battle system in KOF history is here! Unravel the mysteries of the ongoing KOF saga in story mode. As the spotlight shines on the newly opened KOF tournament, a dormant force awakens. The fates of many intertwine as the Earth heads towards destruction. A climax beyond all expectation awaits you. Rollback netcode empowers fighters to take their skills to the next level. Choose how you want to play with a variety of battle modes. In Draft Versus mode, the battle starts from character selection. Practice your moves in training mode, available online as well. Or put your combo skills to the test in trial mode. The Gallery mode features character artwork and sound clips, as well as a special animated short by world-renowned director Masami Obari. The newly added DJ station features over 300 hit SK songs focused on the KOF series. Put on your favorite track while you bust some heads. What's the King of Fighters 15!
Descendants lüften werdet. Sowohl im Einzel- als auch im Mehrspielermodus. Lasst uns also einen ersten Blick darauf werfen, was uns in der Steam-Beta von The First Descendant im Oktober erwartet.
We always ask questions. What is it that actually exists? Where does the origin come from? Where are we headed to in the end? feel confused? Just reload your gun.
Da sind wir wieder von der Feldreportage am THQ Headquarter. Hier sind alle Games ausgestellt und zwar auf 2 Etagen in echt wirklich schöner Kulisse könnt ihr da die neuesten Games anspielen. Das ist aber noch nicht alles, was diese und die nächste Halle zu bieten hat. Wir gucken uns das noch mal genauer an und ich glaube, ich habe keine Lust zu laufen, ich teleportiere einfach. So, gerade reingeportelt, weil irgendwie muss man ja hier durch die Halle kommen. Einfach durch jede Halle zu laufen ist super anstrengend und geht auf die Füße. Deswegen gut, dass wir hier den Genshin Port Point haben. Wir sind hier in dem Booth und gucken uns mal ein bisschen um. Hier ist es auf jeden Fall ordentlich bunt und das Spiel aus China hat auf jeden Fall ordentlich die Cosplayer angezogen. Komm mal mit. Wir sind gerade reingeportelt und los geht's mit den Goodies, würde ich sagen.
Hi, hello. So we have posters for the visitors. We have an explanation for everything, and there is like a few challenges that they can do. So they will have to play the game, beat some bosses. They will have to do some activities, so they will get more rewards depending on how they do it and how they perform.
Oh, like the daily missions.
Yes, they will get like postcards. We have 5 different types of postcards. We have the hats, which is quite fun to be honest, and also some merchandise. Besides the fun, so we're having plenty of stuff. So you're welcome if you want to come to Genshin Impact booth, and you will have fun here for sure.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Also ihr habt es gesehen, es gibt ganz viele einzelne Aufgaben, die man erfüllen kann und dann kriegt man alles hinterhergeworfen. Ein Poster, du kannst ein kleiner Schleim sein oder was ich jetzt tatsächlich relativ wichtig finde, ein Fächer. Endlich denkt mal jemand mit.
Mit den Wellen unter dir und dem Wind in deinen Segeln kannst du in Skull and Bones den Indischen Ozean erkunden. Aber wie wir kürzlich erfahren haben, spielt sich der größte Teil von Ubisofts kommendem Piratensimulator auf See ab. Wie viel gibt es also dort draußen zu entdecken, abgesehen von Wasser, Wasser und, naja, noch mehr Wasser? Wir haben mit den Entwicklern von Ubisoft Singapur gesprochen, um genau das herauszufinden.
The gameplay on land is about socializing, crafting, building up your fleet and taking contracts in the game, in either a den or the outposts.
Obwohl der größte Teil der Karte von Skull and Bones aus Wasser besteht, könnt ihr euer Schiff verlassen und trockenes Land betreten. Nicht jede Insel, die ihr seht, ist erforschbar, aber ihr könnt bei Höhlen und Außenposten vor Anker gehen. Das sind 2 spezielle Ortstypen, die alles bieten, was ein Pirat braucht, um sich auf weitere Abenteuer vorzubereiten.
The particularity of the land also is that it offers you a safe zone where nobody can attack you. The role of the pirate is to do some back and forth between the safe land where you can build your ship and customize your ship, but also trade some resources before to go on the hostile ocean to steal precious cargo that then you bring back. So from land, aside building and crafting and trading, so you can take some contracts to make some money from some other pirate kingpins. As your infamy begins to spread across the Indian Ocean, you'll be crafting and trading, so you can take some contracts to make some money from some other pirate kingpins. As your infamy begins to spread across the Indian Ocean, you'll gain an access to your own pirate lair, from where you can kickstart your ascent to a pirate kingpin by manufacturing and smuggling illegal and high-value goods.
Die Welt von Skull and Bones ist als lebendiger Ort konzipiert, der sich so häufig verändert wie die Gezeiten. Einige Charaktere werden nicht für immer an derselben Stelle bleiben, folglich müsst ihr die Karte erkunden, um die richtigen Leute zu finden, die euch weiterhelfen können.
All over the world you will find some outposts, where you can also meet other settlers or some local rebels fighting against the mega corporations. Call them feral zones, but eventually you will meet these outposts on always the same, because they are also traveling down, moving from lake to this one. When next going, the thing to do is look at your map and to see where trade are, the mission are, before to select the right ship, provision it and equip it, and set to the direction that is more interesting for you.
Segeln, Handeln und Schmuggeln sind allesamt wichtige Aspekte einer Seeräuberkarriere, klar. Aber was ist mit der Schatzsuche, der vielleicht berühmtesten aller Piratenbeschäftigungen?
There are a lot of treasures hidden in all the outposts, so you need to board some ships and to steal pieces of treasure, or you can also scavenge some wrecks to find other pieces of map according to some drawing and some landmarks. Once you find the right island, you can also use a land compass that will help you to find the location of the treasure.
Während es an Land viele wichtige Dinge zu finden und zu tun gibt, spielt sich der Hauptteil von Skull and Bones auf See ab. Aus diesem Grund hat Ubisoft Singapur eine Menge Arbeit investiert, um den Ozean zu einem interessanten und herausfordernden Ort zu machen.
So our water, it's essentially a deforming mesh, and that deforming mesh informs the physics. So the boat is actually interacting with the waves. It's not just sailing straight and we add some splashes or like an animated texture. We have other physics properties that each ship will read from. So there's buoyancy and there's drag. So this affects how far into the water the boat will go, how slow they will go through it. So each ship should feel different based on the size and how heavy it is.
Da der Schwerpunkt auf dem Segeln liegt, mussten die Seemechaniken über das hinausgehen, was wir in Assassin's Creed bisher gesehen haben. Dinge wie das Gewicht eurer Ladung im Bug oder die Windrichtung müssen stärker berücksichtigt werden.
Of course, wind should be important to sailing and navigation, but the wind direction actually affects the speed of your ship. A good player will navigate better with the wind at their back and tack better and therefore be a better navigator. So it's just another element of the world that the player needs to be aware of.
Obwohl die Mechaniken jetzt detaillierter sind, ist Skull and Bones definitiv kein Hardcore-Segelsimulator.
You don't need to be a sailor to play Skull and Bones and be able to understand what to do, but as you learn how to use the wind better and what that means and what does your weight mean in your cargo and the type of ship that you have, you'll see that there is advantages to being a better captain and a better navigator.
Die Wellen des Indischen Ozeans können oft ruhig und schön sein, aber Skull and Bones hat ein vollumfängliches Wettersystem, das die Gewässer stark verändern kann.
Well, we want to make sure that there is different types of weather. So you can have some light rain, you can have incredibly crazy supercell storm, and they will feel dynamic. We want the player to be surprised by that and feel the threats as you normally would at sailing out in the open sea.
Ein Sturm kann so gefährlich sein wie eine Galeone mit 100 Kanonen. Eine der größten Herausforderungen für Skull and Bones besteht darin zu lernen, wie man segelt, wenn das Wasser entschlossen ist, dir den Rumpf zu zerstören.
When you enter the storm, obviously the waves get a lot bigger. That means that the certain size of ship you have could affect you. You could flood, you could take damage. Visibility will change, it'll be a lot darker, so maybe you won't be able to see threats. So yeah, it forces the player to make sure he's equipped properly for the journey with the right ship. Maybe they have enough food and weapons in case they engage someone.
Die meisten Open-World-Spiele schaffen Abwechslung durch verschiedene Biome und Umgebungen, was hier aufgrund des gewählten Meer-Settings bei Skull and Bones nicht wirklich eine Option ist. Stattdessen haben die EntwicklerInnen ein besonderes Augenmerk auf verschiedene Wasserzustände und den Flair des goldenen Zeitalters der Piraterie gelegt.
Wind affects the water, the terrain affects the water, so if I'm in a coastal sea near the shoreline, the waters will be appropriately different. I can go inland, and then we're using the river technology, which we have two different water technologies. So more than ever, the world needs to feed the water and then feed the player to help him decide how to act. Not only that, we have the biodiversity of the Indian Ocean. So when I go to Africa, the water will look and feel different than when I go to the East Indies. We wanted to really show the diversity and the realism of water.
As you travel through different territory for the factions, you'll see the colors changing, the flags, the iconography change around you. So you'll be aware of, ooh, I'm in Farah territory or I'm in the French territory. The color schemes and all of that will change. Breaking that up with dynamic events or things that can kind of go, ooh, what is that? And get the player to investigate are really important because you don't want to just sail, for forever as you're moving because it's a big game. So that's basically what we try to do is break up the passage with different things you can engage with, helping a merchant out, repairing a ship.
And also pieces of map you will find in the bottom that will lead you towards some treasure hidden on the remote islands. You can find also a ship that is looking for some help. You can decide to escort that ship first before to go back to the prey you are starting to shadow. Something we implemented also in the game is that sometimes depending on the value and or the properties of the cargo you are transported, you can attract also specific enemies such as paradrops or
wollen. Aber die Erkundung ist auch spielerisch wichtig, dank der vielen Anleihen von klassischen Survival-Spielen, die sich geschmeidig in den zentralen Spielablauf einfügen. Ihr seid ständig auf der Suche nach neuen Ressourcen und den passenden Rohstoffen, um bessere Schiffe zu bauen, eure Crew zu ernähren und den eigenen Ruf zu
In the
verbessern.
world of Skull and Bones, you will evolve from the status of castaway, stranded on a desert island, to the role of middleman, working for other pirates, and then to the status of kingpin. So to rise from the zero to hero, but you will first have to collect the resources that will allow you to build your ship and craft your weapon. And that will allow you also to upkeep the morale of your crew, because we have a system of mutiny. So in the game, you can use a small ship and a harpoon to fish some sharks and even some crocodiles. But you can use also a large set of tools to chop some trees or to collect some irons. You can also scavenge some wrecks and kill some pieces of ship. And of course, you can plunder the rich merchant company and all their forts to collect big amount of resources. The value of the resources is based on high risk, high reward.
Wenn euch bereits der Klang des Wortes Survival-Mechanik mit Angst und Schrecken erfüllt, macht euch keine Sorgen. Skull and Bones ist nicht diese Art von Überlebensspiel.
As a captain, you don't have a status, you don't need to drink or to consume some food yourself. If you don't feed or don't provide your crew with water, after a while, out of your own ship and maroon you on some island. But if you feed them properly and if you cook also some food providing additional temporary buff, you can also increase the speed of your ship and the damages you will deal because they have more energy.
Die riesige Karte besteht zwar größtenteils aus Wasser, aber es sieht so aus, als gäbe es in der Welt von Skull and Bones noch viel zu entdecken.
Leute, das war schon wieder der Tag 2 der Gamescom. Ich flitze mich jetzt hier aufs Crunchyroll-Sofa und gucke ein bisschen Anime. Vielleicht finde ich ja schon die neuen Spy Family-Folgen, wer weiß. Ich danke euch auf jeden Fall dafür, dass ihr den Livestream geguckt habt. Denkt dran, zu liken, zu abonnieren oder vielleicht uns auf Twitter zu folgen. Da würden wir uns sehr freuen, wenn es euch gefallen hat. Und seid auf jeden Fall morgen auch wieder dabei, wenn es heißt Tag 3 der Gamescom.
Ein weiterer Gamescom-Tag geht zu Ende. Das war der Tag 2 hier aus dem Gamescom-Studio von der deutschen Crew hier. Hattest du Spaß, Manu?
Ja, es war fantastisch. Also der erste Tag war ja schon super. Es hätte ja nicht besser laufen können hier auf der Gamescom.
Ja, absolut.
Tag 2 jetzt auch richtig mit ganz vielen Leuten tatsächlich. Es war ja gestern schon wahnsinnig viel los, aber heute am ersten Messetag natürlich noch mal ein bisschen mehr los. Ein bisschen mehr Atmosphäre noch an den Ständen und ich lieb's einfach wieder hier zu sein.
Das ist richtig und wir wollen euch natürlich auch wieder hier haben. Morgen definitiv wieder einschalten. Metal Hellsinger ist am Start bei uns. Dann haben wir Gameplay zu A Plague Tale und noch vieles mehr. Auch gerne Samstag wieder dabei sein. Da werden hier die Gamescom Awards verliehen. Und am Freitag, beziehungsweise, nein, ich lüge, am Sonntag natürlich,
Sonntag.
gibt es 3 Stunden Indie-Extravaganza hier aus dem Gamescom-Studio. Deswegen unbedingt wieder einschalten. Wir sehen uns.
Bis morgen.
Tschüss.
Hey you! Yes, you! Do you have FOM? Fear of missing Gamescom? Relax. Gamescom is everywhere you want. Gamescom now. Register now.
When you go looking for strength, it's not like a game. This journey doesn't have a real ending. Okay then, hope you're ready to begin. If you want to start off on the right foot in this city, hit the streets.
Yeah, hey there, I do this. Never feel loose. And when I get up in the game, y'all be improved. A real problem, but I solve them all face proof. And if you think I'm going forward, then you talking fool. Yeah, y'all wanna win, let me spin, boy. Or done inside, I'm super fly like I'm hanging off the rim, boy. I've been winning for my kinfolk. And I put on for my city from the intro. Fight! It started from the ground up, training getting wound up, channeling your inner self and moving up around, crossing over past the bound, full of time to clock and keep score. Years I never thought it crossed before. When I get tired on my knees, I got it digging deep. I feel like I'm on the left, but really yes, got me. Since I was the way, no goodbyes, and you just let it get.
The top player is here.
Let me have some fun.
Ready? Then show me.
This will be a good fight. This is our destiny. My secret arts. Street Fighter 6.
PlayStation.
IGN first for August is Gotham Knights, and we're kicking it off with the first minutes of gameplay. This section follows the prologue, which WB Montreal is still keeping secret, and will be the first time you take control of a character. After picking which knight you want to play as, this section serves to tutorialise some of the game's basic traversal and combat mechanics, as well as introduce you to the wider mystery taking place in Gotham following the death of Batman. Enjoy!
You want to break into the GCPD headquarters for a what if? Be my guest.
I decrypted the case Batman sent with his message. We should focus on that.
I looked it over, but did I get everything? It doesn't look complete. He says this has implications that could shake Gotham to its core.
Ominous, but not exactly helpful. I saw a few places we should poke around. Construction sites, a quarry.
He also mentioned a Dr. Langstrom. Anyone know him?
He's a zoologist at Gotham University. Not sure what his connection is, though.
Let's divide up the work. We can meet at the Belfry when we're done. Get it up and running.
Who gets to talk to Langstrom?
Arrived at Gotham U. What do we know so far about this professor?
Kirk Langstrom. Judging by the half-finished file with the code black,
Batman was digging into him hardcore.
Then I'll pick up where Batman left off.
We got a positive ID on this faculty dude, Kirk Langstrom.
Right. I'll call it in on the way to the morgue.
Damn it. Langstrom's dead. Do we know where his office is?
Seriously? Crap. Well, our notes had his office on the 3rd floor of Molson Hall.
Got it. Third floor balcony's open. Don't mind if I do. Body cam recording. Here's his office. Hardly any police work here. Langstrom must have been killed somewhere else. Those marks look fresh.
You find anything, Batgirl? So far, nothing here.
Our professor is very dead. I'll let you know when I find the crime scene.
Good. Well, not good exactly, but at least a lead.
The real challenge will be getting out of here without the cops finding me.
Good luck.
That's a lot of damage. This must be where Langstrom died. The cops cleared out of here way too fast. Langstrom must have been working when he was attacked. Significant blood loss here. Evidence of a struggle, then the attacker pinned him to the wall. They were merciless. Langstrom was dying, but he tried to get to that cabinet instead of the door. What was so important? A hidden door. What secrets were you keeping, Dr. Langstrom? A thermostat would be a clever place to hide a keypad. A microwave. I hope Langstrom wasn't combining burritos with genetic specimens. Langstrom made sure to remember those dates. I should too. A phone number, but that's not a Gotham area code. Could be useful. Perfect. Time to see what Langstrom was so desperate to hide. Langstrom, what on earth were you up to? Batman's dead professor had some serious skeletons in his closet. Langstrom's workstation. I should take a closer look. Well, hello there. A hard drive. I need to get this back to Belfry. Then I can figure out your secrets, Langstrom. Hey, on my way back. The cops overlooked a ton of evidence. Weird marks on the walls, and apparently Langstrom had a secret lab. Hopefully this hard drive I found will have more answers.
Great! Can't wait to get my hands on it.
Great!
Oh crap! It's that girl! What's she doing here?
Freaks are here?
With Batman missing, gangs had become more aggressive. It was only a matter of time before the freaks showed up.
Gotham needs to see that someone still cares. I'll take care of this.
I can't focus on torching this place with all that racket! Turn off the damn fire alarm up there! What?
I need to handle these guys before this gets any worse.
Fire alarm! Die! Die! Die!
You deserve a break. Quietly.
The average temperature when something lights on fire is between 424 and 475 Fahrenheit.
Hey, look up here! I'm a professor of setting stuff on fire!
I can probably stay out of sight here.
Are the fumes getting to you, buddy?
Smashy, smashy, smash, smash! Smashy!
Sweet dreams.
You burn now, grass. No one will mow you ever again. Oh.
What are they even doing here?
Enjoying the fireworks. Now that's just embarrassing. This is terrible. It could bring the whole building down. Hostages. I need to hurry.
Can anyone hear me? Help! They won't let us go!
You knew how this was gonna end? You're rude, baddie. Slow them down. Freaks, you gotta give more than this. Get it together, freaks! Come at me. I ain't scared.
Freeze! Don't move! Stay cool!
Broken. Let's see if you'll break too.
Get to safety. Go!
You're gonna lose those pretty people.
Firefighters and paramedics are on the way. Are you hurt?
I'm good. Looking forward to kicking back and decrypting this hard drive. Be there soon.
Rated mature.
Hello, my name is Eleanor and I'm the lead artist at Dimfrost Studio. Today we want to show you Apart from Bramble the Mountain King, a grim adventure set in the world of dark Nordic fables. You play as Olle, a boy who's trying to find his missing sister in this foreign land. Today we want to show you a small portion of our game and the world that we created. It's inspired by the stories and legends on which we grew up with ourselves. So, sit back and enjoy the ride. As you might have noticed, the world of Bramble isn't exactly like ours. It's a magical land filled with wondrous beings, a place that holds many secrets to discover. Some creatures that you'll meet on your journey are friendly. They will help you on your quest to find your sister. However, not all creatures have good intentions. As you can see, there are many creatures in this forest. We saw gnomes and their hedgehog chariot. Here, we're introduced to the rumpetossar, rather innocent creatures of the forest. These particular ones have dandelions growing from their heads. And it seems like we have a rather big creature ahead of us too, snoozing in peace. It seems like we can't wake up this creature that easily. We call him Lemus, and he's known as a heavy sleeper. Let's see if we can wake him up in some way. Looks like someone needs our help. Let's see if we can reunite the baby gnome with his dad. Alright, it seems like that melody puts us into some sort of trance. Are we being lured perhaps? Let's get out of this cave. It's a bit cold and creepy in here anyways. wonder if these drawings mean anything. Looks like we were lured by the sweet melodies of Necken. In his past life, this creature used to be a musician, but he was bullied without remorse by people in his village. And one day, he snapped, and his anger made him play a melody that got the whole village dancing until their feet and legs were worn down to bones. He killed those people that tormented him, as well as the love of his life. Now he lives all by himself in the lake, luring people with his tunes. Looks like you might be his next target. Looks like we got away. For now. Okay, we need to get out of here as quickly as we can. Thank you so much for watching our playthrough of Bramble the Mountain King. We hope you liked the scenes that we showed you. You will be able to play the game yourself sometime in 2023. It will be on PC, PlayStation 5, and Xbox Series S and X. Until that time, we will be showing you more of our adventure. And if you like what you saw, add us to your Steam wishlist. Thanks for watching, and remember, do not go into the forest by yourself.
Breaking news here in Sledgehammer County. After a sharp increase of car racing activity in recent days, authorities now report a staggering amount of items and racetracks popping up out of nowhere. Jan, what do you make of it?
Well, Bill, it's like you say. Random bits and pieces of racetracks along with all different kinds of items have been emerging all over the county. And, wait, I'm just getting word that these pieces now seem to be rising into the air, forming an ever-expanding aerial racetrack and eclipsing the sky above Sledgehammer. Bill, I've never seen anything like this. You have to wonder, who is behind this and where does it end?
Shadows in the sky, footsteps in the night, behind me, targets in their sight, running out of light to save me. Red moon on the rise, you say your last good night, while I begin.
Custodian. In the wasteland, only one thing matters. detected.
Dead by Daylight developers Behavior Interactive gave us an extended look at what they're cooking up next, and it couldn't be any more different. Meet Your Maker is set in a sort of rust-punk post-apocalypse, where the last survivors of the human race shoot and slice each other to get their hands on the most precious resource imaginable, pure genetic material. The setting is maybe the most mundane thing about this game though. Design-wise, it hopes to blend two seemingly incongruent genres to make a truly unique online experience. Meet Your Maker is really two sub-games in one, a base builder and a speedy dungeon shooter. In the first bit, you build your outpost full of winding paths and traps like bomb ejectors and spiked walls to keep the genetic material prize safe from incoming player raiders. From the footage, it's tough to see how big these things can get, but they appear to be massive. There are also several different materials you can build with, but we can't say for sure what the benefit of one would be over the other. When you're done creating your death fortress, you can populate it with AI guards that handle various forms of gun slinging and blade swinging to stop oncoming raiders in their tracks. You can even set the paths they patrol on. All very cool and creative stuff. This seems like a lot to learn though. It feels like so much trial and error is involved in getting something like this right, that without a great tutorialization at the beginning, I can see lots of people skipping this feature completely to just shoot up the more diligent and determined players who didn't. Similar to how Dreams has more people playing Dreams creations than doing the creating themselves. That said, there are a lot of other features only lightly exposed and hinted at here, like being able to quickly test your traps as a raider on the spot. So user-friendliness seems to be a large priority here. The other half of the game involves raiding other people's outposts yourself. Running through an enemy outpost requires being extra prepared for anything, being able to adjust your plan on the fly, and having the speed and reflexes to react to sudden problems. Besides your own wits, you have an arsenal of weapons like a gnarly-looking bowgun and a punchy shotgun. A sword appears to be an option for close encounters, and can be used defensively to deflect incoming projectiles. The grappling hook allows you to move across rooms quickly, as well as pull yourself to faraway enemies and close the distance. Put together, the combat looks extremely enticing for people who loved first-person shooters like Doom. Bringing genetic material back to your sanctuary for its chimera, a biological experiment tied to the possible future of humanity, is the main goal. Raids hold a trove of other loot though, like weapon upgrades and new building materials that you can tweak your own outposts with. You can repeat failed raids multiple times, so progress through tough outposts can happen on your time. You can also recruit a friend to raid with you in co-op. Tackling a challenge with another set of eyes, ears, and guns could make the difference. There's still plenty to be learned about Meet Your Maker. Behavior Interactive slated the official launch sometime in 2023, but interested parties can sign up for the closed playtest, which will take place in the coming weeks. Until then, come check out our latest IGN First exclusive piece on Gotham Knights. And for all other things video games and entertainment, stick with IGN.
Ever since you took that damned scepter, you haven't been yourself. You brought us here, then abandoned the fight, abandoned your men, and even abandoned your vows! For what?
So you're alive, brother.
Aye, Lord.
The honor is ours, brother.
There's no turning back, no rest, no doubt. Advancing. What manner of beast? These be fools! Ventrus Nervando, peace, peace!
I see you have brought friends.
God's name. Back off, Dave! In God's name.
What happened to you, brother?
On the march. Back off, Dave! By your command!
Fate is curious, don't you think? After all I had to suffer and sacrifice, it puts you in my righteous path. You! Don't make me do this, Theo.
So we're about to go to the entryway of the Colomessa, and I've just been told that this is 3 million square feet. So it's a huge place, right? Do you see? I don't know if you can see. Okay, we made it outside. Obviously, there's a ton of people, so it's kind of hard navigating around, but you know what? I'm gonna grab an IGN microphone and try to do it anyways and ask some people if they're excited and if it's their first Gamescom, like me. Is this your first Gamescom?
Yes.
Really? Me too! Oh my God, how do you feel? Are you excited?
Yes, I'm excited.
I love that this has brought so many people together. So many people are just excited to meet others. And also, they're really excited to check out the games. As you can see over there, people are waiting and they brought their Switches and their phone games and everything. Steam Decks probably, if you're lucky enough to get one of those. And they brought chairs, so people are like prepared. I feel like I'm underprepared. This is my first Gamescom and I feel like people have this stuff nailed down, but that's pretty funny. It is 9:50, so 10 minutes before the public doors open here at the North Gate. And as you can see, it is packed. We're gonna try to jump in the crowd so we can actually get in through the gates as well. And yeah, welcome to Gamescom.
Gamescom 2022, the biggest video game convention on Earth, is back in full force, and IGN is giving you a front row seat to the heart of gaming live from Germany. Today we'll be squaring off against Street Fighter 6, hitting some high notes with Metal Hellsinger, taking a deep dive into SpongeBob the Cosmic Shake, and shedding some light on what's next for Alone in the Dark. But there's tons more, and you won't want to miss a second of it. Day 2 of Gamescom Studio starts right now.
Hello and welcome to IGN Live at Gamescom 2022. I'm Max Scoville along with Brian Altano and Damon Hatfield.
Today on Gamescom Live, we'll be showing off brand new gameplay for a ton of upcoming games, chatting with the developers making those games, and giving you a look about, the show floor and what's happening and who's out there and all sorts of trouble that they're getting into.
In just a little bit, we're going to take a look at the remake/reimagining of Alone in the Dark, and then we're going to be getting in the trenches with Isanzo, the follow-up to the hit World War I shooter Verdun. And if you thought to yourself, someone should make a game that combines Pinocchio and also Bloodborne, well, that's oddly specific, but also you do not want to miss when we check out Lies of P, which is exactly that. And while we're talking action RPGs, there is also Stray Blade, which we've got some exclusive gameplay for.
But before we get to all that good stuff, we want to take a minute to call out some of the good stuff Gamescom's been doing, like the Going Green initiative. This is the move to make Gamescom the first climate-friendly gaming event in the world by taking emission-reducing measures. Gamescom has also been working with Climate Partner to support energy projects in Brazil and clean cooking stoves in Nigeria. This is just a starting point for what's to come, so thanks to all participating companies and visitors for helping make it happen.
And remember, if you're not already, you can stay connected with Gamescom year-round by following the official accounts on social media, Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, TikTok, Twitch, Discord. You know, if you go in the bathroom and say Gamescom 3 times with the lights off, Gamescom will happen again next August.
It's true. I tried that last year, and that's why we're here this year. Gamescom is happening right now. Speaking of which, let's check out the Gamescom show floor to see what's going on out there.
What's up, everyone? Stella Chung here, and you can see the public entrance for Gamescom 2022 is absolutely packed. It is going to be insane as soon as these gates open to let people in. It's going to be an amazing show. Keep it tuned right here to IGN to have all of your up-to-date news and everything happening here at Gamescom.
Hello there, you're watching IGN Live Gamescom 2022. 30 years ago, the original Alone in the Dark pioneered the survival horror genre, and next year it's getting a modern reimagining. Here to tell us about it is Michael Hedberg, game director at Pieces Interactive. Welcome.
Thanks, Michael.
Thank you for having me.
This is a remake of a 1992 game, which obviously it feels like 1,000 years in video game land,
For
right?
sure.
How much of that sort of kind of original DNA, that skeleton, that structure, did you decide to bring here? Like, tell me about that kind of push and pull of finding those original bones there and digging them up and building a new flesh on top of them.
Yeah, for sure. We quickly realized that just making a pure remake would be really, really weird. So we kind of had to reimagine the original material as much as we could. But yeah, I'm a big fan of it, and I feel like a huge responsibility to sort of really dig in and really care for this product and to figure out what did the original sort of creators think about this game and what were they trying to say. So actually it's just been a ton of overanalyzing of the original game, just trying to sort of extrapolate from there.
I absolutely love the creature design in this game. It's incredibly inspired. It's deeply unsettling, and that's coming from someone who's like a huge fan of horror. Can you tell me like how you decided where to put what body parts on what creatures?
Well, thankfully we managed to employ Guy Davis.
I don't like this at all, by the way. I don't like the egg sack stumping on people. I don't like that's gross. How dare you?
Yeah, exactly. How dare we do a horror game? No, but yeah, so we worked with Guy Davis, who is like a veteran. He works with Guillermo del Toro for his movies and things like that. So it's really, really like a legendary creator of monsters. And we just said like, hey, so this is the sort of monsters that were in the original game. And then we talked to our designers, of course, like what would we need to make a fun gameplay. And then we just sort of set him free, and he just came back with all these abominations. It was like, holy shit, okay, let's see if we can sort of let's see what we can do with this.
That's awesome. I wish I could tell my friends to come back with a bunch of monsters, and they just do. That would be great.
Now, Derceto Mansion, like how familiar is it going to feel for people who know the original like the back of their hand? Because that familiarity isn't really scary.
Yeah, so the pure architecture is different, I would say, but there's because we needed to be a little bit bigger and more to explore, and we also wanted to make it more sort of a little bit more believable maybe than the previous one. But we're definitely looking at like the backstory and all the sort of the different names you come across, and so all the lore, and so just try to pull everything and so what could this be in our game, you know? So we're really trying to use as much as we can.
How did you know, like it was, like when did you know it was working? Because I know it's like when you're making a video game, it's like obviously the lighting is a big part of it, the sound is a big part of it, but it's also kind of like you get to see the haunted house with the lights on, basically.
Yeah. No, it is really weird because I guess the funny answer would be, I still haven't gotten there, but you know, that's not fully true. You kind of got it like a year in or two, but it was still like, you have to imagine that we have all of this stuff in play.
Right.
And I think like people are still sort of working a little bit in the dark.
Of course, yeah.
But you know, it's, yeah, there's a lot of things that will just come together at the very end, and we just have to trust that we're getting there.
Yeah, I really just appreciate the sort of like atmosphere and mood that you're building here. It reminds me of some of my favorite third-person horror ever, and it's like, I don't know, I just get really excited seeing a character run around with a gun to shoot horrible monsters. When I sit down and play video games, this is the kind of stuff I want to do because I'm warped.
Let's talk about the third-person thing, because you know the original had fixed camera angles, and you know you made Soma and Amnesia, which are terrifyingly first person, and in this case it's a little more like, you know, you can kind of see what's over your shoulder. It's you know, it's you. How did you land on that?
Yeah, so there's a few different reasons. We definitely went through all these ideas. So what was the pros and cons for different cameras? One of the big things, as you can see here, is that it's nice if you're playing and actually exploring to look at things. So if we would have the static camera and we were like, oh, we really want the player to look at that painting or something, then we would have to punch in with a different camera angle. But now we can just let the player look at whatever they want. Also, since I really wanted the characters that you play, Emily Hartwood and Edward Carnby, the two protagonists that you can play, I really wanted them to come alive, and I wanted the player to care about them. So that's why I really like this third person, where you can see them, where you can kind of look at them and interacting and really being inside the game.
Do they sort of feel different? Do they have like kind of different sensibilities when you're?
For sure.
That's really cool.
Yeah, so Emily is more of a directly connected to the game story, in the sense of her being the niece of Jeremy Hartwood, which is the catalyst for the whole story. So she's more of sort of, it's more personal for her, while Edward is hired by Emily to investigate this case. So he's a little bit more detached, but he's also kind of this rugged detective. He's like, shit, do I really didn't need to go through all of this? So he's fun in that way.
I love that he was hired for this. It's like, you couldn't, like, at one point does he come back and go like, you need to pay me more.
Yes,
this has gotten out of hand. There's some horrible, there's larvae falling from the ceiling, there's egg sacs, I've had enough.
We should renegotiate, for sure.
Call someone else, I'm out of here. Anyway, Michael, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
Check out your game. It looks utterly terrifying. Alone in the Dark will emerge from the shadows sometime next year, but if you want the exact opposite of solitary things in low light conditions, there are more groups of people in extremely well lit areas right here, so keep watching IGN Live at Gamescom for more.
Hello everyone, I'm Dale Driver for IGN. I'm here at Gamescom 2022. I've just seen Alone in the Dark, so here's 5 things you might want to know. First things first is that this is not a reboot, or it's not even a remake, it's a reimagining. It's like a love letter to the original. The developers told me that they've taken elements from the first game. They've taken a piano that was there, a character that was written in a note, and then they've expanded upon these things, adding more to the world and basically telling their own story just in that Alone in the Dark universe. They're very much inspired by the first few games though, so much so that obviously some of the characters are maintained, but yeah, it's a whole new story to explore. So second up is the combat. Now this is survival horror, but it's not like some of the modern survival horrors where you just absolutely full to the brim with ammunition at all times, taking out every enemy that you want to. This is about surviving. This is about running away a lot of the time. So resources are going to be extremely limited. There's apparently even lots of weapons you can find on the floor, just objects that you can use to throw at the monsters, and just as a distraction technique, just to get away from them. I didn't get to see any of that, unfortunately, but I was told that there's tons of things lying around to throw at these enemies and to really make some space between you and all the threats. So although this is one singular story, there is actually 2 characters like the original first Alone in the Dark that you can choose. There's Edward Carnaby, who you might be familiar with, but there's also Emily, who you got to choose in the very first game. Now they're giving you this option is very much, what I'm told, very much like Resident Evil 2, in the fact that you've got 2 separate stories no matter what character you choose. Now whoever you choose is the lead protagonist, but the other character will get to experience like a different path through this world. I don't think they're going to get to meet up too much, to be honest, from what the impression I got, but I do think that there's definitely a certain path each character has. So in a way, you could say it's 2 stories in one. They were very clear not to say that, by the way. That's just me, but that sounds like what we're gonna get. So the 4th thing is about the location, which is a giant manor house, which used to be a mental hospital, I believe, all based in Louisiana. So I don't know if you're like me, but in survival horror games recently, it tends to usually start off in one of these houses and then expand and go crazy places, where the reality is, I think the best storytelling usually comes from just exploring a creepy mansion and finding out its history, finding out its past and what's going on in there. Now, the Alone in the Dark devs told me that this is what we can expect with Alone in the Dark. Yes, there is areas outside of the manor house, but mostly you're focused on solving the mystery and what's going on. Ultimately, you play as an investigator, so there's lots of investigatory work to be done, and that's where all this takes place inside this manor house. Now, the last thing is a playable teaser. Now, to be clear, the developers very specifically told me that they have no plans right now to release it into the wild, although they did very much hint that they might. But it is available to play at Gamescom. So if you're at Gamescom, make sure to check it out. Go to the Alone in the Dark booth. It's called Grace in the Dark, where you usually play as a young girl called Grace, and it's more of a tone piece. It's more about exploring the world and the sense of the environment and what to expect in the final game. Like I said, not available online, but they've made it. I'm pretty sure it's going to come at some point. So that was 5 things about Alone in the Dark, and if you're like me and you're a fan of survival horror, I think you might want to keep an eye on this one. For everything else at Gamescom 2022, make sure to stick with IGN.
The house in New Orleans, they call the rising sun.
Gamescom 2022 is presented by Samsung SSD, essential for gaming.
The only thing better than listening to IGN podcasts is watching them. Luckily, all your favorite weekly shows are here on IGN One. Whether you're chasing the latest Xbox releases with Unlocked, looking for your PlayStation fix with Beyond, tracking everything coming to Switch with Nintendo Voice Chat, or catching up on this week's gaming news with GameScoop, we've got you covered. Check it out. Tune in every weekday at 5 p.m. for the best gaming coverage right here on IGN One.
If you're not following IGN on social media, what are you waiting for? We're constantly updating our feeds to bring you the latest news, gameplay, custom original content, memes, the best user-generated videos and art, and a whole lot more. Be part of the conversation throughout the year. Follow IGN on Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, TikTok, and Snapchat.
Everybody loves watching a speedrun of their favorite game, but what if you got a chance to peek into the mind of the developers behind those games as they watch their hard work get completely destroyed right in front of them?
What is happening right now?
That's exactly what happens on every episode of Devs React to Speedruns. We invite you to ride along with the developers as they watch, react, and enjoy some of the craziest gameplay by the most skilled speedrunners on the planet. Tune in every Saturday for a brand new episode.
You're watching IGN Live at Gamescom. Even though it contained literally the whole planet at launch, Microsoft Flight Simulator has managed to somehow add even more content over the last 2 years. Here to tell us about what's next, please welcome Jörg Newman, head of Microsoft Flight Simulator, and Sebastian Vlock, the CEO of Asobo Studios. Welcome. Thanks for dropping by.
Hey.
So, big thing right now is helicopters. I know people really want to know what's going on with those. It's pretty self-explanatory what a helicopter is, but sort of how it gets implemented in Flight Sim is... we're curious. Big question, can you land them on top of structures?
Definitely. You can land anywhere. But Sepp coded it all, so he should speak to the specifics.
Yeah, so we have done a big update to the whole physics and simulation engine, especially for helicopters. The flight model is very different from a helicopter and a real aircraft. And yeah, you can land everywhere on buildings, any field, mountain, yeah.
Awesome. How would you say that sort of changes the feel of the overall experience compared to being in a...
I think it's a different way of seeing the world. I really rediscovered the entire planet with the helicopters. I've been working on it for 1 year now, and you see things really differently. You have time to stop somewhere and turn around and stuff like that. It's a new way of flying. Yeah,
it's incredible. And the other big world update is Canada, which is coming in September. Is that correct?
That's right.
What can you tell us about that?
Well, so we listen to our community a lot, and we had done 2 United States updates. We also did Germany update and stuff, and the Canadians are like, "Hey, it's our turn. What the hell?" And we're like, "Okay, fine." So it takes us about a year because we are trying to do 3D cities, and we fly planes over cities. They take millions of photographs to make them 3D out of that, and it takes about a year to make that. So we have 12 cities, and then we have 5 airports, and that sort of shows you all the countryside, and then we have missions in between. And yeah, it's really just for people to discover. It's huge, right? It's
I don't believe you that Canadians would say, "What the hell?" I feel like it's
much nicer.
Much nicer than that. What are some points of interest that people should check out first there?
Oh, I mean, I think people typically first go to the cities because it's kind of amazing when you see that. It's down to like 8 centimeters. And after that, I think they're going to go to the Yukon, those types of places. Like, sounds fascinating, Klondike, all those places. And it is great. Like, we have a new digital height field, like digital elevation map. So you see the Rockies in all their glory. And I think people will go land in the valleys. Kind of what Seb said. They land in the valleys where you typically go have gold digging and stuff like that. And I think that'll be cool.
I love it. So you recently had the Halo Infinite Pelican, and there was the Top Gun Maverick update, which I love that like every big game as a service is doing like pop culture crossovers and even Flight Simulator. Are we going to see anything like that in the future?
Yeah, I think so. We're trying to be a little careful with that because you could do anything, really. We try to stay pretty true to our... so Halo was a little bit of a stretch because at least it comes from Earth, right? So if it's completely something else, at some point our fans will probably be a little bit hesitant because they're flying around our real airspace. But you'll see quite a bit. We have a lot of discussions with...
You got some toys in the toy box.
Exactly.
You can get some Skyrim dragons, Banjo-Kazooie for that out
good
there.
Ideas.
Now, it's been 2 years. The game's been out for ages. It kind of came out the gate and was immediately just a huge hit. And obviously, it's gone in the direction the community's wanted to. Has there been anything sort of come out of the community that's really surprised you?
I would say the creativity is great. I mean, there's 500 or so companies that make stuff. Like, they make add-ons. Some of them are shockingly good. And I think the tolerance is interesting. Like, we knew we had a core audience of PC simmers, and then we brought it out on Xbox, and everybody's like, "Hey, this gamer's coming in. What the hell are these people?" And they were so gentle to them because they know the hobby is growing. And then we did it again when xCloud or Xbox Everywhere came out. Again, totally different people from totally different places. And I think they see the next generation of simmers coming in. And I think that was very heartwarming because we were a little bit nervous, quite frankly, if they would be tolerant of people who don't know how to fly at all. But it was the exact opposite. They sit there and explain to the newcomers how to do it, which is great.
That's lovely. I mean, that is fascinating because there is, you see this with really any gaming that has like the core community, and casual people like I don't know how to fly a plane, but I tried and I've had fun doing it, and I think that's really great to be able to hook people like that. And like clearly you're being able to serve that hardcore community, and it's opening up to other people. Has there been any consideration to try to do anything like more arcadey, more video gamey? Without, you don't want to ruin the simulation experience, but recently we saw like Forza Horizon 5 like drew in a ton of people who didn't normally go anywhere near motorsport or anything like that.
I mean, my opinion is Forza Horizon it's a terrific game, and it's freedom, and it's freedom of what you do, how you do it, and I think that's what Flight Sim has. We have the Earth, right? So that's cool, and there's a gigantic playground. I don't think we will ever be arcadey. But it's about how long it is. Because people are dreading a little bit, oh my God, I'm sitting on the tarmac for 20 minutes and stuff before I can even take off. But then we did Maverick, and you have a race over like super low to the ground, 3 minutes, you're done. And you get a score, and people are like, oh, awesome, great. And that becomes more gamey, but it's not arcadey at all. Actually, the plane is physically totally correct.
Yeah. No, I mean that's exactly it. That is the sort of the way to get people on board. It's the highway to the danger zone. It's just the need for speed. 2 years in, what's the timeline here? You've spoken about it being like a 10 years of support.
Yeah, it's so funny because now people say, hey, you're 2 years in, are you done in 8 years? I'm like, no. What we wanted to say was we're in for the long run, and we are just at the beginning. Like helicopters and gliders, the things that are coming out in November, that was sort of at the top of what people wanted. There's an airliner that people wanted. There's an infinite amount of more things that people want. So we'll be really busy.
Wonderful. I'm glad to hear it. Thank you so much. Microsoft Flight Simulator is out now on Xbox and PC, and it's really, really cool. So if you haven't checked it out yet, please do that. And in the meantime, keep watching IGN Live at Gamescom for more.
This is Azonzo, an authentic World War I first-person shooter set within the Azonzo River Valley and the European Alps. Let's check out some highlights from a few different playable classes, including the Officer, which can use a flare system to call in artillery, to the Marksman class and its deadly scoped rifle, plus a few others.
Luftaufklärung! Wir brauchen Artillerieunterstützung! Wir brauchen sofortigen Feindbeschuss! Luftaufklärung angefordert, Männer! Angriff! Artillerie ist unterwegs! Wir brauchen Luftaufklärung! Artillerieunterstützung! Luftaufklärung angefordert, Männer! Erstbeschuss! Alle bereit! Bewegung! Erstbeschuss! Alle bereit! Feindbeschuss! Wir brauchen Luftaufklärung!
Uccidete quei bastardi! Mandateli all'inferno, ragazzi! Via, via, via! Uccidete quei maledetti bastardi! Uccidete, ragazzi! Via, Barlero!
Only you can do this. Please.
What's up, everyone? Mitchell Saltzman right outside the Xbox booth at Gamescom 2022. I just got finished playing about 15 minutes of Lies of P, and I want to walk you through 5 things that I think you should probably know about this game. So the first thing that I think you should know is, it looks like Bloodborne, it's got the vibe of Bloodborne, but it doesn't really super play like Bloodborne. And don't get me wrong, it is still Souls-like, but when I think of Bloodborne, it's this hyper-aggressive style where, you have to run through, you have to, quickly attack enemies to get your health back. Lies of P is a little more deliberate. There's a block button, you get rewarded for blocking enemy attacks with good timing, with a perfect parry, and there's all kinds of special abilities also on top of that just don't really exist in Bloodborne. The second thing I think you should know are there these things called Legion arms, and basically there are arms that you can attach to your body at the bonfire equivalents, and there's one that lets you shoot out a puppet string that lets you pull enemies towards you. You can pull yourself towards enemies. There's another one that gets you into like an aim down sights kind of mode and lets you shoot this explosive drill projectile that just drills into something and then explodes. There's like a charge electricity thing that I didn't really get to figure out the main use for, but you can charge it. It gives you a short range electrical blast, and yeah, there's a lot of flexibility that you can take with you into Lies of P. The third thing is, well, I think this kind of comes with the territory, but it's hard. I got my ass kicked kind of in this demo. I ended up getting to the one of the bosses, didn't really make much progress, but like right at the very beginning, there's like this giant enemy that I just was doing no damage to. All the while, enemies from the rooftops would throw fire bombs at me. Other enemies would crawl up from other areas and throw oil at me that made me more vulnerable to fire bombs. And it was a rough time, man. I had to run away from my life a couple times. The fourth thing that you should know is that it's kind of creepy. I mean, all the enemies in the game are puppet based, so like you got like these shambling monsters that kind of like twitch unnervingly, and it actually kind of plays into the gameplay a little bit, because when you're playing a Souls-like, you're usually waiting for like that twitch that lets you know when to dodge. They're twitching all the time. They're just like. And it's amazing to really to kind of deal with. There was a part where I fell into like this hole, and like 3 mannequins started lurching towards me, and they were really hard to deal with. But yeah, it was a blast. And then the final thing that I think you should know is that there's a weapon mixing and matching kind of system. I didn't really get to mess around too much with this. Basically, every weapon has a head and a handle, and you can kind of mix and match them, and there's a special power associated with each part. So you have a special power associated with the handle, and you have a special power associated with the head. And I imagine that if you get different handles, you can mix and match them and use those special abilities using different weapons. Those are 5 things I think you should know about Lies of P. I wish I could play more of it. There's only one station here at all of Gamescom, but what are you gonna do? For more Gamescom 2022, you're already in the right place. IGN.
Gamescom 2022 is presented by Saints Row. Be your own boss and take control of Santo Alesso.
I'm Akeem Lawanson, and this is What to Watch on IGN1. It's a weekly show where we check out the latest and greatest in trailers, reviews, and everything else in the world of entertainment. Tune in to new episodes every Friday at 9 p.m. on IGN1.
IGN is your go-to for the latest and best in games, movies, and television. And with over 50 million IGN subscribers, you're in good company.
Oh, we're shooting turkeys!
Thanks to your help, we've raised over $100,000 for charity. Brought you and creators the world over together for events like Gamescom and DC Fandom.
Brenton Thwaites here, I play Dick Grayson.
And made your voices heard. You voted almost 30 million times in our best video game of all time and Super Movie Madness tournaments, and posted over 40 million times on IGN's message boards. The chat must flow. Catch our unending stream of up-to-date news and so much more over at IGN.com, or subscribe to IGN on YouTube. And check out IGN Games and IGN Movies and TV for deep dives into your preferred pop culture. Plus, IGN guides to get help on veritably any game from our team of experts. No matter where you are, IGN.com, YouTube, Twitter, Facebook, or Instagram, IGN has you covered.
Hey you! Yes, you! Do you have fun? Fear of missing Gamescom? Relax. Gamescom is everywhere you want. Gamescom now. Register now.
What's up, everybody? I'm Stella Chung, and you're about to get your weekly fix. This is the show where we round up all the biggest gaming and entertainment headlines you won't want to miss. Tune into new episodes every Saturday at 12:30 p.m. Eastern and Pacific on IGN1.
The First Descendant is Nexon's new co-op action RPG shooter made in Unreal Engine 5 that transports players to a sci-fi world where they will unravel the secret behind the Descendant's power across various missions and raids in single-player and multiplayer. Let's take a look at what's in store for players during the First Descendant Steam Beta coming this October.
We always ask questions. What is it that actually exists? Where does the origin come from? Where are we headed to in the end? If you feel confused, just reload your gun.
You're watching IGN Live at Gamescom. I'm Damon, that's Brian, this is Danny from IGN Israel, that's Daniel from IGN Japan, and that is Gamescom right behind us. Now, PlayStation isn't officially out there on the show floor this year, but that did not stop the company from announcing a bunch of PlayStation 5 hardware news here, starting with the reveal of a brand new PlayStation DualSense Edge controller. Now, this is PlayStation's answer to the Xbox Elite controller. It's a higher-end, premium alternative to the stock DualSense controller that comes with your PS5. Let's talk about what this thing can do. Who has an Xbox Elite controller? I know Brian does.
Yes,
have you
I love it.
Yes. What are you sort of expecting out of the PlayStation 5 answer to that?
Well, I practically think it's going to have the same features, extra buttons and stuff, but I really want to see it to have even more. I mean, even okay, the best thing about the DualSense is that you have the haptic feedback and you have the adaptive triggers. So hopefully we're going to have another adaptive triggers, because this is something you don't have in Xbox. So basically upgrading your experience with the DualSense that will make all of your senses go wild, especially for shooter gamers.
I was going to say, I really like that aspect of it. Like the base version of the controller is already starting with the haptic stuff, which is amazing.
Exactly.
But this is going to have, swappable sticks, the back paddles, all that fun stuff. It's going to have multiple controller profiles, which is really cool. So when you're hopping from kind of game to game, different layouts and stuff like that, you'll be able to map them all. I love the DualSense already, so building like a higher end version of it that is a lot more customizable is exactly
mind-blowing.
Yeah, it's exactly what I want. Like they even took the thing where they're like the case charges the controller itself. Yeah, it's got that like braided USB-C, all that fun stuff. So
I love it.
Yeah, you're into this, right?
Yes, so I have. I am somebody who very much defaults to the default controller.
Right.
I like them, and I think this time the DualSense, especially, is a really big upgrade over the previous controller for the PS4, which I really love. I also really like the Xbox controller, and I have kind of no complaints with them. I do have on a Steam Deck or on my Switch, I have the Hori controllers, which they have back paddles and stuff, but I find myself not really using them that much, and enjoying the custom layouts.
Yeah,
and it's a lot of change to lay down for
I'm kind of the same way. I'm not sure the Edge controller is for me. I kind of think these controllers are really intended for really competitive players, and I'm mostly a single player gamer. But Brian, you have an Elite controller, and I think we have similar tastes in games.
Yeah, we both play a lot of single player games. I'm not a competitive player at all. I'm terrible at esports and all those fun things. But what I really love about the sticks on the Xbox, is like the right stick on my Elite is just a little bit taller than the left one, and because I just played with a bunch, and I was like, that actually feels comfy. And I started mapping buttons to the back paddles and stuff like that. The DualSense Edge specifically has different caps for your analog sticks. So they're just like, it's kind of like the dome, the half dome, little, like, when you ever like on Steam Deck, right? When you're touching those sticks and they kind of move in a little bit.
Yeah.
They're really comfy, but also maybe somebody wants something that's kind of concave over convex. You'll have that option here. I think what's interesting with the DualSense Edge is that you'll have to buy those sticks separately. The caps come included, so the analog tops basically, but the sticks themselves will be additional purchases, which I'm not entirely wild about. I hope that's something they change before they announce the price and release date and all that fun stuff. So.
And hopefully it will come in colors. Just this is all I can think about, because then you can actually design your controller like to be crazy.
I think on Xbox you have the you can customize your controller and build your own controller, right? And I don't know why they. It would be awesome if you could do that with an Elite style or an Edge style controller.
You can. Yeah, it's interesting. That would probably be like a small edge of the market. No pun intended.
The other big hardware initiative that's coming to PlayStation 5 is PSVR 2, right?
Yes.
We know it's coming next year, but we still don't have an exact release date. We still don't have a price. Lots of question marks on this one. The original PSVR has its fans and its supporters, but I think the attach rate for the PS4 was only about 5%.
Right.
Yeah.
And now, several years later, the MetaQuest 2 has been a huge success, but of course it's, it's probably cheaper than what we're expecting PSVR 2 is going to cost, and it doesn't require any PC. It's wireless,
Yeah.
So it's just like, what is Sony expecting, I wonder, for PSVR 2?
I think they're coming at this one at a significant advantage than they had the last time around. And they had a good advantage last time, which was they were one of the only consumer-ready VR market, headsets in the market. There wasn't really an Oculus to compete with at the time, but also they launched it with Move controllers, which were already like a decade old at the time. This one is going up against higher-end PC stuff. It's only got one cable. There's a lot we don't know about, like whether it will use your backwards compatible library, whether you can plug it into your PC and play things there. But I think they're going for like a premium market here, and they're going to make a kick-ass, really strong headset. And they've got a bunch of games coming for it too, which is cool.
Daniel, how are you feeling about PSVR 2?
Yeah. So after the spaghetti mess of the previous headsets,
the snakes,
cords,
so many cables.
I appreciate the one cable, but having used the Quest with the no cables, my god, it feels great. I think it's the premium VR experience though. It feels better. It's it's less likely to make you feel unwell for one thing. You can have all kinds of deeper, richer game experiences, and so I think if they can really put in some good games that really take advantage of it and it feels good, then bring it on.
It always comes back to the game.
It always does.
We obviously still have lots of questions. Suffice to say, we're still very excited for those two big new PlayStation hardware announcements that have already come out of Gamescom. There's still tons more ahead, though. Keep watching IGN Live at Gamescom for more.
All right, I'm Stella Chung, and I am here at Gamescom 2022, and you can see the crowd is so excited. They're piling in. The doors are open now. It is officially go time. I am so excited. All right, we made it. We're inside. Shade. Okay. Now to figure out which entrance to go through. I think we have to go through here. Okay, we made it through the outside entrance, which is great, because now we're inside an AC-ish. But now there is another entrance where I think you actually have to scan your tickets. So a little bit more of a line, but I mean, we're almost there. Like, I can see it. Oh, see, look! We're about to be in Gamescom! Oh my god, look, they're aliens! Is where IGN is. We're all the way in the back, so please come say hi or wave at our cameras. I don't know, whatever you like. Yeah, we're inside. So obviously I explored all of Hall 8. I don't know where to go now. Oh, right, we need to go to Hall 9, shoot some things there. Yes. Then afterwards, I think I'm gonna look at the cafeteria and get some food because I'm really hungry. It's so cool to see people dressing in really cool outfits here. I hope it stays this easy to move through, but I don't think so because we still saw so many people waiting outside. Ooh, it's the Skull and Bones booth. Oh my god, look at this. Ooh, even all the way in Germany, you gotta have your fries. And honestly, let me tell you, the fries here are amazing. So you can never go wrong with having fries here. We made it! Home sweet home. Oh my god. All right, so I think I have to check a few emails. Definitely get something to eat. I can't forget that because I'm super busy. And yeah, I guess that's it. I'm gonna go work.
What's up, everyone? I'm Mitchell Saltzman here with Marcus from THQ Nordic, and we're going to be talking about AEW Fight Forever. So, Marcus, one of the things I really want to know about this game is, you know, this is a game that's really embodying the spirit of N64 wrestling games like No Mercy, like Revenge, and like the WrestleMania 2000. What do you think it is about that era of wrestling games that is so appealing and that you want to embody with Fight Forever?
Yeah, first of all, thanks for having me. Cool to be here. This old arcade style, I think this comes back to our childhood. A lot of gamers, they started back in the earlies with N64, and they love the feeling of these arcade games, and they kind of vanished in a couple of years. Technology raised and the level, it's now more motion capturing and everything, and we said, no, we want to go back to the roots, doing all animations handmade, teaming up together with youths and creating something players are longing for since years, I would say.
Really, I look back fondly on with regards to No Mercy as a story mode. What can you tell us about AEW Fight Forever story mode?
Yeah, we will definitely have a deep career mode. So you can also start with a customized wrestler, you can create your own wrestler, you can pick one from the roster, and you can start your career and experience how it's going to be at the life on the road with AEW. With an own schedule, you will have some nice cutscenes, you can earn experience, you can develop your character. And I think that's the funny thing about the game. So you're really on the road, you can spend your skill points. So there's a couple of what you can do, and I think this makes this game really nice.
One of the things I don't remember from No Mercy, and one of the things that we see in the trailer, are some mini games. Is there anything you can tell us about the mini games?
Yeah, we will have a couple of them in the game. We will add maybe more later on, let's see. But I think the cool thing about mini games is you can sit on the couch together with your friends and just enjoy the game without serious battling, so just having fun with some friends. And I think this is a cool addition to the base game.
So one of the things that's really unique about AEW is that they've innovated a bunch of match types, like the Casino Battle Royale. Are those match types going to find their way into AEW Fight Forever?
Yeah, exactly. Most likely every one of these are in the main game. So we have the Casino Battle Royale, we have a two-way, as a three-way, four-way, we have ladder matches.
One of the unique things about wrestling games are the situational moves. You can do jumps over the top rope. You can clothesline people on the top rope. You can do all kinds of crazy things. Can you talk a little bit about what can you do in the ring of Fight Forever?
You can do most likely everything. So we have we wanted to create this unique AEW atmosphere. So we added all the finishes, we added all the moves. As stated before, they are all handmade, so to say, so no motion capturing. So the wrestlers, they were deeply involved in creating all this stuff. Kenny Omega was the creative mastermind behind this game, and based on his big knowledge about wrestling, we created all the moves. So you can throw people outside of the ring, you can grab some weapons under the ring, you can interact with the audience, so with the barricades, so there is plenty of stuff, of crazy stuff you can do in the game. We have over 40 weapons included. The most crazy one is a fire extinguisher you can use. Then you have the classic ones like chairs, like ladders, like tables, so baseball bats, all of that is in the game.
All right, guys, well, that is AEW Fight Forever. And for more Gamescom, keep it right here on IGN.
Howdy, I'm Rebecca Valentine. I am here at Gamescom at the promotion for AEW Fight Forever with Cole Cabana and Christopher Daniels. Hi, guys.
Hello, how's it going? Hi, I'm great. How are you?
I am.
You didn't even ask me. You just said hi. Hi.
Hi!
She did want to know how you were, though.
I did. I wanted to know so bad.
How you doing, Cole? You all right?
Thanks, Chris.
Well, we are standing in a ring that is just labeled with AEW Fight Forever everywhere because that game is here at Gamescom. Have you two had a chance to check it out yet?
Yeah, I've had a chance to see the premium video stuff. And it's very cool to see.
Yeah, how about you?
Yeah, it's very early right now, I think, for us. We've landed from America, but we've taken it in a little bit. This is very big, very overwhelming, but AEW seems to have a great place in here, and it's very exciting, for sure.
So have you two decided who you are going to main in Fight Forever yet?
Who we're going to main?
Yeah, who are you going to play as? Who are you going to make yourself?
Oh, definitely me. Definitely me first. Although my record isn't as good as it should be, so maybe I shouldn't be me first. What do you think? Maybe I'm Paul White. Yeah. Okay. I'll probably do John Moxley. That's a safe bet. Yeah. Just don't take Paul White. I'm Paul White.
All right.
I'll let you go first.
I'm going to make a character, actually, and it's just going to be Paul White with like a Caribbean hat on.
Nice. Yeah, I like it. That sounds good.
Well, now I want to see you two fight each other in Fight Forever also.
Okay, well, I don't know. I don't have any problem with cold. Why would we fight?
I would like the idea of if we fought forever, but literally did a 36-hour stream of just one match. And we could set a record and put it on the map.
I'm down. Let's do it. Let's do it for sure.
Are there any dream matches that you want to set up in this thing when it comes out?
I mean, I've already played the demo, and I've already had a dream match of Thunder Rosa versus Adam Cole. So
How'd that go?
it was very Thunder Rosa, easy win. Easy win, yes. And in my head, that's how it would go too.
What about you?
Which is weird because Adam Cole is a gamer. You would think he would do better in the game, but apparently not against Thunder Rosa. So I'm looking forward to seeing the Young Bucks in action on the video game. I want to see how many super kicks they throw on the video game as opposed to in real life. I think the numbers are probably equal.
Yeah, because in real life, it's basically a video game for them.
So we're at Gamescom. We are surrounded by so many games. Do you get a chance to wander around and play anything? Is there anything you're excited about besides Fight Forever?
I haven't been. I'm a little bit past the age for video games, but I'm looking for stuff. I'm looking for the stuff for my son because he's an avid gamer.
Oh, yeah?
He's a big Fortnite guy, so I'm definitely looking for stuff to bring home for him.
Awesome. What about you?
Yes, I think everyone would know me from my Twitch channel and playing games. But I've taken a little bit of a tour, but when we came in, we are right next to Cosmic Shake and SpongeBob. And I didn't think I'd be so into a SpongeBob game, but I keep seeing it and it looks amazing. And so I think that's kind of my number one on my list right now.
Did you watch the cartoons?
I did not, although the voice of SpongeBob, Tom Kenny, has done some wrestling stuff with us in Los Angeles. Yes. So as wrestlers, we are just involved in like everything. We hit and so you wouldn't have think like, oh, Cole Cabana and Tom Kenny shared a locker room. Yeah, we did. And he beat me.
It was beginner's luck, though, honestly. It was beginner's luck. Colt's been looking for a rematch for a very long time, I'm sure.
Oh.
Tom Kenny!
I'm coming for you.
I'm coming after you!
Well, speaking of rematches, I hear this ring we're standing in, there's going to be something going on here later. Who's fighting? What's going on?
We're going to keep that under wraps for now, but there are going to be matches between the AEW talents to show the German fans what AEW is all about. This will be the first time that we've had AEW matches in Germany, although Colt and myself have wrestled in Germany many times. We're looking forward to putting on an AEW show for the German fans here today.
That's really exciting. Are we able to say who else is here?
Yeah, Eva Luno is here, and Helico is here, and Pretty Peter Avalon is here as well.
Well, I don't know what the matchups are going to be, but that sounds really exciting.
And don't forget referee Rick Knox.
Referee Rick Knox.
Of course!
Beloved referee Rick Knox.
Well, thank you both so much for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you so much for your enthusiasm. If you can give that to all the other hosts, we'll have a very exciting time.
Don't worry, it's infectious.
Yes.
Gamescom 2022 is presented by NHTSA. Drive sober or get pulled over.
Tune into IGN 1 for the latest news on your favorite releases, gameplay exclusives, and all the entertainment you can handle. And maybe even some you can't.
Cinefix on IGN 1, your friendly Friday night home for film fanaticism.
You're watching The Weekly Fix, ready to fill you in on anything you may have missed in the world of gaming and entertainment.
Find it all in one place on IGN 1.
They turned into a network. Who knew?
IGN Playlist is all of your games in one place. You can build your library and discover new games. Create and follow playlists from friends. Access guides for what you're playing. And rate and rank the games you love to share with the world. Available free with your IGN account. It's for players, no matter where you play.
You're a busy gamer with plenty to play. Not a lot of downtime, but you still want to keep up with the latest gaming news? Fret not. No matter where you like to play, PC, PlayStation, Nintendo, Xbox, I've got the headlines you need to know about. When Half-Life 3 is announced, it'll be on the Daily Fix. When the Switch Pro is announced, you'll be the first to know. And when that big game you just can't wait for is delayed, yeah, I'll have that news too. The Daily Fix, with me, Nars. Weekdays, only on IGN.
If you're not following IGN on social media, what are you waiting for? We're constantly updating our feeds to bring you the latest news, gameplay, custom original content, memes, the best user-generated videos and art, and a whole lot more. Be part of the conversation throughout the year. Follow IGN on Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, TikTok, and Snapchat.
Hello, this is IGN Live at Gamescom 2022. If you've missed any of the show so far, don't worry, because there are plenty more big games still to come.
That's right, Damon. In just a little while, we're checking out Recreation, a new open-world racing game from a team of devs who previously worked on the Burnout and Need for Speed games. After that, we've got some AEW wrestlers to show us the ropes, literally. And then we're getting a look at the Dark Pictures anthology, The Devil in Me. And did you know they make video games in Australia?
No.
Yes, they do. I know it's hard to believe, but it's true, and we'll be checking out a few notable indies from down under.
In the meantime, if you need something to make your Gamescom experience even better, check out Gamescom Epics, a community treasure hunt happening on Gamescom's official site throughout the show. Complete quests and help Epi in his fight against the evil bugs to win attractive prizes, collect experience points, level up, and win rewards.
Now, if you're sitting at home and you're wondering how to keep track of the literal millions of games you're most excited about, or you feel like making a list of your favorite games that you already got to see, check out IGN Playlist, a brand new tool from IGN that lets you build and view curated lists of the games you love. Head on over to playlist.ign.com and get started.
All right, coming up in just a minute, we're crashing cars at high speeds in the arcade racing game Recreation. But first, let's check in with the folks out on the Gamescom show floor to hear about what's coming to Microsoft Flight Simulator.
Hello everyone, I'm Jesse and welcome to Gamescom 2022. I just got back from playing a little bit of Microsoft Flight Simulator and I'm going to tell you the 5 coolest new things coming in the latest updates. So first up, we have the famous Wright Flyer plane coming to Microsoft Flight Simulator. We haven't seen this since 2004 Flight Simulator, and this plane, it's quite the iconic bit of innovation, a bit of aviation history coming to Microsoft Flight Simulator. It first flew in 1903. That is 118 years ago, so it's quite the old plane. Now, you're not going to be doing any tricks, you're not going to be doing any barrel rolls with it, but what it does allow you to do is sort of appreciate a little bit of aviation innovation history coming into that era. It's a fantastic bit of machinery. We next have the Spirit of St. Louis, and that is another iconic classic plane coming to Microsoft Flight Simulator. Now, if you're looking to challenge yourself to do the flight of the century, I implore you to take a flight from New York straight to Paris, because in 1927, that's exactly what Charles Lindbergh did with this very plane coming in this November update. So if you're feeling like you want to do a transatlantic flight, and it's a little bit of a challenge, make sure to take this plane. The next new addition to Microsoft Flight Simulator are gliders. Now, this is a super exciting new addition because when it comes to gliders, you're not dealing with any jet engines or propellers. It is just you and favorable weather, hopefully. So soon you'll be able to soar all across your favorite spots in a sort of somewhat relaxing manner. And there's 2 different ways you can actually get into the air when it comes to the gliders. You have the winch system and a tow plane as well. So new mechanics coming to Microsoft Flight Simulator. And I actually heard from a developer that they contacted every flight agency when it comes to gliders in the entire world to see what airports are actually gliders safe. So that's a ton of work for something that we're all just going to be able to play and enjoy and hopefully appreciate as well. And lastly, we have helicopters coming to Microsoft Flight Simulator. People have been dying to see this happen, and it's finally coming in a November update. We've got 2 helicopters along the way, and, well, they're coming with their own unique set of challenges and flight mechanics. Now, the great thing about helicopters is that you're actually going to be able to take in as much scenery as you want at your own pace. Now, obviously, an entirely new flight mechanic, an entirely new flight model definitely means you're going to have to get used to the controls again. Definitely going to have to pay attention to a few of the helicopter tutorials. But it's really exciting times for Microsoft Flight Simulator because we're going to have gliders, we're going to have helicopters, we're going to have a few of the classics like the Wright plane and the Spirit of St. Louis. There's a lot of stuff for nostalgic fans of Flight Simulator and a lot of new cool things to bring in new fans as well. I can't wait. But something you'll be able to play very, very soon coming to Microsoft Flight Simulator is City Update 1, which is going to include 5 German cities and also a brand new plane as well. First up, we have Hanover, Dortmund, Bonn, Dusseldorf, and Cologne. And that new plane is the Junkers F-13, the first all-metal civilian plane, another super iconic bit of aviation history there that you'll be able to, well, take to the skies with very, very soon. It's all super exciting stuff. So those are the 5 cool new things coming to Microsoft Flight Simulator very, very soon. But you're already in the right place for everything Gamescom, Xbox, and Microsoft Flight Simulator here at IGN.
Some racing video games are about creating the most realistic simulation possible, and others are more about using your rocket boosters to launch your vehicles off of ramps at speeds that would make the car and everyone in the car explode, and Recreation is definitely more of the latter. We can't wait for it. Here to tell us more is creative director Alex Ward from Three Fields Entertainment. Thanks for joining us.
Good, not bad, surviving, just about.
Tell us about Recreation.
You just said everything I was
Is that
gonna
it?
say.
That was it?
Yeah,
Well, thank you for watching.
You've just said everything I was going to say, so good job, and thanks very much.
Okay, so obviously this game, well, first of all,
it's going to be a short interview.
It will.
Very short.
This game is, it's got a lot of Burnout DNA, which I absolutely love, because that is a thing that's sorely missing in our lives these days. But I also just love how arcadey and fun and silly this is. There's a lot of games out there that are just like extremely serious when it comes to racing, and you have to fine-tune the car, tire pressure, and stuff like that. What made you decide to not do that?
Well, it's funny looking at the role and the stuff we're showing on the show floor. I can tell you that it's a racing game for people who like car games, and it's also a game for people who don't like car games, which you can't really say fairer than that, really, in Germany. I think what we're doing with Recreation, we've been working on this game for a couple of years now with the folks at THQ Nordic. And I guess if you're familiar with improv comedy, you know what that is, right? Have you ever heard of jam session in music? Where if you put some people together in a room and maybe if you put some TV presenters together in a room and maybe some great show is going to come out of it.
Right.
That's a jam session, and also pick-up basketball, right? You know what that is?
Yes.
So the combination of those 3 things is about people getting together. And when we started on Recreation, the pandemic was just starting, right? So we went from working in the studio, 7 people, to all working at home. So the game world, which we call the mix world, that became our office, our meeting place. So every day we would meet in the game and say, well, what's this game going to be? What are we going to do? So we decided to focus around this improvisational theme, because I'm a big believer that I think that the age of the developer is coming to an end. And I think that this has got to be the age of the player. Because I don't know about you, I'm sick of being told what to do. And I grew up playing games where me and my friends would play, maybe on N64, right, playing GoldenEye. We would play the game in a way that we would make up our own rules for the game. So we would say, okay, 2 minutes, mines only. In Call of Duty, we say throw in the game and start shooting us and kicking out, right? But we were thinking, I don't want to play the way you want me to play. And some of the best times I've had in games has been making up rules on the spot. If you think about going back to being a kid, and if you play outside, where play naturally happens is based on who you're with, what age they are, and maybe what skill level they are, if we're kicking around, and what tools are available. So I used to play out on the street, maybe somebody's got a bike, maybe somebody's got a ball, maybe somebody's stolen the ball and we've got a tin can.
Right.
You would make up a game and have fun and improvise with what you had. So we're applying that to our game. So whilst you're seeing and thinking this is a racing game, it is, what we're actually doing is giving you the whole game and the world, and we have this feature we've introduced called Live Mix, which is a real-time online collaboration system. So you can build something and your friends can be driving on it and building with you, and you can do whatever you want, whenever you want to do it, however you want to do it.
So you're taking a lot of, you're giving the player all this freedom with the cars, but you're also throwing a ton of tools at them to be go make a mess. I remember playing something like Excitebike when I was a kid. Where
Excellent game.
Yeah, and you're
on the NES?
On the NES, yeah. And you could just build that really dumb, huge ramp.
Yeah.
And all the bikes would die, basically.
Yeah.
So,
I remember, I'm here in Cologne, right? And this is an amazing, probably the most amazing show I've ever been to. I went to a show in London in 1987, and that was the first time Nintendo had shown any games in London. And they had a truck at the corner and no one was playing. and they had Super Mario Brothers, Kung Fu, excellent, and Excite Bike.
Yeah.
And I stood playing it for like 2-3 hours and thought, it's amazing. My friend said, what did you see? I said, I like this Nintendo thing. Didn't see it, don't care, too long, didn't read. So yeah, Excite Bike, amazing.
Yeah.
We want to give you the tools to have fun and let you play how you want to play. Now,
That
could
rules.
be good, could be bad. That's the joy, right? If you go and see improv, it might work, it might not.
Right.
Everyone could be on their feet laughing, could be cheering and throwing things. That's good as well, right? Because that's play. And if you think about what play is, we want you to play and we want you to have fun. And I think the world's a crazy place anyway, and it is now. So if you can get together online with your friends and play, have fun, improvise, we want players to come up with some good stuff. Great for the developer, because we can say, hey, you can do a lot of work. But really, I saw something on YouTube several years ago, and it really spoke to me. It was a kid saying, why won't these developers, not us, somebody else, probably Bungie, probably wasn't Bungie, why can't they see that this game is a creative platform for me to express myself?
Yes.
Why can't I do this with that when I want to do this?
I do want to thank you for allowing us to destroy so many signs here today. I hate signs in video games, and I'm glad...
You've got to have signs. Where would we be without signs?
I mean, we're breaking them, so obviously someone's going to be in trouble.
Chaos, dogs, cats living together. This is just somebody else playing. They said, can you record some B-roll? It's like, no. Can you show your game in Cologne? We said, never been seen before, got some new stuff in it.
Sure.
Show the game off. So we said, okay, on the show floor, you can do a race and you can remix the race and you can drive around for like 2 minutes. But
you have
behind closed doors, we're showing dogs and cats living together pandemonium.
You have something there. The game's called Recreation. You had something called a record with a W.
Yeah.
You go hard with the puns on this one then, huh?
Well, the original title of the game, it was a level in a game I worked on a few years ago called Danger Zone, where I did a level called Sparks and Recreation. It's been a long day and I was working late into the night.
Yep.
And I like the recreation bit. So when we hit on Live Mix, which was created by a guy called Alex Veal who works with me, when we hit on that, then we thought recreation, hanging out, wrecking, creating, building, live mix, remix. And the premise of the game, we have this idea that you're the DJ, you're the game DJ. And if you're a DJ at a wedding, your job is to hopefully get everybody drunk, keep everybody on the dance floor. Everybody goes home and says, best wedding I ever had, best time ever. As the host of an online game, it's up to you to give people a good time. And they can rate you. Are you a good game DJ or a bad game DJ? And you have to tailor the content accordingly, because you can be players from all around the world of different ages. You never know who you're going to meet online, and different skill levels. So some days you go into an online game, you get your ass handed to you very quickly. It's not fun, it's off-putting, you don't come back. With our game, we want you to come in, have fun, hang out. Some people want to race, some people want to hang out, some people want to drink, some people want to smash the signs. Some people want to smash signs.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Well,
that's
it looks great. Everything you said is just music to my ears, and I'm dying to see what the community does when they get their hands on it. Recreation is out later this year. Keep watching IGN Live at Gamescom for more. Right now, let's see what's happening out on the convention floor.
Hey everybody, I'm Leonard, Game Director at Point Blank Games. We're excited to share with you new and exclusive gameplay footage of Stray Blade. We hope you enjoy it and are excited to welcome you to a Korea very soon. Don't forget to wishlist Stray Blade now and sign up for our beta.
Gamescom 2022 is presented by Samsung SSD, essential for gaming.
Hey you! Yes, you! Do you have FOMO? Fear of missing Gamescom? Relax. Gamescom is everywhere you want. Gamescom now. Register now.
In a world with non-stop news about Marvel, Netflix, and Star Wars, you need a show with accurate reporting, hard-hitting commentary, and me. I'm Akeem Lawanson, the host of The Fix Entertainment. Whether it's the latest superhero scoop, film fiasco, or anime announcement, I'll be right here covering all the latest in major studio headlines and pop culture news. Make sure to catch The Fix Entertainment wherever you watch IGN.
Tune in to IGN 1 for the latest news on your favorite releases, gameplay exclusives, and all the entertainment you can handle. And maybe even some you can't.
Cinefix on IGN 1, your friendly Friday night home for film fanaticism.
You're watching the Weekly Fix, ready to fill you in on anything you may have missed in the world of gaming and entertainment.
Find it all in one place on IGN 1.
They turned into a network. Who knew?
Kodashop platform is the preferred online destination to find and purchase digital experiences and for users to engage with each other. Millions of gamers count on Kodashop every month for a seamless purchase experience when buying game credits or vouchers. No registration or login is required, and purchases are added to the user's game account instantly. Let's take a look.
You're watching IGN Live at Gamescom. The next entry in the Dark Pictures anthology is The Devil in Me, which has a few new tricks up its sleeve. We're joined by the game's director, Tom Heaton. Welcome.
Hi. What's up, Tom? First of all, this game looks awesome. Big fan of horror. Love that genre just keeps getting more and more love in the world of video games. You've got a couple of games under your belt in this series now. What's the big thing that's kind of setting this one apart for people who maybe haven't played the old ones or have?
Well, every time we do one of the games in the Dark Pictures anthology, we're always looking to shake it up, give the players something new. So there's a couple of things that sets it apart. Obviously, we've got a new story, new characters. We've got a new genre we're exploring, which is serial killers and slashers, which is my personal favourite horror genre.
Yeah,
I love it.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Yeah, exactly. So the whole story built around H.H. Holmes, America's first serial killer, and we're bringing a ton of new features in with this installment. We've got new exploration mechanics, a new inventory mechanic, a simple inventory the players have, and puzzles, because puzzles fit really well into the idea of this killer that's trying to confuse and disorientated victims. So yeah, there's a ton of new stuff.
Nice. And you're working with, what's the actress's name, the star?
Jessie Buckley, fantastic actress,
yep.
Oscar nominee, BAFTA nominee, Olivia Award winner, fantastic. We're so lucky to get a lovely person, brilliant performance. So,
she was recently in Men, which I really love.
Yeah, fantastic.
Yeah, Chernobyl and Fargo season 4.
Yep.
So, God, you guys have been doing this for quite some time. Until Dawn was that was a while ago. Have you sort of seen Supermassive's reputation for these games make it easier to get star talent like that? Or I guess what's the casting process like?
I think so, yeah. I think people, I mean, there's a lot of things going on in that space with actors becoming more and more interested in games in general, but also they've seen what we can do, they've seen the critical reception, and we can show them, we need to kind of reassure actors that their performances are going to be captured, that they're going to be able to do what they normally do. So we can show them previous games and show them how accurate the motion capture is, the facial motion capture, and that really helps.
Now, you mentioned the slasher genre, which I love, the subgenre of horror. How gory does this get? Like how violent, like, and bloody, like, is that something you were fighting for personally as a fan of that genre?
I think you have to have that. I think that's part of the genre. It is pretty gory. I think it's the goriest one we've done.
Yes.
And it fits with what we're doing. It fits with the story. It fits with the setup. Like, it sounds bad, but it is great fun designing that sort of stuff. You know, we all get into a room. How can we make this death the worst in the game? You know?
If you get the abnormal thing out of the way of, hey, we really like watching people get stabbed, then you can have a lot of fun from there,
Absolutely,
right?
and that's what players want, you know. And if you're watching a horror movie, that's one of the things you don't want to see these characters die, but you do, and you want to see them die in a really horrible and unique way.
It's not called like the Texas Chainsaw tickling, right?
It's not, no.
You want to see a massacre.
Yeah, exactly.
Now, this is the 4th Dark Pictures game, and a little bird told me you might have trademarked some other titles for stuff down the road. You clearly, you know, work on a lot of projects. How do you sort of pick which story to approach first? And I guess sort of how long has this been in the works, and what's the creative timeline here?
So right from the start, we've been doing the anthology from 2016 or something like that. Right from the start, we had 8 games planned out. Now, they were only kind of in the idea, you know, the conception, the high concept of the game, and we have done a little bit of shuffling around of those titles, working out what would go best next to each other, or a couple of times new ideas have come in. So it's been planned for a long time. And it's going well, you know, and every time we do one, we're kind of make it a little bit better and changing it up. So the timeline is long. But then for a long time, it's just a concept, and then suddenly a team gets on it and it starts coming to life. It changes a lot. People have ideas, so that's part of the process too.
God, that's so awesome.
What's the last really good horror you saw?
There was a film which is a couple of years old called The Perfection, which is it's a horrible film, actually. I mean, it's really genuine horror with real proper kind of body horror and gore. And it's about a classical violinist or cellist, I think, who is, and she's got a manipulator. Anyway, it's very good. I recommend it. Came out a couple of years ago.
Places. Did not know where that was going.
With the bus.
Yeah, with the bus.
Yeah.
The scene with the bus.
Yeah, we won't spoil anything.
Yeah,
we won't spoil anything.
I feel like that one might be a little weird, especially post-COVID. But, anyway, thank you so much for coming by. That was the Dark Pictures anthology, The Devil in Me. That's out in November on the PlayStations, the Xboxes, and the PCs. Right now, we're going to check in with our teams on the show floor.
Hey everyone, welcome back to IGN's coverage of Gamescom 2022 here on the show floor in Cologne, Germany. My name is Ronnie Barrier, and with me I have Matt Purslow.
Hello.
Now Matt, you just got to see some new footage of Minecraft Legends, which you've told me is kind of like an open world crafting game? How would you describe it?
Well, it's unusual because it's an open world crafting game, pretty much like what Minecraft was. It's literally built in the Minecraft engine, so it's got all of that going on. But it's actually a real-time strategy game, which makes you kind of think, well, what is it? Is it like Command & Conquer? Is it like Age of Empires, I guess, consider it's Xbox? But no, because it's got no mission. So the whole idea is that you get dropped at the start of the campaign into a procedurally generated open world like you would do in Minecraft. But rather than it just being about kind of like survival mechanics and heading out and mining to create your own kind of kingdom, it's very much about building an army. So you build bases, you can turn sort of like your resources into minions, then you take those minions with you and assault bases owned by pigs.
Oh, pigs. yeah, I was totally with you until the last word, pigs. Can you tell me about the pigs?
So there is a pigling invasion,
okay,
and that's the storyline. So there's a very light touch, it seems, to the story. It's very much self-directed. It's you choose where in the world you want to go. You choose which kind of like fortresses you want to assault and stuff like that. But yes, there is a pigling invasion on the Minecraft world, and it's your job as this kind of like guy on a horse that starts with nothing but build up an army to fend off this pigling invasion.
Okay, so you've talked about some of the old Minecraft mechanics being in there. How have they turned those classic Minecraft mechanics into an open world strategy game?
So whereas kind of Minecraft is, as they describe it, a block by block game in which I guess a bit like Lego, you place blocks down, right, and you build kind of like your ideal house or your ideal fortress stuff. In this, it's much more like a game like Command & Conquer, I guess, in that you have pre-built structures that you can place in the world, but you have to have the resources, as you would in Minecraft, to build those. So if you want to build, I guess, like a cobblestone kind of tower, you need the right amount of cobblestone to do it. So you go out and graft it like you would in Minecraft. And then from there, it's like you would build a barracks, which is how that you get your minions that follow you around in battle. And each of those minions requires classic kind of Minecraft resources. And each one of those resources turns into a minion ally.
Okay.
And they follow you around. And then you can kind of go, hey, guys, we're going to go and attack this fortress over here. We need loads of like melee units. So you build loads of them. They come with you. And if they can't get there, you have to build like little bridges over moats to get them in, and then they go off and do their work, and they smash fortresses, they bring stuff down, and that's, I guess, how you win over the piglings.
Bring down the pigs.
Yeah, exactly.
All right. Well, that's all I need to know. Matt, thank you so much for telling us about Minecraft Legends. And for everything else Minecraft Legends, Xbox, and Gamescom 2022, keep it right here on IGN.
You're watching IGN Live at Gamescom. Up next, we have an exclusive gameplay reveal for a massive open-world off-road racing game called Dakar Desert Rally. That name works on two levels. In addition to being based on the real-world race held in the Dakar Desert, you can also make Dakar drive really fast all over the place. Vroom, vroom. Let's see those cars.
Welcome to Dakar Desert Rally. Strap in and buckle up for a rally race like no other. Join some of the most world-renowned rally racing teams on cars, bikes, trucks, quads, and SSVs. Or create your own team and dare to drive your way to the top in the biggest open-world off-road racing game ever made. The real-life Dakar Rally is a massive annual off-road endurance racing event organized by ASO. Saber Interactive and our talented and passionate Saber Porto Development Studio are proud to partner with ASO to bring you an authentic and epic off-road rally racing game truly befitting the Dakar tradition. A vast open world allows drivers, called pilots in the world of endurance rally racing, to steer off track and traverse different paths to victory in this sprawling desert oasis. Dakar Desert Rally will be the biggest open world racing game ever made, with thousands of square kilometers of expansive and diverse terrain. Challenge yourself to get to the finish line without getting lost. But be wary, as even the most experienced pilots can break down in the middle of the desert wilderness. Dakar Desert Rally offers several gameplay mode options, so there's one for all types of racing game fans. Sport mode is perfect for the racing casual player. Pick up and play with forgiving repairs and arcade-style rally beacons to guide your way from checkpoint to checkpoint. While professional and simulation modes ramp up the challenge for those who desire the most authentic desert rally experience. You'll start each stage alone, with only your trusty roadbook to find waypoints and navigate to the finish line, just as the real Dakar Rally pilots do. The vast and diverse world of Dakar is far from being just one big, hot, endless sand dune. As you conquer stages across Saudi Arabia, you will encounter dynamic weather with full day and night cycles, meaning grueling conditions of rain, mud, flash floods, sandstorms, and even snow and ice hazards in the mountainous regions. Compete in over 30 stages faithfully recreated from the most recent years of Dakar Rally events, earning career experience and working your way to become the best pilot in the world. Choose from amongst authentic licensed pro Dakar Rally teams and then use their vehicles and pilots to outdrive the rest. Or take matters into your own hands and start your own team. Use the garage to choose from various top manufacturers including Toyota, Ford, Honda, and Nissan. Then tune them to your liking and deck them out with your favorite sponsors such as Red Bull and many, many more. Customization doesn't start and end with your vehicles and pilots. Build your own Dakar rally events and stages using the game's custom roadbook editor, where the entire massive world and climate of Dakar is at your disposal. When your masterpiece is ready, invite others and share it with the community right from within the game. When it all comes together, take your ride out into the wild. Test your skills in competitive multiplayer and climb your way up the leaderboards to become the ultimate Dakar Desert Rally champion. Get ready to rally, customize, compete, and create in the biggest open world rally racing game in the world. We'll see you in the desert.
Gamescom 2022 is presented by Samsung SSD, essential for gaming.
The only thing better than listening to IGN podcasts is watching them. Luckily, all your favorite weekly shows are here on IGN One. Whether you're chasing the latest Xbox releases with Unlocked, looking for your PlayStation fix with Beyond, tracking everything coming to Switch with Nintendo Voice Chat, or catching up on this week's gaming news with GameScoop, we've got you covered. Check it out. Tune in every weekday at 5 p.m. for the best gaming coverage right here on IGN One.
If you're not following IGN on social media, what are you waiting for? We're constantly updating our feeds to bring you the latest news, gameplay, custom original content, memes, the best user-generated videos and art, and a whole lot more. Be part of the conversation throughout the year. Follow IGN on Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, TikTok, and Snapchat.
Everybody loves watching a speedrun of their favorite game, but what if you got a chance to peek into the mind of the developers behind those games as they watch their hard work get completely destroyed right in front of them?
What is happening right now?
That's exactly what happens on every episode of Devs React to Speedruns. We invite you to ride along with the developers as they watch, react, and enjoy some of the craziest gameplay by the most skilled speedrunners on the planet. Tune in every Saturday for a brand new episode.
Gamescom attracts gamers and game developers from all over the world, even all the way in the land down under. Joining us now to discuss some of the game development scene in Australia, please welcome the CEO of the IGEA, Ron Curry, and the Director of Industry and Member Relations for the IGEA, Jens Schroeder. Welcome.
Thanks guys, thanks for having us. Yeah, thanks for coming by. Now, Cult of the Lamb was recently released. It's already one of the best reviewed games of the year. Damien's playing it like crazy. Yeah. I've got it on my Steam Deck. I can't wait to play it on my flight home. Tell me how this game came together and what the sort of Australian development scene did to sort of kind of support it and bring it here, because it's really, really cool and very unique.
It is, isn't it? It's like Animal Crossing, but with more cults.
Yeah.
I think we could all use more cults.
That's what that game needed, was more cults. And now here we are.
Look, Cult of the Lamb, I think it's also the result of some of the very generous incentives that the Australian states have on offer. So Cult of the Lamb was made in Melbourne, Victoria, which has some really great incentives on offer for game developers, like grants and so on. So it really thrived in that ecosystem. You know, it's been around for a little while. I remember seeing very early versions of that, but ultimately it really got accelerated by the support of the Victorian state. And, you know, I think Melbourne just has a really great history of making quirky indie games. You know, Untitled Goose Game, that was made in Melbourne as well, enjoyed similar support. So, you know, it's really the kind of environment.
Crossy Road?
Crossy Road, exactly. Right. It really thrives within that environment. And, you know, I mean, Victoria has Australia's largest games ecosystem. Like half of the studios are based there, more than half of all the designers, more than half of the staff in Australia are based in Melbourne. And it's a great ecosystem for these kind of quirky games to happen.
I like that the place is supporting the game development.
Yeah.
Like, I feel like you don't hear about that a lot. Like, it's not very often where someone's like, here's some money, go make a game about Colts.
Exactly. Outrageous. Yeah, look, it's the Victorian government, and we're lucky we see it right across Australia now, but the Victorian government has been historically very supportive of game development, and not just big names. They're happy to support quirky games, startups, and they do it through a whole number of different incentives and levers. It's not just, here's some money,
right?
But it's, here's some money, here's some support, here's some guidance, here's some introductions, here's some money to go to Gamescom. You know, there's a whole bunch of stuff that, not just Victoria, but Victoria are very good at it.
It's awesome.
What is the IGEA and what's its function?
So we're the trade association representing video games developers and publishers and distributors in Australia and publishers in New Zealand. So we've got a few jobs, but our main job is to make sure the landscape in Australia is right to develop games and succeed. And we do that through advocacy, so lobbying governments on a whole bunch of issues, on research, so you know who's playing games, why are they playing games, what are they spending on games, and communications, comms, talking about games, talking about the positive about games, and also when the negative stories come out, trying to get in front of those and and make sure that we have a balanced conversation.
Do you find that because this scene is starting to boom and it's starting to get bigger and bigger, that you're starting to attract developers from elsewhere?
Well, we are. So the Australian government, the federal government, announced that they're introducing what they call the digital games tax offset. So it's a 30% offset for games, which is coupled with the States. We're probably going to be the most generous country in the world to make video games, as opposed to go back a year and we were probably the least affordable place to make video games, in spite of the great products we had coming out. So it's certainly what we believe we're going to see is this boom in Australia over the next 24, 48 months. It's going to be sensational.
Budding game developers out there, if you're looking to relocate, you're in your mom's basement right now. I spent a lot of time back there. You just this is where you go. Get on the airplane and go check it out.
You spent a lot of time in their mom's basement?
I did. We don't have to talk about that here, but yes, it's true.
And it's just not the incentives. It's a great place to live.
Yeah,
and that's when we're talking to people about setting up a studio in Australia. The offsets are great, but it's also about quality of life. It's lifestyle. I know we're a long flight away, but it's just a good place to do business. We're in Asia. Half the world's gamers live on our doorstep.
Right.
In
case you're wondering where that accent is coming from, I'm originally from Germany. I moved to Australia. My wife is Australian, so I can absolutely testify to that. Like, it is a great place to be.
They got you over there.
Oh yeah, well, it's my wife.
Now, Topple Pop, another recent game from Australia. What can you tell us? What can you tell us about that?
Topple Pop, Sydney made by 4 friends who've known each other 10 years. They collectively have a really great track record of making games. One of them was involved in Rodeo Stampede. They did extremely well in China. They had an animator that worked on Mad Max Fury Road, and it's like this physics-based puzzle game with bendy animals on rubber bands. So it's very much a homage to 90s Japanese puzzle games, and it's very accessible, but it's also very deep. So it's going to be released on Switch and PC next year, and it lends itself even to esports. Like it has just a breadth of of qualities, and it's just. Look, it's just another example, like a small quirky indie game coming out of Australia. It won a prize a bit somewhat in Kyoto, I believe, like some viewer's choice, something along those lines. So, keep an eye out on that one. Just like it's a perfect example of a small Australian-made indie game.
Now, are these blocks in pain? they seem like they.
Oh yeah, very much so. Yeah.
I was going to say I hope they're not, but
there's no way around it.
I see a smile every now and then, but a lot of them are like, get me out of here.
Yeah, no, they're sadists.
And they're on this beautiful tropical island too. But yeah, I really like the sort of the art direction here, and also just the difference in the themes on the levels.
Yeah.
Like we went from there was a game show where blocks were watching the other blocks get tortured, and now here we're in a city. We went to the beach. I liked Kenneth the Furious the chimpanzee that we briefly were introduced to for a second there. Yeah, there's just some great characters here.
Yeah.
And then there's Age of Darkness.
Yes.
It's a little bit of a different
change
show.
your tone.
Slightly.
Yeah, shifting gears.
Yeah.
What's Age of Darkness all about?
So Age of Darkness is a dark fantasy RTS. It's made by PlaySide Studios, one of the largest studios in Australia. And, it's really a great embodiment of the AAA capabilities in Australia. It's been in early access since October last year. It uses proprietary technology. You get up to 70,000 enemies on the screen if you really wanted to, which is sort of, highlighting the sort of desperate moods that they want to convey.
Yeah.
And, if you see the trailer, there's one coming out on Friday, brand new. Keep an eye out on that. It'll really demonstrate that well. PlaySide has worked in a lot of mobile spaces, console, but this is really them venturing into AAA territory, and I think they've done a fantastic job.
Yeah,
it's been nominated for a Gamescom award as well, rightfully so. Really, really great game. Very centered on the heroes. I think the trailer that's coming out tomorrow is going to highlight one of the heroes' capabilities and how they bring light into the world of darkness.
Ooh, this guy's awesome.
Yeah,
big fan of Edwin, the wielder of the flame. Yeah, this is great. You said there were 70,000.
So their proprietary technology would allow up to 70,000 enemies on screen. If they really
Yen's going to count. We're going to make sure. So
right. We'll hold them accountable to that. So this follow up.
Yeah, this looks extremely cool.
And this is coming to which platforms? I'm sorry, it's out on early access.
So early access on PC. Yeah.
Can you envision it coming to other platforms as well, to consoles?
So I think it's PC for now, and so the next step is going to add a campaign and multiplayer. So no firm timelines for that yet. It's ready when it's done. Gotcha. They really want a high polished product. So it's currently the survival mode. But that's going to be next.
He's got some swagger to his walk there. He's kind of like,
oh yeah,
look at that.
Yeah, look at that.
That's a bit of Australian swagger. Yeah.
Okay, so here comes the tons and tons of enemies.
Here comes
immediately when we first started talking, they were all kind of hanging out in the field in front of a house, and now things obviously got immediately very intense, and bloody too, which is always fun.
Oh yeah.
So what's happening here with the sort of like is this the kind of level select screen, or like how does the kind of overworld fit?
Yeah,
into
this? Just sort of moving from world to world, and bring lightness. That's not a word. Light.
The lightness.
It's the lightness. It's my second language. So
Hey, you know what? This is the world of video games. You're allowed to make up words and worlds and characters and enemies.
Yeah.
That could be your new buzzword, bringing lightness.
Yeah, I hope I don't become a meme.
Well, Jens, Ron, thank you so much for joining us to chat about Australian games and the Australian game development community.
No worries. Thanks for having us.
Yeah, thanks for coming by.
All right, we have plenty more games to check out right here on IGN Live at Gamescom 2022.
What's up, everybody? Damon Hatfielder on the show floor for Gamescom 2022, here with Glenn Schofield from the Callisto Protocol. Thank you so much for stopping by.
Oh man, thank you.
I'm super excited for this game. Big fan of Dead Space and just survival horror in general. It's coming out later this year, finally. But I want to go back to the very beginning. How did the idea for this game even come about? After Dead Space, you went on and founded Sledgehammer, and you were in the world of Call of Duty for several years.
Right.
What made you want to return to sci-fi survival horror?
It's just a passion of mine, sci-fi and horror, and it's been like 14 years since Dead Space, so I was like, I got to get back to it.
What was like the original idea for the Callisto Protocol?
Well, it was called Meteor Down.
Oh my God.
And it was pretty close to what we have right now. It was a prison on a planet. I didn't know it was going to be on Callisto. That was after a little research.
Interesting. Setting is really important in survival horror games.
Yep.
The mansion in Resident Evil, the police station in Resident Evil 2. So how did you land on a prison colony out in space? And I asked that acknowledging that but both space and prison is probably scary to a lot of people.
It's exactly what I said, was like, what's scarier than a prison? Who wants to go there, right? And then put it on a lonely moon or something, and you can't escape. It seems pretty isolated, which is a big thing in survival horror.
Sure, of course. Now here at Gamescom, you're talking about mutations.
Yes.
In this game, you got lots of scary monsters attacking you. Of course, you can shoot their limbs off, but it's not just as simple as doing that and putting them down, right? You have to worry about this virus inside of them mutating them.
Yes, you do. And they will come back to life even stronger and faster and just meaner. So, you got to be careful and make sure they're dead.
Is it a dynamic thing? Like you don't know exactly what's going to happen each time as the game sort of...
Yeah, I mean, you don't know which ones are going to do that. So if you get a guy on the ground, you should stomp him.
Okay.
You should kill him.
That's a pro tip right there.
Yes, it is.
Let's talk about the weapons just for a moment. I know you have a lot of weapons, both ranged and melee weapons.
Right.
And there are like 3D printers that sort of act as workbenches where you can upgrade them. Does each weapon have like its own sort of upgrade tree?
Oh yeah, it does. Yeah. And so you can kind of customize your weapon the way you want to play. But you're not going to be able to get the whole tree in one game. So, if you want to play again.
That's where like the replayability comes into it as well too. And you're balancing the weapons, the armory pretty evenly between melee and range. Is that right?
Yes, and then you add on top of that, we got this grip weapon, which is like a grab gun. Yet it can pick up the monsters, and we got stealth. So there's a bunch of ways that you can take these guys out, but it's still not that easy.
We're only a few months out from release now. Where is the game at this point?
We're in bug mode. We're fixing bugs, and we're making little tweaks, and we're balancing the game right now.
Very cool. I'm super excited. I don't know about you, but I'm excited for the Callisto Protocol.
Well, I'm very excited.
Oh, you're excited. Everyone's excited for the Callisto Protocol. So later this year. Glenn, thank you so much for coming by the IGN booth.
Oh, man, thank you, guys.
Stay tuned for more from Gamescom here on IGN.
Remember, recruit, you're part of the 000 now, under the wings of the mightiest fleet the galaxy has ever seen. But here, within the Twin Planet system, you're on your own.
Let's hope those terraformers don't wake up before I finish the job, so I can pick you all up. Assuming you find Agent Sienna, and she's still alive.
Gamescom 2022 is presented by Saints Row. Be your own boss and take control of Santo Alesso.
I'm Akeem Lawanson, and this is What to Watch on IGN1. It's a weekly show where we check out the latest and greatest in trailers, reviews, and everything else in the world of entertainment. Tune in to new episodes every Friday at 9 p.m. on IGN1.
IGN is your go-to for the latest and best in games, movies, and television. And with over 50 million IGN subscribers, you're in good company.
Oh, we're shooting turkeys!
Thanks to your help, we've raised over $100,000 for charity. Brought you and creators the world over together for events like Gamescom and DC Fandom.
Brenton Thwaites here, I play Dick Grayson.
And made your voices heard. You voted almost 30 million times in our best video game of all time and Super Movie Madness tournaments, and posted over 40 million times on IGN's message boards. The chat must flow. Catch our unending stream of up-to-date news and so much more over at IGN.com or subscribe to IGN on YouTube. And check out IGN Games and IGN Movies and TV for deep dives into your preferred pop culture. Plus, IGN guides to get help on veritably any game from our team of experts. No matter where you are, IGN.com, YouTube, Twitter, Facebook, or Instagram, IGN has you covered.
Hey you! Yes, you! Do you have FOMO? Fear of missing Gamescom? Relax. Gamescom is everywhere you want. Gamescom now. Register now.
What's up, everybody? I'm Stella Chung, and you're about to get your weekly fix. This is the show where we round up all the biggest gaming and entertainment headlines you won't want to miss. Tune into new episodes every Saturday at 12:30 p.m. Eastern and Pacific on IGN1.
Bring all this sap back to that guy who looks kind of familiar. Ooh, more jelly!
You got a knack for reaching them cacti. Just drop the juice in this here barrel for safekeeping. One barrel down. Follow that trail, my little saps. Some men are so crooked they can swallow a nail and spit up a corkscrew.
Ooh, more jelly!
You're watching IGN Live at Gamescom. Thank you. Gamescom is the biggest video game convention on Earth, packed with hundreds of games, so we figured we'd cut through them all and tell you about the 4 best that we've actually played. Here to help me do just that is Mitchell Saltzman. Hi, Mitchell.
Hey, Ryan.
A lot of CG trailers out there this year.
Yeah.
So, actually playing a video game is pretty nice. It's nice to actually play something that isn't a short film.
There are actual games that you can play at Gamescom.
Unbelievable. So we thought we'd rank them, I guess, the best of the best of the worst, starting with the worst of the best.
The worst of the best.
Our
yes.
least favorite favorites of
Yes,
the favorites
exactly.
so far. Starting with AEW Fight Forever, right?
Yeah.
So you got to play this game.
I did. So the thing about Fight Forever is that it is what it's trying to be. This is a game that is trying to emulate that N64 era of wrestling game, which a lot of people think is like the golden era of wrestling.
Yeah, it's by far the best.
Yeah.
I agree.
And it succeeds at that. It has very much the same mechanics. It has the same, the same UI. There's like that momentum meter at the bottom right that kind of rapidly beats when you're close to special, and it's like a dying heartbeat when you're about to die.
It's got some great weapons there you can beat people up with. That's a good time.
Yeah.
Apparently you can put your finger in
trash
someone's
can
mouth.
on people's head.
Now, did it feel like a little wonky, a little rough around the edges?
It's a little rough. Rough is a good way to put it. Like the thing that bothers me the most about it is that if I hit with my first hit of a combo, the other hits of the combo should be guaranteed, right? It shouldn't be I hit and then I miss and I miss, and then I get hit because the other person recovered before I did.
Right. Well, let's jump on over, no pun intended, to a different game completely. Vikings on Trampolines. You got to play this game. I don't know how you could not be immediately in love with the title of this game, but tell me about Vikings on Trampolines.
What's funny about Vikings on Trampolines is that it's exactly what the title is. It is a game where you play as Vikings and you bounce on trampolines, and that's kind of the extent of it.
And it's multiplayer based,
It's multiplayer. So it's a really cool story behind this game. It's been in development for about 20 years, actually. It was a prototype by the developer at D-Pad Studios, who made a game because he wanted to play a game with his sister and didn't want her to just quit out when she started losing.
Right.
And so this is a game that can be played entirely with just a control stick. You play it with one hand. There's no button inputs.
Oh, interesting.
All you literally do is you bounce on the trampoline. You hold up to do a little flutter jump and get a little momentum to get you in the air. You hold down to go down faster.
Yep.
And then you move left and right. And
I really can't wait to play more of this game. And if you think it looks really beautiful, it's from the developers of Owlboy, who are just they just make really, really pretty games. Let's move on to Wanted Dead, because I feel like I don't know anything about this game, but you got to play it.
Yeah, so this was a game I was coming into this, and I kid you not, I was kind of dreading the appointment because, look, this is a game from the developers, some of the developers of Ninja Gaiden. Ninja Gaiden is one of my favorite games of all time, and, it kind of hurts because, you have games like Devil's Third, you have games like Ninja Gaiden, what's that zombie Ninja Gaiden game?
Right.
In any case, there's baggage that comes from the developers of Ninja Gaiden. But I was actually pleasantly surprised. It's got really fast-paced action. It's difficult. There's this really cool move. I think you'll see it right here.
Yes.
Where you can shoot everyone, and then you can dash to everyone that you stunned with a quick execution.
Dude, I'm completely into this game. Look at all that blood. This is awesome.
Look at all the blood. And the blood splashes on you, and it persists. The execution animations, there's a ridiculous number of execution animations, to the point where I felt like, even though I played the game for 30 minutes, I never saw a repeated execution.
It feels a little No More Heroes-ish, but with a much kind of bigger layer of polish here.
Yeah.
I'm very excited for this one, and I didn't know anything about it 90 seconds ago, so thank you. One more game I want to talk about with you that I really, really can't wait to play is Lies of P, which is basically Pinocchio meets Bloodborne. There's a lot of Soulsborne games out there. This one is specifically aping Bloodborne, my favorite of the bunch, or maybe until Elden Ring. Tell me about this game. You played it. How's it feel?
Yeah. So what's funny is that I think it nails the Bloodborne aesthetic more than anything else I've ever seen, other than Bloodborne.
It's overturned carriages in the streets. And
yeah,
like that.
It looks like Yharnam. You look at that and you can be like, okay, this is another part of Yharnam that we never visited in Bloodborne.
With a little more steampunk, right?
A little more steampunk. But I think what's interesting about it is that it doesn't really play super like Bloodborne.
Interesting.
Because when I think of Bloodborne is a game where it's like attack. You gotta, if you get hit, you gotta get your your health back. This game was a little more methodical. There's a block button. You can get a perfect parry if you time your block at the right time. There's all kinds of special abilities that you can map to your Legion arm. It's called.
Yeah.
You can Spider-Man enemies towards you. You can shoot a string to pull them towards you. You can also pull yourself towards enemies.
I really like just the idea of like creeping around these streets. Like, look right down there. There's already like a big enemy that is going to probably.
Oh my God, that guy wrecked me. We got to wrap up this interview because you're gonna see me die on camera.
We can't have that.
I can't have that. I can't have my reputation tarnished.
Yeah, I really can't wait for this game. Okay, so you're actually not done playing video games here at all. Give me one game that you're excited to play after this.
One Piece Odyssey.
Awesome.
Biggest, I'm such a huge One Piece fan. This finally looks like a really good One Piece game, and I can't wait to play it.
Cool. Well, come back and tell me about it when you're done. Well, there you have it. Those were our 4 favorite games that we played at Gamescom so far, but this show is just getting started, so we're going to keep playing video games out there on the Gamescom show floor. So keep watching IGN Live at Gamescom for more. Thank you, Mitchell.
Thank you, Brian.
Yeah.
Woo!
Okay, so Gamescom, there are obvious things that you should do, right? Like, there's stuff all over the banners that say, hey, come check this out. But Gamescom is huge, and there's so much to see. So we're going to point out some of the 5 things that I think you should go and look at. And our first thing is going to be in Hall 9 right there. Sega! So in every hall, there's some form of these French fry stands, and they are amazing. I mean, the line kind of speaks for itself, but yeah, if you want a quick snack, definitely get one of these. Again, they're in pretty much every hall, so if it's too busy, definitely go to the next one. All right, so I heard there are 2 cool things in Hall 10 to go to, so we're gonna go there and check them out right now. First of all, you've heard of some cool gaming chairs like, DX Racer chairs, but look at this. This is gonna be the next big thing, I swear to God. The world's first gaming massage chair. So, are you tired of carrying your teammates on your back? Well, now you can get your back massaged as you carry your teammates in any game you play. It's actually pretty cool. Let me get my hair out of the way. Oh, this is nice.
It's 3 automated programs.
Okay.
If you don't want the automation, you can actually manually adjust it yourself.
Oh, that was actually really nice. Okay, listen, I kind of thought this was going to be like a funny booth to visit, but honestly, those gaming chairs, they're really comfy, and I always need a massage, especially after Gamescom. So, like, if you want to take a break and test out some really fun chairs, definitely come here.
Come join us.
Okay, so this is the Lego family and friends area, and there is so much you can do here. There's a cute little photo booth. There's definitely the Lego building area that you can like lounge in, play games on. Then, of course, there's all of these nice little kiosks where you can play Xbox games, Just Dance, which a bunch of people are actually playing over there. I used to play Just Dance religiously, but I actually haven't played too much on the Switch, so I don't know. They might actually kick my butt on that. Lego Brawls? There you go if you're into fighting games. Oh, they have Peach. Okay, wait, and Toad. Okay, so you can look at like all the different builds and stuff, and you can even play with them here, which is so cool. Yeah, look at this over here. All right, we are here at the Red Bull Gaming Ground, and as you can see, Red Bull is very abundant here. You can get it chilled. Looks like you can get it with fruit. That's kind of awesome. And then over here, you've got the actual gaming ground where you can play Fortnite Battle Royale. And yeah, lots of PCs set up there. And you can actually see they're having a live match here of Smash. That's actually awesome. So you can play here. They've got commentators going. Oh, there's more screens over there. So this is a whole outside area that you can just lounge in, get a Red Bull, maybe participate in some competitive games. Yeah, you got it all. All right, last but not least, we have this parkour tour where it's an obstacle course and it wraps around the whole station. And if you think you've got what it takes, you can definitely sign up. You have to sign a waiver though, which is why I'm not running it because my producer said it's too dangerous or something, apparently. But yeah, if you want to test your strength, there it is. All right, I have to go back to the IGN booth, but definitely check out those 5 things while you're here. I think it's super fun. And oh yeah, with Gamescom, we're gonna be here all week, so make sure to stay tuned to IGN to follow all your updated news.
Get out of here.
Gamescom 2022 is presented by Saints Row. Be your own boss and take control of Santo Alesso.
Tune into IGN for the latest news on your favorite releases, gameplay exclusives, and all the entertainment you can handle. And maybe even some you can't.
Cinefix on IGN, your friendly Friday night home for film fanaticism.
You're watching The Weekly Fix, ready to fill you in on anything you may have missed in the world of gaming and entertainment.
Find it all in one place on IGN.
They turned into a network. Who knew?
IGN is one library, govern, create lists, access guides for what you're playing, and rate and rank the games you love to share with the world. Available free with your IGN account. It's for players, no matter where you play.
You're a busy gamer with plenty to play. Not a lot of downtime, but you still want to keep up with the latest gaming news? Fret not. No matter where you like to play, PC, PlayStation, Nintendo, Xbox, I've got the headlines you need to know about. When Half-Life 3 is announced, it'll be on the Daily Fix. When the Switch Pro is announced, you'll be the first to know. And when that big game you just can't wait for is delayed, yeah, I'll have that news too. The Daily Fix, with me, Nars, weekdays only on IGN.
If you're not following IGN on social media, what are you waiting for? We're constantly updating our feeds to bring you the latest news, gameplay, custom original content, memes, the best user-generated videos and art, and a whole lot more. Be part of the conversation throughout the year. Follow IGN on Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, TikTok, and Snapchat.
You're watching IGN Live at Gamescom. A new Street Fighter game is always something to get excited about, and we're all dying to know more about Street Fighter 6. I'm joined right now by Ezra Korbei from IGN Japan and Matt Edwards, Capcom brand manager, to check out some gameplay. Welcome.
Welcome. Good to be here.
It's good to have you. So, you guys announced 2 new characters at EVO, and we really haven't gotten all that much info about them. So, what can you tell us about Jury and Kimberly right now?
Okay, so Kimberly, as we've kind of like revealed a little bit about, she's a Bishinryu ninjutsu user, so she's kind of some kind of like connection to Guy and Zeku, who you may remember from like previous games were like Bishinryu users. So in the trailer, she saw that she was kind of like into her old school hip hop and kind of like graffiti art. So she's bringing that kind of like style into Bishinryu this time. So we've only shown a little bit of details so far, but we're hoping to reveal more about that in the not too distant future. Whereas Jury, like everyone's been a Jury fan since like Street Fighter 4. We've shown a little bit of kind of like the new kind of like gameplay features she's got, but the big thing I'm excited about is that she now has a proper motorbike. She had a trike in Street Fighter 5, but now she has a proper motorbike, as you may have known from the Akira slide.
The Akira slide, oh my god, the Akira slide was so good. I would love to ask you more about the fundamentals and mechanics of Street Fighter 6, but we actually have a build right here, so let's jump into it and go into a match. And
100%, yeah, let's do it.
If you can just like walk us through the new features, that would be great.
Okay. Well, I'll be having the advantage that he'll be having to talk while he's playing.
I'm going to do my best. I'm going to do my best, Ezra,
and I've been given a dual sense as well. I'm an arcade stick player, so I'm keep asking those questions. I've been handicapped. I'll do my best.
So you can choose from either a classic or a modern control type, right?
Yeah, so classic is the Hadoken kind of like half circle motions, and then for the charge characters you would be holding back and forwards, whereas the modern control scheme is more just single directional inputs and pressing a button. Yeah.
Give him a look. Give him a look. Press the bad. Yeah, there you go. There you go.
Well, right?
But yeah, one of the main kind of like core mechanic we've introduced for Street Fighter 6 is the drive system. So at the top of the screen, you can see there the green bar there. That is your drive gauge. So you hold down both mediums and you can parry stuff that comes towards you. And then if you hold both heavies, you've also got the drive impact. That is an armored move that can 3 hits of armor on it. And yeah, you get all kinds of follow-ups. And if you do it at the edge of the screen,
oh, sorry.
Okay, if you dip it at the edge of the screen, you can get a follow-up afterwards, like a DP or something like that, like a scaled combo. We also have the new drive rush system. So if I hold down the parry stance like this, I can dash out of it by pressing dash, and that gives different kind of combo opportunities.
And you can do that out of a parry stance, and you can do that out of certain moves, right?
Yes.
And there's a different cost for it.
I'm very low on drive gauge at the moment because I've just shown you a lot of stuff that you can do with it. But if I was to do a normal and then cancel it into...
Oh.
Yes. Yeah. And then if I do it again, though, I now go into burnout state. So this is very kind of you have to be very careful with meter management in this game. Yeah. So now I can't do any of the 5 new drive mechanics, and I will take damage badly.
And you also take chip damage in this state as well, right?
Yeah. So chip damage as well. So if I block attacks now, you can see my health is kind of going down. And then there's also, this gauge now is responsible for something we call the overdrive, which is the old EX specials from previous games. So if you do your fireball with 2 punches rather than 1, you will do the EX version, which is now called an overdrive.
So one thing that I noticed when I played this back at Summer Game Fest is that, usually a bread and butter Ryu combo would be to go low, medium kick into a Hadouken into a super. But now it kind of seems like you have to go from low, medium kick into EX Hadouken into a super. Is that true?
So level 1 supers you can only cancel from special cancelable normals, basically. And level 2s you can cancel from certain EXs as well. And then level 3s you can cancel from a lot of different things. So that includes regular specials as well. So there are limitations depending on how much bar you want to spend.
Interesting. And then, did we go over V reversals also? Or, sorry, not V reversals.
They are called drive reversals.
Right.
I can remember how to do it. I think it's forward and 2 kicks. I've got to remember how to do it. So you've got to attack me.
Yep.
I've got to remember what to do. Okay, no.
Try a heavier attack, maybe.
Okay, that is not a drive reversal, but I'll check the command list quickly. What is it?
There it
okay.
is.
It is forward and both heavies. Yeah.
So do if you heavy attack?
Yes. Oh, I thought you wanted me to do it. The classic. We can do it for the final round. So I will block and I will show you the drive reversal.
Coming.
Oh, that goes over the lows. Yeah, there we go.
All right.
Okay.
And that doesn't do a super huge amount of damage, but it's used kind of as a get off me kind of button. Nice. All right. I think we've gone over the mechanics. Matt, if you want to just
beat me up,
take him out. What do you like about Jamie? Because you told us off camera that Jamie was kind of your main
It's his drink. So he's got this new system where he can drink, and he'll get more moves each time you drink.
And that goes to what, four levels? So
yeah,
right now you're at 3.
The final one, if I can do it without getting hit. Oh, now he is in a...
Dangerous.
Oh, dear.
Oh, it's getting dicey. Oh, nice.
Ooh.
Very tense. There it is. Esther got so close.
The range. That was very close. Very close. Down to the wire.
I played a good, pro wrestling kind of match.
Yeah, you did. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well orchestrated.
All right.
You give it a go.
I'm gonna give it a shot.
You went to Evo, right? Didn't you?
Yeah. So I didn't go for Street Fighter 5, but I did go for Guilty Gear Strive. I went 3-2 in pools, which
that's
too impressive. Yeah.
May not.
You
be
won more than you lost.
Yeah, I did win more than I lost. That's true. But yeah, it was. If anyone out there is thinking about, I'm not good enough to go to something like Evo, just do it. You'll have so much fun.
It's an experience for sure.
It's an unbelievable experience, and you get to see kind of where you're at in fighting games. It's awesome.
It's a celebration of fighting game culture across the board, 100%.
All right, Ezra,
Let's
you're
see
gonna have to carry the conversation here because I'm in try
We're
hard
gonna get a
mode.
hot match here right now, right? So Jamie is like it reminds me of Virtua Fighter. You know, you have
Yes.
this character called Shun, but it's kind of like interesting how Street Fighter 6 mixes these traditional martial arts with like modern pop culture. I think Kimberly is also a good example of that. So you have these young people, and they have these people they respect, like Guy for Kimberly. It's kind of like, you know, Yu is getting older himself too. So story-wise, there's interesting stuff going on here as well. And while we're talking here, Jamie is in trouble.
Doing well.
For those that don't know, I am Ryu right now, and Matt is playing as Jamie. I was feeling confident. Oh no!
You shouldn't talk. You shouldn't talk. You
Should not do the wake up shorty right there.
Oh, nice.
Good tech, though.
Throw escape.
Yeah.
So this is again quite the pro-res match. Oh, nice one. And he's drinking, and now you have 3, so just one more.
Oh no! That's it.
Oh, nice finish.
That's the drive in.
Good.
Armor on the
I was
move.
feeling really good at the beginning. All right. Let's
Do
see
you play
if
on pad normally, or?
Yeah, I play
Okay,
on pad
okay.
normally. Yeah.
And you?
No, I'm an arcade stick guy.
So you even have a disadvantage.
I'm
and you
part
still
of a
win?
dying breed. I'm trying to learn hitbox at the moment, but I'm very much part of a dying breed.
Nice.
Oh,
It's
nice.
really interesting because even for like more casual players, you know, this drive system is like a more simple
Yes.
version of, you know, like rock paper
I am
scissors,
going to
right?
counter that. I swear to God.
Come on, Mitchell.
I
What
want
was
to
your
drink.
Evo
He's
experience?
not letting me drink.
Oh, he's drinking. He's drinking. It's a chance for the opponent to
No!
when he's drinking, obviously, right?
Yes.
Ah,
No.
That's it.
that's a nice
No,
combination.
it's not it yet.
Gotta give you that.
I'm not protecting the dome.
I was trying to do a critical art for the people.
I respect the attempt.
Well, it was great games. Thank you so much for joining us. Street Fighter 6 is slated for release sometime next year on Xbox, PlayStation, and PC.
I can't wait.
Looking forward to it.
Peggy 16.
You call, I answer. Pushing you on the scene. Man, come on, I'm ready to go. Calculated. We do this all day, every day! Here remix time! Woohoo! Here we go! Now, good kick! Ninja! Star! Sniper! Make way for the Ninja Star! Time to play. You gonna keep me waiting, babe? Time to die! Such a lovely face. Stop, kid. You're killing me here. And only one of us is allowed to do the killing.
What's up, everybody? Damon Hatfield here with Brian Altano on the show floor at Gamescom with some breaking news. PlayStation has announced, PlayStation, which is not here, by the way, and now we know why. PlayStation has announced it is increasing the price of the PlayStation 5 in certain markets. The price is going up, which is pretty unprecedented. The console that you can't find anyway is going to increase in price. So here in Europe, it's increasing by 50 euros. In UK, by 30 pounds. Japan, 5,000 yen, about 50 bucks. Australia, it's increasing by 50 Australian dollars. The price is also going up in Mexico and Canada. However, our home country of the United States is being spared for now.
Yes, so we saw this happen with the Meta Quest 2 recently, or Oculus Quest 2, as I'll call it forever. And we didn't really think that was going to come over to, proper video game console world, but here we are. So nothing from Nintendo yet, nothing from Xbox yet on price increases, but this is a pretty big jump. Like, this is kind of unprecedented. We've seen video game consoles go down in price over the years. We've seen price cuts forever, but we've never really seen a price increase like this. So let's actually get into why they said that's going to happen. Here, I'll pull it up.
Okay, pull it up, Brian.
Okay. The global economic environment is a challenge that many of you around the world are no doubt experiencing. We're seeing high global inflation rates as well as adverse currency trends impacting consumers and creating pressure on many industries. Based on these challenging economic conditions, SIE has made the difficult decision to increase the recommended retail price of PS5. While this price increase is a necessity given the current global economic environment and its impact on SIE's business, yada, 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 our top priority continues to be improving the PS5 supply situation so that as many players as possible can experience this wonderful new price increase. I added that part at the end, but that's where we are on this. So PS5, like Damon said, incredibly hard to find already, getting a little bit easier. Now it just got more expensive. So this actually puts Xbox in a really interesting situation because now the Series X is priced a lot more competitively, and the Series S feels like the best value in next gen even more than it ever did.
Right. So because of inflation, Sony is passing on their extra costs onto you, the consumer, in the select markets. And Sony has just made Xbox Series X the cheaper next-gen console alternative.
Yeah. Meanwhile, the Switch is just still crushing it. But I want to say thanks, Sony, passing those savings on to us, because you and me, we both run billion-dollar companies, so we can afford it, right? No, this sucks. This sucks for consumers. It sucks that Sony was kind of forced a hand on this. Like, obviously, the world is in a weird place right now. Everything is more expensive. Everything is harder to get. So this is just the reality of it. But I wish they had kind of just shielded us from all that,
Yeah. One would think a large company like Sony would be able to take on the extra burden, but I don't know. These are unprecedented times. This news is just breaking right now. We'll continue to follow the story here at IGN. Stay tuned for more from Gamescom.
Yeah. Oh, and I don't know, maybe throw a game code or two in there in the box and throw in some free God of War Ragnarok. See how we feel,
What's up, everyone? Mitchell Saltzman here at Gamescom 2022, and I just saw Wanted Dead. It's a game from the developers, or some of the developers, of Ninja Gaiden, a game that I hold with the highest of regards. It's one of my favorite games of all time, but, I was coming into this with a little bit of trepidation. The trailer didn't look super great, but I was actually kind of blown away. This game was super fun. It's a fast-paced action game, just like Ninja Gaiden. It's super, super gory. The action is really, really fun, and it does a good job of blending over-the-shoulder range combat with the traditional melee combat that you'd expect from a game from some of the developers of Ninja Gaiden. They have this really cool thing where you can swap between sword attacks, and then you can do a gunshot with your pistol and then continue on to another sword attack combo. There's a really awesome super move that you can do where you just go into that stance and then you just stun everyone, and then you just go from person to person executing each of them. The executions in this game are utterly unbelievable. There's so many. I feel like I played it for like 30 minutes and I didn't see a single repeated execution. And then the other thing to note is that there are mini games. It's obviously heavily inspired by the Yakuza series. There's a karaoke mini game, and apropos of Gamescom, one of the songs that you sing is 99 Red Balloons.
Another thing that you might expect from some of the developers of Ninja Gaiden, it's hard. I got kind of wrecked in the first level, and I think one of the signs of a great demo is that I kept wanting to come back and try to better myself and try to get through the level in a way that didn't make me feel bad about myself. This is ultimately a game that I think demos pretty well in this kind of environment. The real tests will be whether it holds up through a whole, 8 to 10 hour experience, and I'm happy to see if Wanted Dead can actually live up to that. So that's Wanted Dead. For more Gamescom 2022, keep it here on IGN.
This is IGN Live at Gamescom 2022, and we're winding things down for today, but we have tons more planned.
We sure do. Tomorrow, we're going hands-on with One Piece Odyssey and then getting weird with High on Life, that first-person shooter where aliens abduct humans to turn them into recreational drugs, and your guns talk to you.
Why not? You can expect to see some equally bizarre games on the Gamescom Awesome Indie Show, which is happening later on tomorrow. And we have 2 more days of the show after that with the Gamescom Award Show on Saturday and then the cosplay contest on Sunday.
That is right. But now it's time for us to retire to our bedchambers, draw the curtains, pull up the covers, and embark on adventures in dreamland.
But not without a nice cup of warm milk the way we like it.
You boys do get awfully tuckered out at these shows. Anyway, thanks for watching. We'll see you tomorrow.
Good night.
Milk.
Gamescom 2022 is presented by Samsung SSD, essential for gaming.
Hey, you. Yes, you. Do you have FOMC? Fear of missing Gamescom? Relax. Gamescom is everywhere you want. Gamescom now. Register now.
In a world with non-stop news about Marvel, Netflix, and Star Wars, you need a show with accurate reporting, hard-hitting commentary, and me. I'm Akeem Lawanson, the host of The Fix Entertainment. Whether it's the latest superhero scoop, film fiasco, or anime announcement, I'll be right here covering all the latest in major studio headlines and pop culture news. Make sure to catch The Fix Entertainment wherever you watch IGN.
Tune into IGN 1 for the latest news on your favorite releases, gameplay exclusives, and all the entertainment you can handle. And maybe even some you can't.
Cinefix on IGN 1, your friendly Friday night home for film fanaticism.
You're watching The Weekly Fix, ready to fill you in on anything you may have missed in the world of gaming and entertainment.
Find it all in one place on IGN 1.
They turned into a network. Who knew?